Imagine waking up inside your absolute favorite romance game, expecting a sweet, dreamy fantasy, only to realize you've been cursed to turn into an uncontrollable late-night monster. Deep in the pitch-black darkness of the Academy kitchen, an eerie stillness hangs in the shadowy air. What if your dream life instantly transformed into a total nightmare before sunrise? Driven by an overwhelming primal hunger, Fiore kneels on the cold floor, utterly powerless as a terrifying curse forces her to devour every scrap of food in sight. Gulping down wine straight from the glass bottle, Fiore savagely tears into a giant roasted meat leg with zero table manners. Giggle. But right behind her, a handsome young noble quietly opens the door, catching her red-handed in the act. Talk about the ultimate romantic comedy disaster. As a single knot bone clatters onto the floor, the official game text identifies her as Fiore Lupin. Startled, she freezes mid-chew with grease on her mouth, uttering a confused little grunt as she slowly turns around. Shocked beyond belief, Fiore's green eyes widen in total horror. Gasp! As she stares right at Lord Leonardo while still clutching a massive bundle of sausages and a half-eaten turkey leg. Seriously? Look at her holding that sausage roll like a prize championship trophy. That is peak embarrassment. Stepping into the dim light with a completely cold, unreadable expression, Leonardo gazes down at her grease-covered face, declaring that their noble engagement is officially on the line. Without a single grain of mercy, Leonardo drops the ultimate bombshell, coldly announcing that he is canceling their engagement effective immediately. A violent flash of lightning blazes through the window as Fiore stands frozen in utter shock, dropping her chicken leg in sheer disbelief. Wow, look at that classic dramatic anime lightning strike. The universe really said engagement revoked. The gigantic roll of sausages rolls across the floor with a soft thud, leaving her entire romantic future laying in the dust. Suddenly, Fiore bolts upright in a hospital bed with a terrified gasp, gasping for breath as sunlight pours through the large window. Sweat dripping down her forehead, she clutches her chest, trying to figure out if that horrifying encounter was just a nightmare or cold reality. A red-haired maid carrying a water pitcher steps through the curtain, calmly offering a polite good morning while noting how rough last night must have been for her. The maid explains that everyone was shocked to hear she fainted and had to be rushed straight to the Academy infirmary, while Fiore freaks out internally, wondering who this maid even is. Setting the water glass onto the bedside table, the maid smiles, relieved to see her looking better. But when Fiore tries to speak, she opens her mouth and realizes in sheer panic that no voice comes out. Flustered beyond belief, Fiore clutches her throat, frantically wondering where on earth she is and why the strange infirmary feels bizarrely familiar. Holding up a hand mirror and hairbrush, the maid cheerfully informs her that the head principal requested her presence in his office the moment she woke up. As that silver mirror is brought closer, Fiore's heart races like crazy, completely clueless as to what kind of wild situation she just woke up into. Looking into her reflection, her jaw drops as she stares at a stunning blonde girl with vivid emerald green eyes, questioning her own identity. Grabbing her cheeks in utter disbelief, she stares intensely at her new features, realizing this face looks suspiciously familiar. It hits her like a ton of bricks. She is reincarnated as Fiore Lupin, the notorious character from her favorite game, Heart Attack Restaurant. Talk about an iconic villainous reveal. Giggle. Look at that smug portrait pose. She looks ready to steal everyone's lunch money. Floating recipe cards and gourmet dishes appear, reminding her that the game revolves around gathering exotic ingredients, cooking delicious recipes, and running a top-tier restaurant. A dazzling poster showcases the 4 main male leads, explaining that Heart Attack Restaurant is an Otome cooking game where players win the hearts of wealthy, handsome nobles through food. The original protagonist, also named Fiore Lupin, was a sweet, hardworking girl who ended up running the Royal Academy's main dining hall with her amazing culinary skills. But the character she reincarnated into is the snobbish, villainous Fiore Lupin, who constantly criticizes the heroine's cooking and acts like a total bully. Walking alongside her maid with a totally blank, defeated expression, Chibi Fiore internally screams, asking why she had to be placed into the villainous body of all people. She narrows her eyes in deep thought, trying to rationalize how this tragic reincarnation logic even works. Slumping forward in utter defeat, she hilariously guesses that she got shoved into this character simply because they share the exact same chubby body type. Wow, the game system really picked her avatar based on weight class. That is brutal. Wandering down the grand stone corridor, she tries to look on the bright side, thinking that being on the main cast side might let her interact with all those handsome romanceable leads. Stepping out onto the sunlit terrace, she catches her first breath of fresh outdoor air. She glances down at the Academy's luscious crop gardens, admiring the rows of fresh eggplants and ripe tomatoes growing under the warm sun. Glowing with optimism, Fiore clasps her hands together, admiring her new Academy student uniform in the golden light. Bright, innocent smile lights up her face as she considers herself super lucky to be transported directly into her favorite Otome game. Raising her arms to the sky in pure victory, she vows to enjoy every single second of her new fantasy life to the fullest. But reality instantly comes crashing down with a terrifying thunderclap as her face turns ghostly blue with panic. Standing towering before her with his arms pinned behind his back, Principal Philip Vogel delivers an ice-cold verdict, flatly telling her that she is officially expelled from the Academy. Fiore turns completely pale with shock, gasping, screaming internally in pure horror over her ruined dream academy life. Inside the spacious principal's office, Principal Vogel crosses his arms, sternly demanding that Fiore explain why on earth she ate every single piece of food in the entire academy kitchen last night. Fiore blinks in utter bewilderment, her eyes widening as the absurd accusation hangs heavy in the quiet room. Flashback images of her dark kitchen midnight rampage flash across her mind, showing her hunched over pots and holding giant hams like a feral beast. Sweat drips down her pale face as she realizes in utter horror, panting, that her terrifying midnight feast wasn't a nightmare at all, but 100% real. Glaring down at her with zero patience, Principal Vogel scoffs at her silence while Fiore stammers, trying to find a single word to save herself. She panics internally, remembering that her mouth is literally locked by the system and she can't speak freely on her own. Dialogue selection boxes pop up in her mind, revealing that just like Heart Attack Cafe, she can only communicate by choosing pre-made dialogue options. Selecting the safest answer, Fiore stammers out loud that she doesn't remember anything from last night, cheering internally once her voice finally works. Coldly dismissing her excuse, Principal Vogel points out there are multiple eyewitnesses to her crime, including Lord Leonardo Gasp sitting right beside her. Fiore glances sideways at Leonardo with a sweat drop forming on her forehead, realizing he was the one who snitched on her. A glittering character profile card pops up, revealing Prince Leonardo Floringson, one of the main male leads that players can conquer in Heart Attack Restaurant. Floating graphics reveal his tragic backstory, explaining that after nearly being poisoned as a child, Leonardo grew to despise food, making him the hardest character to impress through cooking. Visual artwork displays Leonardo's sharp purple gaze and stoic posture, radiating an unreachable, elite princely aura. Chibi Fiore swirls her eyes in complete exhaustion, remembering that back in her past life, she literally gave up on Leonardo's route because he was impossibly hard to romance. Talk about terrible luck. Her main snitch is the one guy she couldn't even defeat in the easy mode. With an icy cold stare, Lord Leonardo drops the final hammer on their relationship, declaring that their formal noble engagement is officially canceled, effective this very second. Chibi Fiore slumps her shoulders in total exhaustion, feeling a wave of pity for the original villainess, whose romantic life just cratered before her very eyes. Stepping into the principal's grand office, Principal Vogel folds his arms in utter disappointment, demanding to know why she acted so recklessly last night, while Fiore panics internally, realizing that while losing Leonardo was part of the original game plot, getting expelled definitely was not. Leaning back against the plush leather armchair, Leonardo listens in silence as Principal Vogel lists every single one of Fiore's past offenses, reminding her how she endlessly berated the Academy kitchen staff and forced them to remake gourmet dishes until they collapsed. Dropping another massive bombshell, Principal Vogel reveals with a scowl that after her feral late-night kitchen binge, every single chef at the Academy officially submitted their resignation this morning. Talk about destroying an entire culinary department in one night. She literally ate the staff right out of their jobs. Turning a pale shade of ghostly purple, Chibi Fiore sweat drops profusely, realizing in total horror that the original villainess wasn't just terrorizing the main heroine, but was actively tormenting every poor chef in the building. Principal Vogel paces across the room with a grave tone, explaining that because of her outrageous actions, the prestigious Academy dining hall is now forced to shut down completely. Slamming his hand down, Principal Vogel issues an ultimatum, ordering her to take full responsibility by personally reviving the closed restaurant within 6 months if she ever wants to step foot in the academy again. Fiore gapes in sheer disbelief, completely stunned as the principal smugly frames this insane, impossible punishment as an act of teacherly mercy to let her atone for her sins. Staring down at her with sharp, unwavering eyes, Principal Vogel coldly declares that until she successfully reopens the restaurant, she is placed on indefinite suspension. Restless on the soft sofa, Fiore clutches her chin in deep thought, connecting the dots between indefinite suspension, restaurant revival, and strict readmission rules. Memories from her previous life flash across her mind as she recalls reading an online game update for Heart Attack Cafe, introducing a brutal new spin-off mode called Demon Difficulty Restaurant Revitalization. Realization hits her like a bolt of lightning as she internally screams, realizing she has been dropped right into the ultra-hard stoic mode where Fiore Lupin is the actual main character. Honestly, imagine waking up thinking you're in a sweet Otome game only to discover you accidentally booted up Dark Souls with aprons. She narrows her eyes in intense focus, trying to process every rule of this strange game world. Principal Vogel watches her closely, waiting to see if the disgraced noble girl will break under the sheer weight of her punishment. Clenching her fists rapidly, Fiore's green eyes ignite with a sudden flicker of determination as she prepares her response. Floating memory graphics display the original mobile game screen, showcasing the 4 handsome male leads standing triumphantly in front of the Royal Academy dining hall. Graphic charts illustrate how normal mode worked, featuring multi-ending romance paths where players use sweet interactions and delicious cooking to win over individual male leads. In contrast, Stoic mode completely eliminates romantic fluff, forcing players to manage a rundown restaurant, manage finances, and build affinity purely through high-tier customer service. Chibi Fiore lets out a tired sigh, remembering that while Stoic mode sounded cool on paper, it was famous for being a ruthless management simulator without any romantic shortcuts. Principal Vogel clears his throat sternly, reminding Fiore that, as a noble student, she still retains one final right in this matter. Looking down at her with this stoic expression, he explicitly states that the choice ultimately rests in her hands. He lays out her 2 remaining options: either accept the daunting challenge to reopen the restaurant after indefinite suspension, or simply sign the papers and drop out forever. A heavy silence fills the spacious office as Principal Vogel and Leonardo wait for her final decision. Suddenly, a bright holographic choice menu pops up in front of Fiore's eyes, offering her the exact same options from the game interface. Fiore hesitates internally, wondering if choosing to drop out right now would simply force the game system to send her soul back to her original human world, or if it would result in instant death. Sweat dripping down her forehead, Chibi Fiore nervously chuckles, realizing that even though she loves a casual gaming session, hardcore Stoic mode strategy is way out of her league. Tragic memories of her past life flood her mind, recalling how she sat alone in a dark room after her mother passed away, watching her abusive father aggressively raid her drawers for cash. Flashbacks show her furious father grabbing her hair in rage, screaming that her mother's death and his gambling losses were all her fault after she dropped out of high school to work. Wow, talk about a heartbreaking backstory. It completely explains why she's so resilient now. In that dark, lonely past life, playing Otome games on her cheap smartphone was the only tiny source of joy she had left to escape our harsh reality. Seeing cute anime boys smile and enjoy her virtual cooking on screen gave her a warm feeling of comfort that her real home never provided. Tears welling up in her eyes, she remembered how much she loved cooking because of the sweet memories she shared with her late mother. A bright memory shines through the dark flashback, showing her younger self laughing beside her loving mother as they decorated a freshly baked strawberry cake together. Snapping back to reality inside the principal's office, Fiore looks up at Principal Vogel and Lord Leonardo with newfound clarity in her eyes. A bold phrase echoing deep within her soul fills her mind with absolute conviction. She takes a deep, calm breath, ready to claim her own destiny in this strange fantasy realm. Surrounded by a dazzling aura of golden light and blooming white roses, Fiore stands tall with complete confidence, declaring internally that she wants to live this new life to the absolute fullest. Look at that majestic shoujo transformation pose. She went from feral sausage monster to main character in 3 seconds flat. Smiling awkwardly with sweat drops on her cheek, she reminds herself that going back to her original world meant returning to a living hell anyway. Principal Vogel raises an eyebrow in mild surprise, admitting that he fully expected a spoiled noble daughter like her to throw a tantrum and drop out immediately. Sitting nearby with his arms crossed, Leonardo glares at her in total silence, looking utterly baffled by her sudden change in attitude. But as Fiore glances sideways at Leonardo, her jaw drops as a strange blue system icon suddenly materializes right above his head. Floating directly over Leonardo's stoic head is a glowing blue heart displaying a horrifying favorability rating of -10. Panic explodes inside her brain. She freaks out internally, screaming over the fact that her own official fiancé hates her so much, his affection stat is literally in the negative numbers. System text windows remind her that while normal mode starts every romanceable lead at a neutral 30 points, stoic mode starts everyone at rock bottom hatred. Principal Vogel strokes his gray beard thoughtfully, mistaking her stunned facial expression for intense stress over the monumental task ahead. Later that evening, Fiore collapses face first onto her bed with an exhausted groan, completely drained from the emotional roller coaster. Sitting up on the soft mattress, she scans her new surroundings, noticing that while she got demoted from the luxurious Duke suite to a standard private room, it's still surprisingly cozy and spacious. Flopping back onto her pillow, she stares up at the wooden ceiling, worrying about how on earth she's going to handle reopening the Academy restaurant tomorrow morning. She turns her head toward the window, quietly hoping that if she cooks truly delicious food, maybe the students and main leads will actually come eat. Suddenly, a bright pink holographic window flashes into existence right above her bed, startling Fiore so badly she bolts upright with wide, frantic eyes. Talk about zero peace and quiet. The game system really loves dropping surprise notifications while she's trying to sleep. Fiore stares blankly at the glowing system text, sweating profusely as she tries to process the brutal contrast between normal mode and stoic mode. Chibi Fiore's sweat drops with a weary expression, trying to convince herself that as long as it helps her survive in this world, she can handle any difficulty setting. She suddenly freezes in total panic, flustered, embarrassed, realizing that in stoic mode, dropping a target lead's favorability too low doesn't just trigger bad rumors, it triggers an instant game over. Seriously? Talk about playing on hardcore mode with 0 extra lives. Endless system notification windows flood her vision, making her head throb as she struggles to keep track of every game rule. Narrowing her eyes in deep concentration, she reminds herself that despite the sky-high difficulty, the underlying quest mechanics remain identical to the original game. A dramatic system objective window flashes in front of her, confirming her primary quest to fully revive the defunct Academy restaurant within 6 months. Reading through Mission 000, she notes that serving a male lead their favorite food boosts their affection, while serving their disliked food drops stats and risks an immediate game over. Tapping through the floating pink system menu, determined, Fiore decides to thoroughly review every capture target's profile before making her next move. First up is Crown Prince Leonardo Floringza, a proud 5-star difficulty target who outright hates strong, sour flavors and has 0 recorded favorite foods on his profile. Chibi Fiore pulls a deadpan expression, casually tossing away Leonardo's file since his romantic route was already completely cratered anyway. Next is Albert Benedict, the free-spirited third son of the Duke Benedict family and a third-year student known for his rebellious personality. Clasping her hands together with a soft smile, giggle, Chibi Fiore fondly remembers Albert as a genuinely sweet guy from her original playthrough days. She pictures him playfully sneaking a bite out of a sandwich, admitting that his mischievous, puppy-like charm makes him super charming. Look at that classic anime red hair design. The artist definitely knew what they were doing. Then comes Roger Dominus, the sheltered and gloomy second-year student who happens to be the son of Margrave Dominus. Yuri tilts her head curiously, reading through Roger's peculiar behavioral traits and background notes. She recalls how Roger gets hyper-possessive over dishes cooked specifically for him, remembering that if his favorability gets too high, he turns into an anxious recluse who only speaks to the heroine. Next is Charles Benedict, Albert's smooth-talking, silver-haired older brother who works as a carefree academy teacher. Blushing softly with clasped hands, Chibi Fiore swoons over Charles, remembering how every player fell for his sweet, doormat teacher persona. Flustered by memories of his irresistible adult charm, she reminds herself that behind his polished interior lies the ultimate lovable loser gap trope. Snapping back to reality with wide eyes, Fiore realizes that knowing their target preferences is only half the battle. Dropping her head onto the mattress in sheer agony, she panics over the fact that as a disgraced villainess, Fiore Lupin has absolutely zero existing connections with any of these guys. Chibi Fiore clutches her pale cheeks in total horror, crying sound, realizing that after digging through her own memory bank, Leonardo was literally the only person she ever interacted with. She internally screams in frustration, wondering how on earth she's supposed to lure high-status nobles into a restaurant when her social reputation is completely destroyed. Staring out the window in deep thought, she remembers how back in her previous life, she would never miss a cafeteria daily special if it featured her favorite dish. A brilliant idea sparks in her mind as she realizes that if she consistently cooks mouth-watering meals, word of mouth will naturally draw customers in regardless of her reputation. Clenching her fists with burning determination, Fiore vows to pour her entire heart into cooking and tackle this restaurant revival head-on. Honestly, watching her bounce back from a total panic attack to full protagonist energy in 10 seconds is hilarious. The next morning, Fiore stands outside the imposing brick exterior of the closed Academy restaurant, Villian, taken in the grand view. Pushing open the heavy double doors, she steps into the pristine white dining hall, greeted by elegant dining tables and fresh roast centerpieces. Gasping in delight with shining eyes, Fiore gazes around the luxurious interior of Villian restaurant, blown away by their high-class atmosphere. Checking the kitchen facilities, she finds a magnificent brick wood-fired oven and gleaming utensils neatly arranged along the wall. But as she inspects the pantry storage area, gasp, her excitement immediately evaporates at the sight of completely empty wooden crates and bare shelves. Chibi Fiore deadpans with tired eyes, remembering that after her crazy late-night kitchen binge, several major food suppliers severed their contracts with the Academy. Unlocking the rear exit, she resolves to secure fresh cooking ingredients on her own, no matter what it takes. Stepping outside, she is met with a massive, vibrant vegetable garden situated right behind the restaurant building. Clasping her hands in utter relief, Fiore smiles brightly among the lush tomato vines, thrilled to discover a rich harvest of ripe produce ready for picking. She takes a moment to carefully plan out today's special menu based on the freshly gathered vegetables. Tying a crimson apron over her uniform and rolling up her sleeves, Fiore gets fully prepped and ready to cook. She lays out her primary ingredients on the counter: vibrant, juicy red tomatoes and raw chicken thighs. Alongside the main proteins, she gathers crisp brown onions, fresh eggplants, and fragrant heads of garlic. With rhythmic precision, Fiore rapidly dices the onions and slices the eggplants into uniform pieces. She sautés the garlic, chicken, and vegetables in olive oil over an open flame, adding tomatoes, wine, and oregano as the savory stew simmers into a rich red broth. Wow, look at that beautiful stew animation detail. It's making my stomach growl just describing it. Displayed in an ornate golden frame, her completed dish, a steaming bowl of chicken tomato stew, looks absolutely restaurant quality. Taking a big spoonful, Chibi Fiore's cheeks flush with pure bliss as she marvels at her own cooking skills, thanking her past kitchen job experience. Watching the savory pot gently simmer, she reminds herself that without gathering rare ingredients, she won't be able to satisfy the picky tastes of the male leads. She recognizes that to make this venture a success, she must first build up regular student foot traffic and steadily boost the restaurant's overall popularity. Standing outside Villian, holding a handwritten Villian Open sign next to a chalkboard menu, Fiore waits nervously as noble students walk past without paying her any attention. Sweat dripping down her cheek, Fiore feels her soul slowly wither as passing students whisper cruel gossip behind her back about a duchess doing commoner work. Listening to snobby girls gossip about how her food is probably laced with poison, Chibi Fiore sweat drops with a bitter smile, hurt by their cold judgment. A grim realization hits her, understanding that reopening Villian isn't just about culinary skills, it's about rebuilding Fiore's ruined social reputation from ground zero. Holding up her promotional sign while shadowed student silhouettes pass by, Fiore wonders what endless trail of chaos the original villainess left behind to earn such universal hatred. Ever wondered what happens when an Otome game system literally chains your body to force predetermined romance choices? Well, welcome to Fiore's absolute nightmare of a life, where stepping out of line means fighting the game itself. Walking through the bustling academy hallway, she spots her target, a gorgeous blue-haired guy slumping through the crowd. Meet Roger Dumanis, the academy's ultimate brooding visual who looks like he walked straight out of a melancholic romance novel. Giggle. I mean, look at that majestic long blue hair and depressing aura. He's practically screaming for a hero to fix him. According to the game's lore, Roger might be chronically sick, but that just makes him a ridiculously easy conquest target on paper. Honestly, who designed this Otome game? The target looks like he'd faint if you so much as sneezed in his direction. Determined to test her luck, Fiore nervously approaches him on the stone path. But as soon as she stammers out a greeting, Roger completely panics and flinches backwards like he just saw a ghost. That's when Fiore remembers a huge problem. The strict game rules currently forbid her from speaking freely. The system literally locks her vocal cords unless it fits a scripted prompt. Before she can even clarify, Roger clutches his sketchbook to his chest, shrieking out apologies like a frightened cat. He panics so badly that he loses his mind right in front of her. Screaming, "I'm sorry," at the top of his lungs, Roger sprints away at full speed, leaving behind a trail of dust. Seriously, is this guy a male lead or a skittish squirrel? He literally ran like his life depended on it. Fiore stands totally dumbfounded, watching his retreating silhouette with her jaw dropped. She genuinely can't believe a high-tier male capture target just fled from a basic conversation. Nearby students immediately start whispering among themselves, gossiping in quiet huddles. They murmur Roger ran away because he refuses to taste Fiore's notorious cooking at all costs. The gossipers snicker, claiming if Roger eats her food, his polished body shape will be ruined and their high society engagement canceled. Wow, talk about brutal student rumors. The Academy slander engine never slumbers. Ignoring the petty chatter, Fiore looks down at her shoes and sighs. Since the sun is beating down relentlessly, she decides to brew some leftover honey lemon water and head straight back to her room. She grabs a large glass bottle filled with chilled, refreshing lemon liquid. It's sweet, citrusy, and perfect for beating the oppressive summer heat. Walking down the quiet path, she contemplates her recent choices. She had to close her restaurant to regain Fiore's lost trust and raise favorability. But doing it in her current body state is proving way tougher than expected. Suddenly, she pauses near the main academy building. Resting quietly under the shade of a large oak tree sits a dark-haired student resting against the trunk. It's none other than Leonardo, the infamous impossible-to-conquer male lead of this world. He sits motionless in the shadow, holding his sword beside him. Fiore hesitates, holding her bottle tight. She knows Leonardo's favorability meter is notoriously locked at 0, so ignoring him and walking away seems like the safest bet. But just as she turns to leave, her body abruptly stops. The artificial game mechanic triggers, locking her in place against her will. Looking closer at Leonardo, Fiore notices cold sweat dripping down his pale face. Whisper, something is definitely wrong with him. He slumps against the bark, gasping softly for air. His breathing is dangerously heavy, showing clear signs of severe physical exhaustion. Suddenly, a glowing pink game selection box pops up right before her eyes. Look at that iconic visual. The system forces a mandatory event choice. Forced by the choice box, Fiore kneels down on the grass next to him and stammered out, are you okay? Leonardo weakly turns his head towards her, his dark eyes barely open. Whisper. He mutters her name in a faint, raspy voice. Closing his eyes again, he tries to brush her off, whispering that he's fine and telling her not to worry, but his breathless tone says otherwise. Fiore's eyes widen as she analyzes his red cheeks and trembling frame. He's suffering from severe heat stroke under the blazing sun. She stands over him, holding her icy honey lemon bottle. She has the exact remedy right in her hands. But as she tries to hand him the bottle, she glances at the choice window and pales. "No way," she mutters in absolute shock. The forced system menu only gives her generic dialogue options. There is literally no option available that allows her to make him drink the water. Fiore grips the cold bottle in frustration. The rigid game rules are actively preventing her from saving a dying man. If it comes down to this, she thinks desperately, trying to move her hands outside the prompt parameters to feed him the liquid directly. Suddenly, glowing golden magic chains erupt from thin air, coiling tightly around her arms and body. "Huh? Chains?" she exclaims as the magical binding locks her tight. The system forcefully restricts her movement. If she tries to perform any action outside the provided choice options, the chains instantly freeze her body solid. Panicking inside, Fiore feels the pressure mounting. What should I do, she screams internally as time ticks away. Beside her, Leonardo's breathing grows shallower by the second. Every single second counts before he faints from heat exhaustion. Fiora glares at the pink choice window with pure rage. Honestly, who coded this garbage system? Restricting life-saving aid just for Otome game protocol is ridiculously twisted. Gathering every ounce of her willpower, Fiora screams disappear and headbutts the magical selection box with all her strength. The violent impact reverberates through the air. Leonardo flinches in surprise, opening his eyes at the sudden noise. Confused, Leonardo sits up slightly, murmuring, "What was that sound just now?" Fiora looks on in total disbelief as the system window shatters into millions of glittering fragments. She actually smashed the game's choice restriction with raw force. The golden chains binding her body crack apart into harmless specks of light. She is completely broken free from the system's control. Dropping down beside Leonardo, Fiora shouts joyfully, "I can talk again. You're dehydrated. Drink this right now." Leonardo stares blankly at the large, clear bottle held out to him. "What is this?" he asks cautiously with a weak voice. That's when Fiora remembers a crucial piece of lore. As a child, Leonardo was nearly killed by poisoned food, leaving him with deep trauma. He never accepts food or drinks prepared by anyone else. Panic washes over Fiora's face as she sweat drops. Flustered, embarrassment. Wait. She realizes how suspicious handing a random liquid to a trauma victim looks. Leaning closer, she quickly explains, "I know you're super particular about food, Lord Leonardo. I'll take a drink in front of you first to prove it's safe." She offers him a warm, reassuring smile. "Though you might not like sharing the bottle after I drink from it." Leonardo's intense purple gaze locks onto her eyes, analyzing her sincerity. The atmosphere turns dead silent as he weighs his trust. Without warning, he reaches up and grabs the neck of the bottle. "Give it to me," he commands firmly. He uncaps the bottle and begins chugging the honey lemon water ravenously. Fiora watches with wide eyes, completely stunned that the legendary untrusting male lead is drinking her homemade lemon water without hesitation. Talk about an absolute favorability miracle. Wiping his lips, Leonardo exhales a soft breath, his energy returning. It has lemon in it," he remarks softly, genuinely impressed by the refreshing flavor. Suddenly, Fiora's face turns pale as another forgotten detail crashes into her mind. Oh no, Leonardo absolutely despises sour flavors, she realizes in complete horror. She collapses inward as dramatic dread consumes her frame. Is this it? Did she just ruin her entire standing with a single bottle of lemon water? But as the quiet breeze rustles through the leaves, Leonardo quietly rests against the tree trunk, looking surprisingly calm after finishing the drink. Fiora lets out a soft, relieved breath. "I guess it's okay for now," she thinks, wiping away her sweat. But as soon as Leonardo tries to stand up, he wobbles unsteadily, forcing Fiora to leap forward in panic. "Lord Leonardo, you look so pale," she exclaims in concern. "Did you even eat breakfast today?" He quietly shakes his head, whispering a blunt no. Fiora grips her uniform collar, her mind racing at top speed. What should I do? He's gonna faint right here if I leave him like this. She scans the hallway desperately, realizing she needs to get him to the infirmary somehow. That's when she spots the blue-haired timid boy Roger walking nearby. Spotting her target, Fiora calls out his name at the top of her lungs. Roger stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with pure terror. Fiora rushes up and blocks his path. Roger flinches back against the wall, shrieking out a terrified eek, like he's about to be eaten. "Sorry for scaring you," Fiora stammers quickly, trying to calm the skittish student down. "I really need a huge favor from you." She points over her shoulder at the half-fainted male lead. "Can you please help carry Lord Leonardo to the infirmary?" Roger clutches his red binder tight against his chest, trembling wildly. "Why me?" he stammers out in disbelief. Fiora sighs, explaining the awkward reality. "Even if I tried to carry him myself, he'd completely refuse my help." "Please," Fiora begs, bowing deeply. Roger recoils again with another high-pitched squeak, totally overwhelmed by her intensity. Unable to handle her begging, Roger stammers frantically, I understand." Next thing you know, the skittish blue-haired boy is lugging the massive male lead over his shoulder. Honestly, watching this fragile guy haul around a top-tier swordsman is peak Otome comedy. Watching them head toward the infirmary, Fiora rubs her chin thoughtfully. He was sweating so much, he's gonna feel even sicker on an empty stomach. He really needs to eat something nutritious. A brilliant idea strikes her. If he drank the lemon water, maybe he'll actually eat my food too, she thinks excitedly, tying her red apron back on in the kitchen. She pulls out her fresh stock, a soft loaf of baked bread and a rich block of butter. Drizzling olive oil into a skillet, she plans her recipe out step by step. Season the chicken with salt and pepper, then sear it until perfectly golden brown. The pan crackles happily as garlic and tender chicken breasts sizzle. Then she spreads fresh butter onto sliced bread to assemble the sandwich. Behold, the final creation, a gorgeous, mouth-watering gourmet chicken sandwich box packed with crisp lettuce and golden chicken. Talk about five-star presentation. Fiora admiringly holds the lunchbox. Since this has no weird extra seasonings, it's completely safe and clean for him, she thinks proudly. With the fresh meal packaged up, she sprints down the academy corridors to find Leonardo before he leaves. She catches up to him standing in the sunlit hallway. Gasp, looking refreshed after his rest. "Lord Leonardo," she calls out happily. "Are you feeling any better now?" Leonardo turns his gaze toward her, answering in his usual cool tone. "Yes, I've rested enough." Fiora steps forward, holding out the wooden lunchbox with both hands. "Then please take this. I thought it would be better for you to eat something, even if it's just a small bite." He lifts the lid, revealing the neat row of freshly made chicken sandwiches. "It's a sandwich made with very simple seasoning," she explains gently. "What do you think?" She offers him a warm, non-threatening smile, hoping her genuine intentions break through his defensive trauma wall. But before he can respond, Fiore suddenly snaps the lid shut and pulls the box back. "I'm sorry," she stammers, looking down at her shoes. Leonardo looks at her coldly, stating his unshakable rule: "I don't eat food that I don't trust." Fiore smiles softly to herself. "I knew it," she thinks, completely expecting his cautious reaction. "Yeah, you're totally right," she admits with an awkward grin. "I was definitely being way too presumptuous." But just as she turns to walk away, Leonardo speaks up. "The lemon water you gave me earlier, it was a lifesaver," he admits quietly under the golden light. Fiore stops dead in her tracks, her eyes opening wide with shock. Did the stoic male lead just compliment her? Looking back at her with a soft, sincere gaze, he adds, "I appreciate your quick judgment back there." Fiore's cheeks flush bright pink as she waves her hands frantically. "Oh, no, there's really no need to thank me," she squeaks out. Suddenly, a blue heart floating above Leonardo's head drops down by -10 points. "Huh?" Fiora shrieks internally, staring at the sudden favorability penalty in sheer panic. But wait, the blue heart vanishes, replaced instantly by a glowing pink heart sitting at 0. "My favorability just converted from the friendship route to the romance route?" she screams in her mind. She grips her lunchbox in utter chaos. Whisper, "Nobody ever mentioned a hidden romance route existing in stoic mode?" The entire game system logic is breaking down right in front of her. Seriously, breaking the system script literally unlocked the secret main lead romance track? Talk about an unintended flex. Fiore glares at the hovering pink 0. "I have literally zero clue why saving his life unlocked romance," she mutters internally. Trying to keep her composure out loud, Fiore laughs nervously. Did I really say something so surprising? That was definitely a bit of a shocker." "It's just, I've never really had anyone thank me like that before," she admits softly, her eyes softening. "I was just caught off guard." The golden evening sunlight filters through the arches, casting a gentle romantic glow across the corridor as an unspoken tension settles between them. But then, the echoes of past student gossip float into Fiore's mind. You don't want to eat anything Fiore Lupin makes, unless you want to get fat and get your engagement broken off. Tracing through the original Fiore's painful memories, a dark truth unfolds. After being engaged to Leonardo, Fiore desperately tried to lose weight for him, but saw no results, leading to stress eating and gaining even more weight. That bitter insecurity still lingers inside this body. Fiore gazes into the full-length mirror, her heart aching as the original host's agonizing memories resurface. Her pride as a duke's daughter was utterly shattered by relentless body shaming and cruelty. Submerged in a symbolic sea of painful insecurity, the trauma runs so deep that even now, the weight of those cruel insults suffocates her spirit. Leonardo notices her sudden silence and turns to her with a cold, piercing glance. "What's wrong?" he asks, his sharp eyes searching her expression. "Sorry," Fiore stammers, holding her homemade wooden lunchbox close to her chest. I just remembered how everyone used to criticize not just my personality, but my looks as well. She lowers her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Someone once told me they'd never eat at my restaurant because if they ended up looking like me, their engagement would be broken off. Host commentary time? Seriously? Imagine being so petty that you insult someone's cooking based on their body shape? That's next-level toxicity right there. Leonardo turns around, his intense gaze locking onto her. Do you truly believe I broke off our engagement because of your appearance? He demands sternly. Fiore blinks in confusion, looking up timidly. Well, I know the incident from 2 days ago was the main reason, but I assumed my appearance was part of it too. Leonardo shakes his head bluntly. Taking into account your past actions and the binge-eating fiasco, I simply decided you were unfit to stand beside the future king. Your looks played zero part in my decision. Fiore's eyes widen as he continues with absolute conviction. What matters is not how you look, but the words you speak and the actions you take. Never treat baseless insults about your body as legitimate criticism. He pauses for a brief second, his tone softening just an inch as golden light catches his hair. Besides, looking directly down at her, he delivers the ultimate mic drop line. Stop hurting yourself, Fiore. Fiore stands completely frozen as Leonardo casually walks past her. Did the icy male lead just give her the healthiest reality check in the entire story? She watches his tall frame stride down the sunlit corridor, completely speechless. Oh, so this is what Leonardo is really like, she thinks to herself, her perception of him completely flipping upside down. A tender warmth fills her heart as she clutches the lunchbox. If the real Fiore had heard those words, it would have meant the world to her. Suddenly, a sharp voice snaps her out of her deep thoughts. Hey, a male voice calls out, making Fiore jump half a foot in the air. Yes? She squeaks out. She turns her head in absolute panic, wondering who could possibly be sneaking up on her now. Leaning against a marble pillar is a stunning red-haired boy with bright green eyes. Have you seen Leonardo around? He asks casually. A glowing target menu pops up in front of her eyes. Meet Albert Benedicta, 2-star difficulty capture target, whose friendly personality makes him the ultimate beginner-friendly romance option. Recognizing him instantly, Fiore puts on a polite smile. Lord Leonardo walked that way just a moment ago. Albert rubs the back of his neck with a relaxed sigh. Missed him again. Didn't expect to run into you in a hallway like this, though. Fiore taps her chin thoughtfully, mentally reviewing game strategies. I wonder if Roger and I could build friendship points the same way. Suddenly, Albert leans directly into her personal space and takes a deep, deliberate sniff right next to her neck. Fiore's soul nearly leaves her body as her face turns ghostly white. Huh? Did this guy just sniff me? She screams in complete comic horror. Albert pulls back slightly, eyeing her intently. You're Fiore Lupin, right? He asks calmly. Fiore nods nervously, stammering out a faint, yes, that's right. Rubbing his chin with a suspicious smirk, Albert murmurs, somehow you smell completely different from before. Fiore's eyes go wide with sweat drops popping up everywhere. Huh? Albert squints his eyes, driving the stake deeper. Before, you smelled way worse, didn't you? Did something happen? No, not at all. Same as always, Fiore yells, waving her hands in complete panic. She collapses internally in full chibi meltdown. What? Did his super sniffer nose just detect that my soul was replaced by an Otome game player? Albert hums quietly, tapping his jaw as he analyzes her guilty expression. Shrugging his shoulders, he chuckles carelessly. Well, even if something did happen, it's none of my business. Sorry for asking such a weird question. Fiore lets out a long, trembling breath as Albert turns and wanders off down the corridor. Host commentary time? Seriously, if smelling different is all it takes to trigger possession suspicions in this academy, everybody better start using the exact same body wash every single day. Fiore frantically lifts her sleeve to sniff her own clothes. Can people in this world seriously smell soul transmigrators? But before she can recover, another student calls out from behind. Eek! She shrieks, jumping again. Assuming it's another lost student, Fiore immediately points down the hall. Lord Leonardo went that way. The boy awkwardly scratches his head. No, that's not why I'm here. The male student clears his throat politely. Actually, Professor Charles asked me to find you and bring you over. Fiore blinks in total confusion. Professor Charles wants to see me? The student nods. Yes, he said it's something urgent. He's waiting for you in the infirmary. Another character target intro screen flares to life. Meet Charles Benedicta, a 3-star difficulty romance route target with silver hair, a stylish monocle, and an effortlessly charming aura. Fiore grips her lunchbox tighter as her mind spirals into overdrive. What kind of important matter could he possibly have with me? Whisper, I never expected to get summoned by a romance route character. She trots down the elegant sunlit hallway, her heart pounding with anticipation as she makes her way toward the Academy infirmary. Reaching the double wooden doors, she lifts her hand and knocks softly. She slowly pushes the heavy door open, peeking her head inside cautiously. Excuse me. Stepping inside, she glides across the empty infirmary floor. Is nobody in here? She mutters, scanning the neatly arranged hospital beds and white privacy curtains. That's when her eyes spot a lump lying motionless under the crisp white sheets of a corner bed. Who is sleeping so soundly in the middle of the day? She walks closer to the bed, watching the quiet rise and fall of the blanket. Pulling back the sheet slightly, her mouth drops open. There lies Professor Charles himself, sleeping like an absolute angel surrounded by floating dramatic lily flowers. Fiore's face instantly drops into a deadpan anime glare. Even though you're a teacher? Taking a nap in broad daylight? She screams internally. A hilarious chibi flashback fills her mind. Host commentary time. Look at this lazy silver-haired professor sleeping right through staff meetings while his fellow faculty members do all the actual work. Talk about the ultimate quiet quitting masterclass. Fiore sweat drops heavily, leaning over the bed with an awkward grin. Professor Charles, are you actually awake? Professor Charles slowly opens one piercing green eye, letting out a sleepy vocal sound as he looks up. He murmurs, caught between sleep and waking up. Sitting up gracefully on the infirmary bed, dramatic pink roses magically bloom around him as he smirks. So you're already here, he says casually. Welcome. Suddenly, a hovering pink zero pops up over his head as he stretches lazily. Fiore stares at the display in total shock. Professor Charles's favorability is sitting at literal 0, huh? She mutters to herself. Her chibi face instantly drops into a deadpan glare. Well, considering his capture difficulty rating is ridiculously high, I guess a big fat 0 makes complete sense. Charles rests his chin on his gloved hand, his gaze turning sharp and mischievous. Before we dive into our chat, could you please lock the door? He asks smoothly. Fiore hurriedly turns around and twists the key. Yes, understood, she stammers out, her heart beating fast. Wait, locking the door? Does that mean this secret conversation is way too dangerous for anyone else to hear? Charles leans in close, dropping a massive bombshell with absolute seriousness. To be straightforward, you are currently under a curse. Fiore freezes on the spot as a dark, oppressive aura smothers the entire room. Flashback commentary time. Check out this creepy occult setup with candles and eerie mannequins. Charles casually explains that while his main domain is medicine, he dabbles in forbidden sorcery on the side, though he swears he isn't planning to curse anybody himself. Charles touches his jaw thoughtfully, looking out the window as golden afternoon light streams inside. After hearing Leonardo's account and performing a full physical examination when you collapsed, I became absolutely certain. Fiore's voice trembles violently as sweat drops pour down her forehead. No way, she stammers in complete horror. What on earth do you mean by a curse? Post commentary time. Hold on a second. A secret curse route? There was literally 0 mention of any full moon curse during normal mode gameplay. The story is completely off the rails now. Charles gestures calmly with his gloved hands, keeping his voice composed and soft. As you probably already know, a horrific visual of a blood-stained guillotine fills the screen. Using forbidden sorcery in this kingdom is considered a high crime punishable by death, Charles warns. For someone to take such an extreme risk, your enemy must hold a terrifying grudge against you. Charles squints his vivid green eyes, inspecting her reaction closely. Do you have anyone specific in mind who hates you that much? Fiore sits across from him in full chibi meltdown mode, tears streaming down her face. I have absolutely no idea, she whimpers softly, completely clueless. Charles stares at her bewildered expression, a soft blush spreading across his cheeks as a gentleman's smirk tugs at his lips. Suddenly, a pink heart with the number 1 floats above his head as he bursts into a soft, refined laugh. Ha ha ha. Fiore's face turns deadpan blue. Huh? His favorability actually went up by 1 point just now? She screams internally. Does this guy seriously get turned on by my misery? Charles chuckles softly, leaning back. Perhaps it simply means you finally realize just how intensely people have come to despise you following that disastrous incident. A shattered glass frame displays memories of Leonardo turning his back on her. After starting that brawl, getting indefinitely suspended, and letting rumors spread about your broken engagement, your standing plummeted completely, Charles notes. Fiore slumps her shoulders sadly. I guess considering everything the original host did, it can't be hoped. Charles leans back with a serious look. Normally, an official sorcery case must be reported directly to the Academy higher-ups, but if I report this, you will definitely be expelled on the spot. Fiore's eyes pop out of her head in comic terror. What? Is that an instant game over? She screams in full panic. She violently pushes her chair back, slamming her fists down as white roses burst behind her. I want to return to Seoul, she shouts with fiery resolve. Clutching her hands to her chest with dramatic, teary eyes, she pleads passionately. And I will graduate from this academy. I promise I won't cause any more trouble, so please don't report me. Professor Charles completely freezes in utter shock, his mouth hanging open in complete disbelief at her explosive burst of passion. Recovering his composure, a gentle, romantic smile washes over his face as pink flower petals drift through the air. All right, then, he says softly. I'm personally quite intrigued by this curse, so I shall observe your condition for a while. Fiore's eyes light up with pure, sparkling joy. Thank you so much, Professor, she squeaks out happily. Charles reaches into his desk drawer, pulling out a massive dark blue tome. Also, I am lending you this curse research book. It should definitely come in handy for your situation. Golden twilight settles over the magnificent red towers and grand architecture of the Royal Academy as birds fly across the glowing sky. Inside her cozy dorm room, Fiore sits by the window, flipping through the thick black leather book. She gazes at the glowing text in disbelief. I never imagined something written inside a dark curse manuscript would actually be happening to my own body. A spooky dark purple UI page unfolds. The Curse of Gluttony. On nights of the full moon, the victim is forced to uncontrollably gorge on massive amounts of food against their absolute will. Flashback graphic reveals a horrific hooded figure violently stuffing raw apples and food into their mouth while crying tears of blood. Those afflicted by this curse will suffer a dark reversed pentagram mark appearing directly on their abdomen. Fiore's eyes widen in sheer horror as the pieces start fitting together. Wait a second. Could this mean? A hilarious chibi memory flashes back. Fiore curls into a ball, clutching her tummy in complete humiliation as sweat drops fly everywhere. Her entire face turns beet red as steam shoots out of her ears. Oh my gosh, Professor Charles saw my stomach mark when I collapsed, she screams in total comic agony. Host commentary time. Imagine getting transmigrated into a villainous body only to realize the Academy doctor saw your cursed stomach pentagram while you were passed out. Talk about ultimate embarrassment. She reads further down the page. How to break the curse? Unknown. Items to suppress the curse? Unknown. Fiore's sweat drops heavily. Great. Both are unknown. But at least the curse won't trigger again until the next full moon. Closing the thick tome with a heavy thud, she takes a deep breath. Maybe more hints will unlock as the plot progresses. For now, I need to focus on my main quest, getting Roger to eat my homemade lunch. She rubs her chin thoughtfully, steeling her resolve. Last time I failed to prepare food he actually liked, but next time I'm gonna nail it for sure. Suddenly, a polite knock echoes at her wooden door. Come in, Fiore calls out, wondering who it could be. Is it Sarah? The door swings open, revealing a breathtaking girl with floating pink hair, bright green eyes, and a dazzling smile. Big sister, how have you been? She chirps sweetly. Floating cherry blossoms surround the gorgeous girl as she clasps her hands together affectionately. That's so happy to see that you're doing well, Fiore, big sister. Fiore waves nervously with sweat drops popping on her head. Hello, she stammers, quickly pulling out her game system menu. Noelle. Oh, right. She's the original Fiore's younger half-sister. The system menu displays secondary lore details. Noelle is a pure, sweet, and incredibly adorable girl. Tracing through past memories, the original Fiore actually adored Noelle quite a lot. A heartwarming chibi portrait shows blonde Fiore and pink-haired Noelle smiling happily together inside a floral golden frame. Fiore rests her hands on her knees, analyzing her past memories. Since they lived in completely different mansions growing up, they probably didn't get to see each other very often. Trying to act like a super loving older sister, Fiore suddenly leaps out of her chair and grabs Noelle's hands tightly. "Long time no see, Noelle," she beams with full dramatic enthusiasm. Noelle completely freezes in chibi shock, shrinking back nervously. Big sister? What's wrong with you?" she squeaks out timidly. Fiore instantly slumps into a puddle of dark depression lines. "Oh no! Did I completely mess up the physical boundary between us?" she screams internally. Host commentary time! Fiore tried so hard to play the over-affectionate big sister, but she ended up creeping out her own cute little sibling. Talk about an epic social failure. Laughing off the cringe, Fiore sweats nervously. So, what brings you to my room today, Noelle?" Noelle reaches into her pocket and pulls out a neat red envelope. "Actually, I have something I need to hand over to you," she mentioned softly. Fiore accepts the item with a gentle expression. "You went out of your way to deliver this. Thank you, Noelle." As the envelope passes between their hands, Fiore takes a closer look at the wax seal binding it shut. Past lore memories instantly resurface. The stepmother adored her biological daughter Noelle, while harboring intense hatred for stepchildren Fiore and Edward. Naturally, Fiore's relationship with her stepmother was an absolute nightmare, filled with nonstop arguments whenever they crossed paths. Host commentary time. The classic wicked stepmother trope striking again. Is there any transmigration story where the protagonist actually gets a supportive family dynamic from day one? Opening the letter, Fiore scans the written lines as a sudden wave of sheer shock washes over her pale face. Her chibi form slumps into total gloom. Noelle gasps timidly in surprise. "But big sister, what does the letter say?" Fiore reveals the grim truth with a heavy sigh. "Our stepmother claims she's deeply worried about my condition, so she's visiting during the upcoming break. And if it looks like I haven't returned to school by then, she intends to drag me back home permanently." Noelle clasps her hands together with a glowing smile. "Mother truly cares about your well-being so much." Noelle continues innocently, "Honestly, I don't think you need to push yourself by working at the restaurant." Hearing those words, Fiore's eyes widen in sheer panic. Fiore's internal alarm bells go wild. "That means I have zero time to waste before the break," she screams internally. "I must cook Roger's favorite dish right now." Host commentary time? The absolute panic in Fiore's face right now is top-tier comedy. She went from relaxing in a room to full-on survival mode in 3 seconds flat. Pushing past Noelle, Fiore bolts out the door like a lightning bolt. "Sorry, Noelle, I gotta go prepare for mushroom hunting right now, so let me talk to you later." Left standing alone in the empty room, Noelle blinks in sheer bewilderment before a strangely dark, subtle smirk appears on her lips. Mushroom picking by herself? Whispers swirl in the air. How disgracefully unrefined for a high mobile to go rummaging around in the filthy mountains. Sunlight shines down brightly over the magnificent grand red brick towers of the Royal Academy campus. Outside the Grand Iron Gates, Fiore and her loyal maid Sarah set off on their outdoor expedition with woven baskets in hand. Fiore pauses, tapping her cheek thoughtfully in chibi form. "Wait a sec," giggle. "Did I leave anything behind?" Checking her basket, she counts her supplies carefully. Gloves, basket, foraging guidebook, water bottle. Perfect! Everything is ready to go. She pumps her fist into the air with radiant determination. "All right, let's do this." Host commentary time. Look who's watching from behind with a wooden sword over his shoulder. It's Albert keeping tabs on her every move. Talk about top-tier Academy gossip radar. Passing through the entrance, Fiore greets him with a cheerful wave. "Good morning." Albert tilts his head in utter confusion, staring at her unexpected attire. "What on earth are you doing up this early?" Fiore beams with pure delight. "We're off to hunt for wild mushrooms. Catch you later." Albert freezes on the spot, his sharp green eyes blinking in complete disbelief as he tries to process what he just heard. He stands stunned in the courtyard, watching her back disappear as she flips through her guidebook while walking away. Deep inside the lush, sunlit woods, vibrant yellow wild mushrooms grow alongside damp, mossy rocks and ancient trees. Crouching down near the base of a massive tree trunk, Fiore carefully inspects the wild fungus before harvesting them. Holding up a beautiful golden mushroom in her gloved hand, she smiles brightly. Whew, this collection should be more than enough. Turning towards Sarah, Fiore speaks with soft concern. Sarah, you must be completely exhausted by now. Please feel free to rest whenever you need to. Host commentary time? Look at Sarah's stunned reaction. In the past, the villainess would treat servants terribly, but now she's acting like a wholesome saint. Sarah stares at her mistress in complete shock, endless question marks floating around her chibi head. She's like an entirely different person. Snapping back to reality, Sarah waves her hands frantically. No, I'm not tired at all. Let me help you gather even more mushrooms before we head back. Returning to the academy hallways, Fiore marches proudly with dirt smudges all over her face and clothes, humming a cheery tune. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo down the corridor. Standing in the glowing doorway, surrounded by drifting flower petals, Lord Leonardo appears right before her eyes. Despite having a smudge of mud right across her cheek, Fiore bows politely with a calm smile. Hello, Lord Leonardo. Leonardo abruptly stops in his tracks, staring down at her covered in dirt appearance with a bewildered frown. What is in that basket? The surrounding hallway falls dead silent as Leonardo repeats his stern question. I asked, what do you have inside that basket? He narrows his violet eyes, pressing further with an authoritative glare. Can't you even give me an answer? Host commentary time. Leonardo is looking at her like she just brought a secret weapon into the school dorms. Bro, it's literally just dinner ingredients. Calm down. Gently lifting the white linen cloth covering the basket, Fiore reveals a giant heap of freshly picked wild mushrooms. Leonardo leans in slightly, taking a closer look at that overflowing pile with total disbelief. Endless mushroom graphics pop up across the background. Mushrooms? He thinks in utter astonishment. Fiore smiles sweet and innocent despite her filthy clothes. I wanted to serve a special mushroom dish at the restaurant, so I went out to the nearby mountain to forage for fresh ones. A cute chibi memory flashes in Leonardo's head. He remembers Albert reporting that Fiore Lupin was spotted carrying around a mushroom guidebook. So that's what Albert was talking about. Leonardo sighs, his expression softening slightly. Doing something like this? You're truly not the person I used to know. He suddenly narrows his eyes suspiciously. Wait, did you go pick poisonous mushrooms or something? Fiore's sweat drops instantly. No, these are completely safe edible mushrooms. Crossing his arms in frustration, Leonardo scolds her. Then why in the world are your hands and face covered in dirt just to get ingredients? Fiore looks up at him with a soft, radiant smile, her gaze filled with genuine sincerity. Because I've changed my ways, Lord Leonardo. Fiore places her hands over her chest with total seriousness, flustered, embarrassed, trying her absolute best to persuade Leonardo that she's genuinely reflected on her past behavior and is ready to get back to school. But Leonardo barely gives her the time of day, turning his head away dismissively as he notes that anyone can spew empty words. Seeing his cold reaction, Fiore internally panics. Man, he is so unbelievably suspicious of me. In her adorable chibi form, Fiore sweats nervously as she tries to figure out her next move. She totally gets why Leonardo doesn't trust her after everything the original villainess pulled, but if she wastes time standing here arguing with him, she won't have enough time left to cook. Determined to clear her name instantly, Fiore beams bright and points toward the kitchen. If you don't believe me, come check the kitchen for poisonous mushrooms yourself. Host commentary time. Look at Leonardo actually taking up the offer and carefully inspecting a wild mushroom wrapped in a pristine napkin. He looks like a certified food inspector taking his job way too seriously. In the background, Fiore and Sarah stand together nervously, holding their breath while watching Leonardo's every subtle move. The silence in the kitchen is so heavy, you could cut it with a knife. Unable to handle the overwhelming suspense any longer, Fiore steps forward, her bright green eyes wide with anxiety as she timidly asks how the verdict looks. Leonardo stares at the mushroom in his gloved hand before finally admitting that it isn't poisonous after all. The second those words leave his mouth, Chibi Fiore slumps in pure relief. Thank goodness. Fiore is totally amazed that Leonardo could identify the fungus instantly without even opening a guidebook. In her mind, she pictures him in a cute chibi lab coat with round glasses like a world-renowned mushroom doctor. Talk about an unexpected hidden talent. But just as Fiore begins to celebrate, Leonardo drops a massive bombshell. Holding the item firmly in his hand, he casually announces that even though it isn't toxic, these wild mushrooms are completely unsuitable for eating. He gently places the mushroom back onto the wooden cutting board, sternly advising her that while she could eat them herself, she definitely shouldn't be serving them to customers at the restaurant. Host commentary time! Even after getting criticized for her ingredient choices, Fiore's over here beaming with pure joy because at least nobody got poisoned. Her optimism is honestly unshakable. Turning to leave, Leonardo mentions softly that Albert told him she seemed to have changed recently, but he admits he still finds it impossible to fully believe it. Pausing at the doorway, he casts a stern look over his shoulder, warning her to assume that her every single action is constantly being watched. Talk about heavy surveillance. The moment the door closes behind him, Fiore lets out a huge exhale, completely floored by the intense conversation. Phew, he's finally gone. Shaking off the anxiety, Fiore pumps her fists in the air with radiant determination. Since the whole poisonous mushroom mystery is officially cleared up, it's finally time to get down to business in the kitchen. Fiore spins around to face Sarah with a fiery, competitive look in her eyes. She's ready to transform these simple ingredients into a legendary culinary masterpiece. Sarah's eyes sparkle bright with loyalty as she promises to help out as much as she can. Though a funny secondary caption note reminds us that she's only helping out when she has spare time. The recipe preparation begins. Fiore lays out her fresh ingredients, earthy shimeji mushrooms and crisp round onions. Host commentary time. Look at this aesthetic anime ingredient layout. Fresh garlic, rich cream cheese, milk, and golden pasta strands. I'm getting hungry just looking at this panel. Step 1. Fiore gently tears the fresh shimeji mushroom clusters apart into bite-sized pieces using her bare hands. Next, she thinly slices the shiitake caps and onions, minces the garlic, and tosses them into a sizzling hot pan with melted butter. After sautéing, she pours in creamy milk, rich cream cheese, and seasons it to perfection with salt and pepper. Presenting the final masterwork inside a gorgeous golden frame, a steaming hot plate of delicious mushroom cream pasta. Fiore proudly slides the glistening pasta across the counter towards Sarah, asking her to take the very first bite to test out the flavor. Sarah twirls a forkful of noodles and brings it to her mouth while Fiore stares back with glowing, hopeful expectation. The moment the food touches her tongue, Sarah completely freezes in absolute shock. Her eyes open wide as the exquisite flavors burst across her palate. Fiora clasps her hands together nervously, her heart racing as she anxiously asks, "Is it delicious?" Chibi Sarah chews with tears of pure joy streaming down her red cheeks. "It's insanely delicious. This might literally be the best dish I've ever eaten in my entire life." Secondary caption adds, "Lady Fiore, you're a genius cook." Host commentary time. Look at Fiore getting all smug and humble while Sarah acts like she just tasted food made by the gods. The comedic chemistry between these two is unmatched. Outside, the wooden menu board proudly advertises today's special, mushroom cream pasta. But looking inside, the entire grand dining hall is completely dead silent empty. Fiore stands alone amidst the rows of empty tables, her cheerful spirit completely crushed as dark despair lines fill the screen. No way, nobody came at all? Is the stoic mode in this game really set to ultra hard? Suddenly, the front door gently creaks open and a handsome blue-haired boy stammers out timidly, "Whisper, are you still open?" Character lore drop time. Meet Roger Dominus, the eldest son of Margrave Dominus, a sensitive young man gifted with a deep artistic temperament and surrounding white floral vibes. Lore details reveal that Roger is deeply introverted, but once he opens his heart to someone, he becomes incredibly attached and super possessive. A background visual shows Chibi Fiore sweating profusely as she realizes that if she doesn't pursue him single-mindedly, things could get super chaotic. Fiore snaps back to reality and smiles warmly, asking if he came by to grab a bite. Roger blushes intensely, shyly admitting that he was really curious about today's menu. Fiore greets him with a radiant smile, recognizing him instantly. "You're Roger Dominus, right? Since we're classmates, there's no need to use formal speech with me." Host commentary time. Look at Roger flinching in sheer social anxiety. Bro is sweating bullets just trying to talk to a noble girl. He stammers out nervously that their social ranks are way too far apart. Chibi Roger timidly surrenders under Fiore's overwhelmingly friendly aura, quietly agreeing to drop the formal speech. Fiore pumps her fists with a bright grin. That's much better. Glancing around the desolate hall, Fiore offers a gentle invitation. It doesn't look like we'll be getting any more customers today, so if you'd like, why don't you join me for lunch? Roger's cheeks turn bright crimson as he stammers out in disbelief. Wait, are you really sure? Fiore beams back reassuringly. Of course! Sitting down at the pristine table, Roger takes his fork and politely offers a soft thanks before taking his first bite of the mushroom cream pasta. Chibi Fiore rests her chin on her hand, staring intently at him with giant glowing eyes, waiting on edge for his reaction. Surrounded by shimmering white flowers, Roger chews softly, taking in the rich and comforting flavors of the meal. But suddenly, Roger completely freezes on the spot. His eyes widen as he stares blankly into space, causing Chibi Fiore to scream out in total panic. Huh? Panic mode activated. Fiore's face slumps into total blue gloom as she waves her hands around frantically. Was it bad? Is it not good? Roger buries his face in his hand, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably as a faint laughter escapes his lips. Ha! Foo-foo! Host commentary time! Suddenly, a giant pink heart graphic pops up on screen with the number 7. Roger is literally tearing up from pure happiness while eating. His affection level just hit a major milestone. Fiore clenches her fists in pure triumph, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she realizes her cooking completely unlocked his heart. Surrounded by glowing pink roses, Roger rests his hand against his blushing cheek, moved to tears. This tastes just like the food from my hometown. It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything this wonderful in my life. A bittersweet flashback reveals Roger's past struggles. Coming from the distant rural town of Zhao, his parents sent him to Marcel Academy for a better future. But as an isolated outsider who knew nobody, he spent all his days wandering completely alone among cold, shadowy crowds. But today, Fiore's warm cooking finally brought light back into his world. Roger lowers his head gloomily, explaining how everyone at school kept their distance, leaving him without a single friend even after a whole year because of his rural background. Fiore secretly stares at his refined face, thinking to herself that it's definitely not because he's from the countryside. He's just so ridiculously handsome that everyone is probably too intimidated to talk to him. Resting his arms on the table, Roger quietly confesses how agonizingly lonely it's been wandering the academy completely by himself. Fiore listens attentively, her soft green eyes filled with deep sympathy as she absorbs his heartfelt confession. The camera pans to the glistening plate of pasta as Roger admits that taking a bite of her home-cooked meal actually made him feel so much better. Glowing with gratitude, Roger bows his head timidly, whisper, "Thank you so much, Lady Fiora." Fiore freezes for a moment, her wide eyes reflecting pure surprise at his sudden transformation from a gloomy recluse to a sweet, polite gentleman. Host commentary time. Look at Fiore glowing like a sunbeam. Her heart is practically bursting with pride just from making someone feel a little less lonely through a warm plate of pasta. Chibi Roger stares back at her dazzling bright smile, looking completely stunned by her overwhelming kindness. Blushing softly, Roger murmurs under his breath that the dreadful rumor about her must have been a total lie, leaving Fiore utterly confused. Wait, what rumor? A dramatic flashback card reveals the scandalous gossip surrounding her, claims that Fiore Lupin aggressively looks down on any noble ranked lower than a marquis. Chibi Fiore nibbles on her noodles, sweating buckets as she chuckles awkwardly, flustered. That rumor. Roger scowls with genuine annoyance on her behalf, wondering out loud what kind of monster could spread such a cruel, terrible lie about her. Fiore breaks into a nervous, sweat-drenched smile while a huge invisible arrow points directly to her head. Roger praises the real Lady Fiore for treating a country boy like him so warmly, while she stammers out, Yeah, who could have possibly started that? Chibi Fiore slumps over in guilt, internally screaming because that rumor wasn't actually a lie. It was 100% accurate until she woke up in this villainous body. Host commentary time? Look at this hilarious social hierarchy pyramid visual. The original villainess Fiore was standing at the very top of the Duke tier, looking down on everyone, while poor Roger was shivering all the way at the bottom. No wonder people were terrified of her. Fiora recalls the Otome game UI mechanics in her mind, remembering the smartphone prompt that pops up in normal mode, a simple button saying, "Roger, let's be friends." Holding her fork tightly, Fiora realizes right now in the game story, this is the exact moment where they are supposed to form an official alliance. Leaning forward across the dining table, Fiora calls out to him with a gentle tone. "Hey, Roger." Fiora beams with total sincerity, offering him her hand. "Why don't we become friends?" Roger flinches in absolute disbelief, his jaw dropping as he tries to process her sudden proposal. Fiora tries to reassure him by admitting that she doesn't have any friends at the academy either. But the moment those words hit Roger's ears, he completely loses his mind from social overload, slamming his hands on the table and grabbing his coat, panting, "Please let me think about it." In a total frantic blur, Chibi Roger bolts straight out the front door, yelling his thanks for the meal, leaving Fiora reaching out in utter confusion. Host commentary time. Man, stoic mode really doesn't play around. In normal mode, dropping a line like that would instantly make them best friends. But here in hardcore mode, bro literally ran away like his life depended on it. Suddenly, a glowing system notification screen pops up in the air. "Congratulations, your restaurant's popularity has risen to 0.5 stars. Fiora jumps up in excitement, realizing she also completed her very first official quest reward. The system unlocks a brand new reward screen featuring thick, juicy slabs of raw meat. First task clear reward, you can now stock beef and pork. Right after, the system drops the next major main quest objective across the screen: serve food to the second romance target and raise their affection. Behind the quest board stands the dramatic silhouette of a handsome red-haired guy. Fiora taps her chin thoughtfully. "I see. Now I'm finally starting to grasp how to play and progress through this crazy game world." Host commentary time. Look at that fiery, handsome reveal. The next target on her hit list is none other than Albert, the legendary carnivore who refuses to eat anything unless it's packed with meat. Cut to the restaurant hall during lunch hours. A student sits at one of the tables enjoying a freshly prepared meal. Fiora stands near the back holding a silver serving tray, monitoring the room. Even though the half-star popularity boost brought in a few new customers, there's still no sign of Albert anywhere. Fiora rests her finger against her cheek in deep thought, wondering if pork dishes just aren't enticing enough to catch his attention. The heavy grandfather clock on the wall ticks away as time slips by, causing Fiora to sigh nervously as she watches the empty hours pass. Clutches her silver tray tightly against her chest. A sudden wave of anxiety hits her as she realizes that finding Albert isn't even her biggest problem right now. The mood instantly drops into pure dread as dark aura and crackling purple lightning surround the frame. Fiora internally panics because that nasty tyrannical stepmother of mine is coming. A chilling close-up reveals the lower half of a cold, stoic woman's face, her lips set in a harsh, unforgiving line. Sitting regally in a gilded armchair with a lace veil covering her face, the terrifying stepmother fans herself gracefully while dropping verbal venom. Not only did you disgrace yourself by giving in to your gluttonous appetite, you even got dumped by Prince Leonardo. And yet, she tilts her head slightly, her voice dripping with sharp contempt. Do you honestly still intend to stay in this academy? Lowering her lace fan, her icy blue eyes pierce right through Fiora. There is a strict limit to how much embarrassment one can bring upon our noble family name, Fiora. Fiora sits silently across from her, her head bowed in quiet submission as she swallows her pride. Right. Host commentary time. Look at the massive intimidation gap in this room. Stepmother Louise is lounging like an absolute final boss in an RPG, while Fiora is forced to sit upright like a student getting lectured by the principal. Lore drop panel. Meet Louise Lupin, the former mistress who clawed her way into becoming the second wife after giving birth to fraternal twins, Edouard and Noelle. She obsessed over wealth, rank, and luxury, making it her personal mission to hate Fiora, the daughter of the original late Duchess. Louise snaps her fan shut with a sharp crack, asking haughtily about the ridiculous condition the headmaster gave Fiora to avoid total expulsion. Waving her hand dismissively, Louise sneers at her, stating that someone as spoiled and useless as Fiora could never successfully rebuild a failing restaurant on her own. Stepmother Louise demands that Fiora immediately withdraw from Marcel Academy and return home to lock herself away, adding bitterly that if Fiora dares corrupt or influence her precious child Noelle, she will make her pay. Fiore keeps her composure, her eyes steady as she quietly listens to the barrage of insults without exploding. Louise glares down at her with cold, merciless eyes, waiting for Fiore to break down and surrender. A sudden melancholic flashback surfaces in Fiore's mind, remembering her past life as Nyoko. Back in her previous life, she was forced to drop out of high school prematurely just to work full-time to support her struggling family, which is why graduating from school in this world means everything to her. Stepmother Louise starts to sigh in annoyance, preparing to repeat her demands, but Fiore suddenly cuts her off by sliding a thick stack of neatly organized documents across the coffee table. Please, take a look at this data first. Louise pauses, picking up the official paperwork with a confused frown. What on earth is this? Fiore looks up with absolute confidence, her green eyes sparkling with determination as she explains that it's a complete financial summary proving that customer traffic and restaurant revenue have been steadily rising every single day. Fiore looks up with an unwavering gaze, challenging her tyrannical stepmother with a bright, confident smile. Don't you think it's a bit too soon to declare defeat? Stepmother Louise flinches, her gloved fingers trembling as she grips her luxurious silk skirt in hidden fury. Hiding her annoyance behind her folding fan, Louise releases an irritated exhalation. Fine, have it your way. Since the Duke instructed me to let you play around, I shall grant you a temporary grace period. Host commentary time? Look at Louise trying so hard to keep her villainous composure after getting shut down by pure business metrics. Louise stands up abruptly, pointing her fan towards Fiore while declaring in an authoritative tone that real, tangible results must be presented by the end of semester banquet. Turning towards the exit, Louise delivers her final ultimatum: either produce overwhelming profits or face immediate expulsion from Marcel Academy, secretly muttering to herself that failure is guaranteed. The double door slams shut with a loud, reverberating thud, leaving the room dead silent. Fiore lets out a long sigh of relief, a bead of cold sweat dripping down her cheek as the intense pressure finally dissipates. Post commentary time. Whew! She barely survived that boss encounter. Facing down a terrifying noble stepmother using cold financial statements is peak intelligence. Holding a shimmering gold necklace with a crimson ruby pendant, Fiore cocks her head thoughtfully, wondering what kind of hidden magical item it could be and how to activate its hidden powers. Walking back into her cozy restaurant kitchen, Fiore rolls up her sleeves, acknowledging that rebuilding this establishment requires clearing multiple system quests. Determined to satisfy her next target, Fiore seasons a fresh, thick cut of beef with garlic, salt, and pepper, sears the crust in a hot skillet, and places it into the stone oven to roast slowly. While letting the cooked meat rest on the counter, she deglazes the pan juices with red wine to simmer a rich, inhale aromatic gravy sauce. Arraying delicate slices of juicy pink beef onto a white plate, Fiore drizzles gravy on top. Done. Host commentary time. Look at that high-definition roast beef illustration. The artist went all out, making those meat juices glisten on the plate. Fiore beams with total optimism, confident that this mouth-watering masterpiece will easily entice the meat-obsessed target into her dining room. Early afternoon arrives, and a chalkboard menu standing outside the restaurant entrance prominently features the freshly prepared roast beef special. The entrance door swings open as Albert Benedict casually strolls inside, scratching his messy red hair, calling out lazily while Chibi Fiore gasps in excitement, "He's finally here!" Albert winks with a confident smirk, holding up one finger as he places his order. "I was just craving a massive dish of meat. Give me one roast beef, please." Fiore's face lights up with sheer delight as she clutches her serving tray. "Coming right up, Lord Albert." Setting the elegant dish down at his table, Fiore proudly introduces her creation while Albert's eyes widen with mouth-watering anticipation. Albert takes his first bite, chewing thoughtfully in complete silence. Albert lowers his fork, tilting his head with a puzzled frown while Chibi Fiore sweats nervously. Huh? Suddenly, a glowing blue system prompt appears above his head as a heart symbol drops with a huge penalty, -3 affection points. Host commentary time. Hold up! A -3 drop on the first bite? Hardcore stoic mode really is ruthless. One minor flaw and your affection points literally evaporate into thin air. Albert continues eating another piece without saying a word, causing the blue heartbreak system icon to flash once more with another penalty. Chibi Fiore bursts into dramatic tears, clutching her head in total panic. No way! All my hard work sent me right back to square one! Sweating bullets, Fiore nervously creeps over to his table holding her empty silver tray. "W- Lord Albert?" Fiore asks timidly if the roast beef wasn't to his liking, but Albert casually shrugs it off. "No, it wasn't bad at all." Resting his chin on his palm, Albert stares blankly at his plate, muttering thoughtfully, "It just feels like something essential is missing."
Host commentary time? It feels like something is missing? Are you kidding me? That is literally the absolute worst feedback any chef could ever receive from a customer.
Fiore turns completely pale from his vague evaluation, internally screaming in despair because he didn't give her a single concrete hint on how to improve it. Later that evening, Fiore stands alone at the kitchen sink, scrubbing dirty dishes in soapy water, reflecting deeply on her failed attempt. Slumping her shoulders under a heavy cloud of depression, she sighs over her reduced star rating and decreased favorability stats. Wiping a plate dry with a cloth towel, she lets out a heavy breath, feeling completely stuck. Thought bubbles outline her frustration. Since Albert is a known meat fanatic, she assumed a classic roast beef would work just like her pasta did with Roger, but clearly his palate requires something specific. Recalling her knowledge of the Otome game lore, Fiore visualizes the handsome red-haired target from behind, reviewing his background details. Flashback profile card. Meet Albert Benedict, the rowdy, mischievous third son of the powerful Duke Benedict house. Before entering Marcel Academy, Albert was sent away to a strict military boarding school, completely focused on intense swordsmanship and physical combat training. Because he grew up sparring and socializing with commoners and warriors of all social standings, his personality completely lacks typical noble pretentiousness. Reviewing his character bio preferences in her mind, Albert loves hearty meat dishes and rice while absolutely despising green vegetables and anything bitter. Host commentary time? Look at those hilarious food icons floating in her thoughts. Meat on a bone gets top-tier love, while poor carrots and peppers get thrown straight into the trash. Flashback comparison. In standard normal mode, Chibi Albert would celebrate over literally any plate of meat served to him. But in hardcore stoic mode, his taste expectations are unbelievably demanding. Fiore strokes her cheek thoughtfully, realizing that cooking blindly without knowing his exact taste recipe will only result in repeating today's failure. A friendly maid calls out from across the room asking to lend a hand, triggering a sudden metaphorical light bulb over Fiore's head. That's it! Grabbing the startled maid's hands with glowing eyes, Fiore realizes that interviewing the personal estate servants who prepare Albert's daily meals is the key to unlocking his exact secret recipe. Cut to later that afternoon, Fiore walks sluggishly down the academy corridor, clutching her notepad, her head drooping in complete defeat. It didn't work. And a panel flashes back showing Fiore wandering up to Albert's head maid, who looks totally unimpressed with life and has red eyes. Closing her eyes firmly, the head maid bows with unyielding professional etiquette. Regarding Lord Albert's personal dining habits, we are strictly forbidden from disclosing any information. Leaning against the closed wooden door with a heavy sigh, Fiore buries her face in her hands, admitting that barging in to interrogate private household staff was bound to raise security alarms. Looking down at her lap with a heavy heart, Fiore reflects on her sloppy mistake, reprimanding herself for carelessly approaching the Duke's estate staff without thinking through the security risks. Chibi Fiore shakes her little fists in frustration, grinding her teeth as she mentally kicks herself for ruining what could have been her best shortcut to cracking Albert's secret palate. A sudden glint of warm sunshine catches her eye from across the hallway, causing Fiore to blink in surprise as bright rays light up the corridor window. Host commentary time. Look at that gorgeous lighting effect. The artist always knows how to make simple hallway windows feel straight out of an ethereal romance scene. Gazing outside, Fiore wonders what could be happening in the courtyard. Sweeping through the air with rhythmic precision, red-haired Albert swings his wooden sword back and forth during an intense solo practice session in the courtyard. Drops of glistening sweat trickle down Albert's focused face as he breathes heavily, completely absorbed in honing his physical swordsmanship without a care for nobility. Fiore watches his muscular movements from the window in absolute awe when a sudden lightning bolt of inspiration strikes her mind. Wait, that's it! Host commentary time? Look at Chibi Fiore peeking through the glass window like a sneaky spy. She went from total despair to full-on detective mode in 0.5 seconds. A deep, composed voice suddenly breaks her concentration from behind. So, you're planning to switch over to Albert? Fiore gasps loudly, spinning around instantly as her heart leaps into her throat at the unexpected sound of that familiar voice. Standing elegantly against a backdrop of blooming white roses, Crown Prince Leonardo gazes down at her with calm, piercing eyes.
Leonardo closes his eyes and lets out a subtle exhale, maintaining his unreadable stoic expression. Host commentary time. Wait, look at Chibi Fiore's totally clueless face. Question marks are literally floating all around her head as she tries to process what on earth switching over even means. The mood around Leonardo darkens instantly as a heavy pressure fills the air, his eyes narrowing cold as ice. I heard you were trying to figure out Albert's favorite food. Crossing his arms with an icy glare, Leonardo delivers a stern warning, telling her to save those flirtatious efforts until after she is no longer his official fiancé. Chibi Fiore stands completely frozen in place, floating in an abstract void of space as his words echo through her head. After I'm no longer his fiancé? Fiore's eyes burst open in total shock as she screams internally, realizing the horrifying truth. Their official political engagement hasn't actually been called off yet. Host commentary time. Hold on, she spent all this time operating under the assumption that they were already completely single? That is peak transmigration memory lag right there. Leonardo raises an eyebrow, staring at her flustered face with genuine confusion as he asks if she really had no idea. Fidgeting nervously with her thumbs, Fiore stammers out that she honestly assumed their relationship had been completely severed months ago. Leonardo calmly explains that revoking a formal contract between the royal family and a high duchy requires extensive bureaucratic procedures, meaning an official annulment takes considerable time. Resting his hand thoughtfully under his chin, Leonardo adds that it will take at least several more weeks before the decree is signed and publicly announced. Chibi Fiore wipes a sweat drop from her forehead, letting out an awkward giggle as she tries to play off her massive administrative misunderstanding. Suddenly recalling Leonardo's earlier accusation about switching over to Albert, Fiore's face turns beet red as she snaps back into reality. Clenching her fists against her chest, Fiore waves her hands frantically, loudly proclaiming that she has absolutely zero romantic interest in switching targets to Lord Albert. Floating thought panels reveal that untouched plate of roast beef next to a disappointed Albert, as Fiore explains that her previous dish failed to satisfy his strict standards. Host commentary time? Look at her glowing eyes filled with pure culinary pride. She isn't trying to seduce anyone. She just wants to conquer his taste buds like a true professional chef. Leonardo tilts his head slightly, his strict demeanor melting into subtle surprise as he mutters, "Ah, so that's all it was?" Chibi Fiore pouts aggressively at him, puffing her cheeks while shouting that she doesn't feel guilty in the slightest for doing research on her restaurant's customers. Waving her tiny arms in the air, Chibi Fiore double downs with absolute zero remorse, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Not at all!" Leonardo remains completely speechless, staring down at her feisty outburst in stunned silence. Suddenly, a bright pink system prompt sparkles above his head as a heart icon pops up with a reward. 1 affection point. Host commentary time? Look at Leonardo smiling softly while flowers literally bloom in the background. She shouted right in his face and somehow scored an affection point. Hardcore mode logic is wild. Fiore blinks softly, her cheeks flushing warm as she murmurs in wonder, "I didn't know you could smile like that, Lord Leonardo." Flustered by her compliment, Leonardo quickly turns his head away, clearing his throat awkwardly, while denying that he was smiling at all. Smiling brightly with pure radiance, Fiore insists with a sweet giggle that it was truly a wonderful and handsome smile. Trying desperately to maintain his cool prince facade, Leonardo places his hand on his chest, muttering that flattery won't work on him. System prompt alert. Chibi Fiore's jaw drops to the floor as green energy sparkles across the room. Whoa, his affection keeps rising? A gigantic pink system heart explodes above Chibi Leonardo's head, granting a massive bonus of 3 affection points. Host commentary time. Look at him trying to act all stoic while his affection score is literally skyrocketing off the charts. He is the definition of a tsundere prince. Leonardo turns away with a heavy blush creeping up his neck, his heart hammering rapidly against his chest. Before Leonardo can formulate a proper response, the classroom door creaks open as Albert casually walks inside carrying his wooden sword, expressing utter shock at seeing them looking so intimately close. Chibi Leonardo quickly stammers that they were merely discussing basic matters, but Chibi Albert smirks mischievously, pointing out that their friendly banter only started happening recently. Albert wipes the sweat off his neck with a fluffy white towel, chuckling casually as he admits he was so surprised by their sudden closeness that he cut his training session short. Host commentary time. Listen carefully to Albert's physical analysis. He points out that unlike typical nobles who sit around all day, his intense athletic routine requires huge amounts of protein, fats, and heavy carbohydrates. Chibi Fiore taps her chin thoughtfully, processing Albert's athletic diet requirements as a massive light bulb turns on inside her head. Fiore's green eyes sparkle with sudden enlightenment as all the missing puzzle pieces of his secret dish instantly fall into place. Marching straight up to Albert with absolute determination, Fiore shouts his name at full volume, causing the relaxed swordsman to recoil in utter shock. Fiore clasps her hands together earnestly, pleading with eyes full of passion. "Could you please come to Villian again tomorrow?" Host commentary time. Poor Fiore. She pours her entire heart out inviting him, and Albert just scratches his head saying the restaurant's meat was mediocre anyway, while her roast beef panel literally shatters into pieces. What a brutal cliffhanger. Fiore's aura explodes with determination as she yells with all her might, pleading with Albert to give her restaurant one more shot tomorrow so she can serve him a proper feast of meat. Albert smirks smoothly, wiping sweat from his neck with a towel as he gives in, chuckling, admitting he will gladly swing by if she's that desperate to feed him. Cut to the kitchen, Fiore lays out a massive, juicy bone-in raw steak on her cutting board alongside potatoes, butter, and fresh rosemary, determined to cook the ultimate dish that hits every single requirement. Host commentary time! Look at her going full chef mode. She starts by seasoning the raw steak thoroughly with salt and black pepper to lock in those rich, savory flavors. Dropping the massive cut into a piping hot pan with butter and olive oil, she sears the outside quickly on high heat to form a mouth-watering golden crust. Next, she tosses in garlic cloves and fresh rosemary sprigs for extra aroma, turning down the heat so the inside cooks slowly while chopping up fresh potatoes and frying them to crisp perfection. Finishing it off with a delicate sprinkle of sea salt, every single step of this recipe is executed with sheer professional precision. Host commentary time? Behold the glorious completed masterpiece. The tomahawk steak with crispy fried potatoes is officially prepped and ready to serve. The artist made this meat look so ridiculously shiny, it's practically making my own mouth water. A grand decorative system display card presents the finished meal in all its golden glory, tomahawk steak with crispy potatoes. Fiore wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead, letting out a proud exhale, confident that this high-protein, calorie-packed feast is exactly what Albert's athletic body demands. Stepping into the private dining room, Fiore serves the steaming boar right in front of Albert, cheerfully letting him know he can eat it with his hands like a true warrior. Albert gulps down his saliva, staring down at the sizzling meat with intense focus, reminding himself that presentation means nothing if the taste doesn't deliver. Host commentary time? Look at this epic Western standoff visualization. Chibi Albert and Chibi Fiore are staring each other down like two high-stakes rivals waiting for the final verdict. Without any hesitation, Albert grabs the meat bone-in and takes a massive, aggressive bite right into the tender steak. Fiore stands completely still, her heart hammering against her ribs as she anxiously waits for his immediate reaction. Albert's eyes light up with pure delight as he chews, shouting at the top of his lungs that it's ridiculously delicious, while Chibi Fiore practically melts with happiness. Post commentary time, look at Fiore's glowing face. That instant transition from total nerve-wracking anxiety to pure relief is so relatable for anyone who cooks. Letting out a massive exhale, Fiore clasps her hands together, mentally thanking the heavens that her culinary instincts were spot on. Munching on a crispy fried potato wedge, Albert grins warmly, admitting this rich meal was precisely what his exhausted body was craving, complimenting her skills. Chibi Fiore waves her wooden tray bashfully, giggling awkwardly as she tries to hide her blush while thanking him for the sweet compliment. Thinking back on how well things are going, Fiore realizes her restaurant's popularity has officially bounced back, making her wonder what new features the system will unlock next. A shimmering system prop pops up, announcing that clearing the second task unlocks a brand new maritime seafood supply route directly from the port town of Lienne. Host commentary time. Hold up! Look at target number 3! A handsome silver-haired noble with glowing green eyes just dropped. The reverse harem lineup in this game is expanding fast. Fiore's face pales in complete shock as she analyzes the map, realizing that traveling to the port town of Lienne takes a full day by carriage, meaning she would have to shut down the restaurant temporarily since her assistant Sarah can't cook. Grabbing her head in sheer panic, Fiore groans in distress, realizing that closing down even for a few days could destroy all the customer momentum they worked so hard to build. Wiping his lips with a napkin, Albert lets out a satisfied breath after polishing off the entire plate, completely unaware of her sudden panic attack. Noticing her deadpan, shadowy face, Chibi Albert tilts his head with concern, asking what on earth is troubling her mind so deeply. Host commentary time! Look at Chibi Albert's curious little face. He just finished a 5-star meal and now he wants to solve her life problems like a loyal knight. Sitting across from each other, Fiore sighs quietly and explains the entire logistical dilemma of needing to hire staff and travel to the port town for fresh supply lines. Stretching his arms high above his head with a wide yawn, Albert casually responds as if her crisis is the easiest problem in the world. Chibi Fiore blinks in total disbelief, completely dumbfounded by his ultra-relaxed attitude towards her business emergency. Flashing a dazzling, confident smirk with flowers blooming in the background, Albert suggests that all she needs to do is hire some extra academy staff to keep things running smoothly. Cut to the exterior of Marcel Academy on a bright, sunny afternoon sky. A flashback panel reveals Albert personally stepping up to discuss the situation directly with the Academy's strict headmaster. Host commentary time! Wow, talk about political influence. With just one quick recommendation from Duke Albert, the headmaster instantly approved hiring new staff for Fiore's restaurant. Having high-status connections really is a cheat code. Back in the kitchen, Fiore gathers 3 eager former estate servants to teach them culinary basics from scratch, demonstrating proper knife skills by slicing fresh onions. Showing them a detailed close-up, Fiore gently explains that cutting across the onion fibers reduces harsh bitterness and enhances natural sweetness. The new recruits gasp in realization, completely mesmerized by her depth of culinary knowledge. Host commentary time! Look at the tiny Chibi staff members furiously scribbling down notes in their little notebooks. They are taking this cooking class more seriously than final exams. Watching their dedication, Fiore smiles softly with the subtle look of nostalgia in her eyes, remembering her own early days of learning how to cook. Clenching her hands with warm encouragement, Fiore promises to teach them patiently step by step until they become full-fledged professional cooks. Raising her voice brightly, she tells them never to hesitate to ask questions, prompting all 3 recruits to salute with fiery enthusiasm. Whipping around in admiration, the new staff members whisper among themselves, touched by how incredibly kind and humble Lady Fiore is compared to typical snobbish nobles. As night falls over the academy, soft moonlight shines through the window while Fiore hums a cheerful tune, washing dirty dishes at the sink. Rushing into the kitchen flustered, the staff members hurry over, begging to take over the dishwashing duty so she doesn't overwork herself. Smiling warmly, Fiore gently declines, reminding them that they both have early morning prep work tomorrow and should go home to rest. Host commentary time? Look at those adorable Chibi staff faces feeling so guilty. She treats her employees like family, which is why everyone ends up falling in love with her. Fiore nods softly with a sweet smile, reassuring them that she truly doesn't mind finishing up the remaining chores by herself. Gratefully accepting her kindness, the 3 servants bow deeply in respect before taking their leave for the night. Waving them goodbye with a bright expression, Fiore turns back to the sudsy sink, happily cleaning up the kitchen with a fulfilled heart. Fiore smiles fondly as she reflects on how Roger and Albert visiting her restaurant multiple times boosted their affection levels while elevating Villian's official star rating. Outside, the night sky looms heavy as dark clouds drift slowly across the glowing moon. Realizing the full moon is almost here, Fiore's eyes widen in sheer horror as she suddenly remembers the terrifying curse of gluttony she completely forgot about. Host commentary time. Look at how she woke up, bound to her own bed frame like a captive villain. Talk about extreme precautions against sleep eating. As morning light breaks, Sarah cheerfully greets her from the bedside. Opening her emerald eyes wide, Fiore tries to process her surroundings, wondering if her wild restraint plan actually worked through the night. Sarah, holding the leftover ropes, asks if she had a nightmare, while Fiore rubs her sore, chafed wrists. Relieved that she somehow survived the dangerous full moon night without devouring the entire pantry. Looking down awkwardly, Fiore mentally apologizes to poor Sarah for putting her through such a weird, bizarre ordeal. Host commentary time. Look at this ridiculous flashback. Poor Sarah was sitting there flabbergasted, wondering why on earth her master was begging to be tied down to a mattress like a werewolf. Sarah was sweating nervously as Fiore frantically ordered her not to ask any questions and just tie the knots as tightly as possible. Cheapy Sarah was genuinely convinced her master had lost her mind from severe overwork, but thanks to that extreme sacrifice, Fiore successfully conquered the deadly curse. Reaching out to turn the doorknob, Fiore winces sharply as a stinging pain flares up from the raw rope burns on her wrists. Host commentary time. Giggle. Look at Chibi Fiore clutching her sore hands. She looks like an adorable little puppy that got into trouble. Arriving at the infirmary, Fiore opens the door softly and calls out, checking if Professor Charles is present inside. Looking around the empty office, she slumps her shoulders in disappointment, realizing the lazy professor is nowhere to be found once again. Walking deeper into the quiet room, she carefully checks behind the medical screens to see if he's slacking off in secret. Host commentary time. Unbelievable. He's literally curled up in an infirmary bed fast asleep. This man treats his job like a paid nap time session. Yawning lazily as he sits up, Charles rubs his sleepy eyes, casually greeting Fiore as if it's completely normal to sleep during work hours. Wave off motioning with a smirk, Chibi Charles apologizes, claiming he gets drowsy whenever he's bored, leaving Fiore completely speechless by his utter lack of professionalism. Tilting his head with a carefree smile, Charles curiously asks what brought her all the way to his office today. Host commentary time. Look at how timidly she holds out her hands. She looks so hesitant to explain her self-inflicted rope burns. Gently taking her wrist in his gloved hand, Charles closely inspects the deep red marks, immediately figuring out they were caused by tight rope bindings. Host commentary time. Oh man, look at his smug smirk, teasing her about having a secret kinky binding hobby. He is an absolute menace level 100. Fiore's face instantly turns beet red as she yells out in pure panic, frantically explaining it was only an extreme measure to suppress her gluttony curse. Chuckling softly behind his gloved hand, Giggle, Charles apologizes with a sly grin, admitting he was just messing with her reactions. Host commentary time. What in the romance game logic is this? She yells at him, and his favorability instantly shoots up by 3 points. He definitely likes feisty reactions. While Charles carefully wraps a clean medical bandage around her raw wrists, Fiore sweats nervously, convinced this silver-haired professor is a total weirdo. Charles offers a practical solution, suggesting she install a specialized lock on her room next month that can only be unlocked from the outside. Chibi Fiore taps her chin thoughtfully, agreeing that using a secure one-way lock would be 10 times safer than tying herself with ropes again. Host commentary time. Look at her seamlessly pivoting back to business. She never misses a single chance to recruit potential high-tier customers for her restaurant. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, Charles declines with a sleepy sigh, stating he prioritizes his precious afternoon naps over grabbing lunch. Chibi Fiore visibly deflates in defeat, sitting sulkily on her chair as Charles quietly observes her adorable, disappointed expression. Looking at her deflated face, Charles lets out a soft laugh, finding her transparent eagerness utterly charming. Later that afternoon, soft golden sunlight streams through the academy hallway as Fiore walks along carrying a stack of heavy textbooks. Host commentary time. Look at that fiery determination in her eyes. She is not letting this sleepy professor escape her culinary trap so easily. Remembering the newly unlocked maritime supply route from Liane, she realizes she needs to introduce fresh, irresistible seafood dishes to tempt him. Stopping in her tracks, Fiore overhears excited chatter through a slightly open doorway, mentioning Sir Leonardo's name. Host commentary time. Drama alert. It's Noelle, the main heroine of the original game, talking super intimately with Sir Leonardo. Twirling her fingers nervously with a deep blush on her cheeks, Noelle looks completely captivated while trying to confess her feelings. Watching them together, Fiore admits they look like a picture-perfect couple, but a strange, uncomfortable tightness fills her chest until her heavy books slip right out of her hands. The heavy textbooks smash onto the wooden floor with a loud crash, prompting Leonardo to whip around instantly with a sharp glare. Host commentary time. Caught red-handed. Fiore is trembling like a leaf behind the door while Leonardo stares at her in complete shock. Bursting into flustered tears, Fiore stammers out a panic-stricken apology, promising to scram immediately so she doesn't ruin their private moment. Without a second thought, Leonardo steps right past Noelle, leaving the pink-haired girl utterly stunned as she calls out to him in confusion. Host commentary time. Brutal rejection. He literally ditched the original heroine mid-conversation just to run after Fiore. The female lead route is officially broken. Fiore's brain completely short-circuits as she stares up at him in utter disbelief. Leonardo's offering his hand with gentle eyes, inviting her to walk with him, surrounding the moment in a shower of soft rose petals. Grabbing her hand, Leonardo pulls her along down the hallway while Chibi Fiore panics internally, wondering on earth how she ended up in this classic romance heroine situation. Walking with quick, decisive strides, Leonardo leads her to a quiet, secluded corridor before coming to an abrupt halt. Heart pounding against her ribs, Fiore nervously breaks the heavy silence, asking why he pulled her away so urgently. Host commentary time. What? He turns away blushing, admitting he just used her as an excuse to escape Noelle's awkward confession. Fiore's jaw literally drops in utter disbelief. What a hilarious twist! Leonardo sighs softly, apologizing for dragging Fiore into his mess. He explains that Noelle asked him to be her partner for the upcoming dinner party, but even after he politely refused, she simply wouldn't back down. Fiore smiles awkwardly, finally putting the pieces together. In her mind, she connects the dots. If Noelle went out of her way to ask Leonardo to the ball, that means the original heroine really has genuine feelings for him. Glancing down at the papers in her hand, Leonardo curiously asks what kind of document she's holding. Fiore explains that it's an official overnight stay application she prepared to submit to the principal. Host commentary time. Gasp! Look at her adorable proud posture. She is literally planning a whole sourcing expedition just to catch a lazy silver-haired professor's appetite. Leonardo's eyes narrow slightly as he repeats Professor Charles's name. A subtle tension fills his voice while questioning how close Fiore has gotten with the academy doctor. Fiore freezes up instantly, flustered, embarrassed, sweating nervously as she realizes how suspicious her casual explanation must have sounded to him. Frantically waving her hands around, Fiore clarifies that Professor Charles has helped her out in so many ways, so she simply wants to cook something special to thank him properly. Leonardo stares down at her with an intense, unreadable expression, asking if she intends to travel all the way to the port city alone with Charles. Quickly, Fiore clarifies that she plans on going entirely by herself. Sparkles illuminate the corridor as Leonardo softly announces that he will be accompanying her on the journey instead. Fiore's emerald eyes widen in complete shock, gasping out why on earth Sir Leonardo would take time away from his busy royal duties just to travel with her. Host commentary time. Look at him turning around with that classic overprotective tsundere excuse. You need a supervisor. Sure, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. Hesitating timidly, Fiore stammers that she couldn't possibly bother him with such a personal errand. Leonardo glances back, asking with a sharp gaze if she has a problem with him coming along. Panicking internally, Fiore immediately backs down and agrees, leaving Leonardo satisfied as he declares the matter officially settled. Sunlight glimmers through the trees as their horse-drawn carriage clatters along the cobblestone road leading toward the coastal town. Inside the quiet carriage, Fiore's sweat drops nervously, desperately racking her brain for any good conversation topic to break the heavy, uncomfortable silence between them. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head as she remembers the beautifully embroidered handkerchief he used earlier. Leaning forward with a friendly smile, Fiore asks Leonardo who embroidered the delicate flowers on the handkerchief he had pulled out before. Reaching into his coat pocket, Leonardo pulls out the neatly folded lily-patterned cloth, checking if she's referring to that specific piece. Beaming brightly, Fiore gushes over how lovely and insanely detailed the intricate floral needlework looks on the fabric. Host commentary time. Look at his quiet, intense gaze. He's just watching her react with total sincerity. The tension in this carriage is off the charts. Holding up the folded cloth, Leonardo gazes at the delicate stitching with a soft, thoughtful look in his eyes. Leonardo calmly reveals that he stitched the flower patterns himself a long time ago, leaving Chibi Fiore completely dumbfounded by the unexpected revelation. Closing his eyes peacefully, Leonardo explains that his grandmother taught him embroidery when he was just a child. Hearing this, Fiore's eyes sparkle with immense admiration. Host commentary time. A high-ranking, formidable knight prince who does high-level floral embroidery in his spare time? That is peak Gap-Mo material right there. Chibi Fiore clutches the handkerchief with pure joy, marveling at how incredibly skilled he is at such detailed craftwork. Leonardo lets out a soft laugh behind his hand, giggle, visibly pleased and deeply touched by her adorable, genuine praise. Flattered by her compliment, a massive pink favorability heart pops above Leonardo's head as his affection meter jumps up to level 5. Host commentary time. Look at that massive heart. She didn't even try to charm him. She just complimented his sewing and his favorability maxed out. Arriving at the vibrant port city, golden sunlight bathes the busy coastal market as Fiore happily walks through, carrying her wooden shopping basket. Stopping at the open-air market stalls, Fiore's eyes sparkle as she inspects rows of fresh, glistening fish and shellfish fresh off the boats. Spotting Leonardo in the distance, surrounded by adoring townspeople, Fiore decides to let him handle his fan club while she sneaks off to buy ingredients alone. Approaching a local seafood stand, Fiore leans down enthusiastically to check out the fresh daily catch. Before she can utter a single sentence, the elderly fishmonger glares at her with pure disgust, aggressively refusing to sell her anything while addressing her as Fiore Lupin. Fiore freezes in absolute horror as the old vendor fumes, furiously accusing her of publicly bad-mouthing his fish the last time she visited his stall. The angry merchant reminds her that she haughtily promised to never purchase anything from his shop again. Snickers. Fiore tries to explain that she's turned over a new leaf, but he just flatly kicks her out. Post commentary time. Oh man, the past villainess karma strikes again. She's out here trying to buy dinner, but the previous owner's awful reputation is blocking her progress. Trudging away dejectedly, Fiore sulks, realizing the stubborn vendor is far too angry to listen to any of her sincere apologies right now. As she walks down a quiet alleyway, two shady men lurk around the corner, smirking as they instantly recognize her as Lady Fiore. Turning around in confusion, Fiore watches as the sleazy guy puts on a dramatic pity act, mockingly commenting on how sad it is that the prince abandoned her all alone. The two sketchy men step closer, grinning slyly as they suggestively invite the high society lady to come play at their shop instead. Panic flares up inside Fiore as she steps back nervously, internally screaming for someone to save her from these persistent creeps. Host commentary time. Look at these two absolute lowlifes. They really picked the absolute worst target on the worst possible day. Someone is about to get wrecked. Sweat dripping down her forehead, Fiore panics as she tries to figure out what kind of shady host club venue they're actually dragging her toward. Grabbing her forcibly by the shoulder, the creepy guys insist on dragging her along, boasting that they can start having fun immediately. Pushing back in total desperation, Fiore raises her hands, shouting out for them to stop touching her this instant. The villainous thug grins creepily, telling her to relax because a little bit of secret side fun won't count as cheating on a royal fiancé. Tears welled up in Fiore's eyes, whimper, realizing her desperate pleas are falling on completely deaf ears as they push her against the wall. Host commentary time. Here comes the dramatic aura shift. You already know the main male lead is about to pull up in 4K with lethal intent. Suddenly, a suffocating, murderous pressure chills the air as a menacing shadow looms over the dark alleyway. The thugs freeze in absolute terror as Prince Leonardo steps forward with a cold, bloodthirsty glare, ordering them to get lost before he slaughters them. The two creepy thugs freeze in complete terror, shaking violently as Prince Leonardo's lethal aura suppresses them, tremulous whisper whimpering out a terrified response before they faint on the spot. With their legs giving out, the thugs sprint away into the crowd while the gossiping townspeople whisper among themselves. Leonardo running a hand through his hair with a deep sigh, muttering that he'll definitely have to order a full official safety inspection of this entire market district later. Fiore steps forward timidly, her cheeks flushed as she bows her head in quiet gratitude, thanking Sir Leonardo for intervening and protecting her from those aggressive men. Host commentary time? Look at her sweet, angelic smile. She's out here praising him for being so kind and helping someone he supposedly dislikes. She has no idea she's actually holding the top spot in his heart right now. Leonardo tilts his head in subtle surprise, about to clarify that he doesn't actually dislike her at all. But before he can finish his sentence, rapid footsteps sound on the cobblestones as a frantic boy rushes toward them, startling both of them. Gasping heavily for air, the young messenger boy bends over, completely out of breath. Leonardo lowers his gaze, asking calmly if the boy is lost or needs emergency assistance. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he desperately shakes his head no, crying out that there's an urgent situation nearby that he desperately needs Sir Leonardo to see in person right now. Host commentary time. Classic RPG side quest trigger right here. The main prince gets pulled into a local village problem, leaving our main heroine to wander off on her culinary quest. Recognizing that the prince was specifically summoned for official duties, Fior politely curtsies and excuses herself, deciding to utilize this time to explore the remaining harbor stalls for her seafood sourcing. Gulls soar across the pristine blue sky as golden sunlight reflects off the sparkling ocean waters near the bustling docks. Walking along the stone seawall, Fiore sulks in dejection. Realizing that her past villainous reputation is blocking her from making a single fair transaction. Gasp! Just as she prepares to give up, something unusual caught in a fishing vessel's net catches her eye. Her emerald eyes instantly sparkle with excitement as she recognizes bright red lobsters trapped in the net. Rushing toward the boat, she eagerly asks the dock worker if they sell them, but the fisherman dismissively replies that they don't bother selling lobsters because they aren't worth any money. Fiore gasps in sheer disbelief, while a younger fisherman peeks over the boat railing, looking genuinely perplexed by her dramatic reaction. Host commentary time. Look at this tragic culinary misunderstanding. They tried cooking a massive giant lobster without proper seasoning, thought it tasted bland, and wrote off the entire species. Modern cooking knowledge is about to change this kingdom's economy forever. Beaming with total confidence, Fiore happily informs the fisherman that smaller lobsters are actually far more tender and flavor-packed than giant ones. The fishermen glance at each other in total confusion, whispering that while they've never heard of such a strange claim, it might actually be legitimate coming from an educated duke's daughter. Clapping her hands together with sparkling enthusiasm, Fiore warmly offers to prepare a delicious sample on the spot, politely asking if they would lend her their restaurant kitchen for a few minutes. Inside the spacious tavern kitchen, the curious fishermen gather around the wooden work table, watching closely as Fiore lays out 2 fresh lobsters on the cutting board. Host commentary time. Whoa, look at her confident posture wearing that apron. She's about to drop a full 5-star Michelin garlic butter recipe on these unsuspecting locals. Smiling to herself, Fiore fondly recalls her previous life working a promotional lobster festival at her part-time restaurant job, confident that recreating that hit recipe will blow their minds. Getting straight to work, she carefully lowers the lobsters into a pot of rapidly boiling water over a blazing stone hearth. Once cooked to a brilliant crimson color, she sets them aside on the counter to cool down properly before preparing the main glaze. Whisking melted butter, minced garlic, and freshly chopped parsley together in a ceramic bowl, Fiora deftly uses a sharp chef's knife to split the cool lobster tail straight down the center. Host commentary time. Gasp, look at that rich garlic butter glaze being layered on top. I am literally getting hungry just narrating this panel. Sizzling intensely over hot glowing coals, the seasoned lobster tails release an intoxicating savory aroma that fills the entire kitchen area. Transferring them into the stone oven, she bakes them until the garlic butter topping turns into a perfectly golden, bubbling crust. Presenting the finished dish with grand flair, the masterpiece garlic butter lobster bake shines brightly on a decorative porcelain plate. The young fisherman's mouth waters instantly, his eyes sparkling as he drools over the amazing heavenly scent wafting from the plate, while Fiore encourages them to dig in while it's piping hot. Despite the incredible aroma, the 3 men nervously stare at the dish, hesitating to take the very first bite of an unfamiliar seafood monster. Host commentary time. Look at them frantically arguing in chibi form. You try it first. No way, why me? They're acting like she served them a plate of biohazards. Fiore's sweat drops as she realizes they're all far too intimidated to start. Suddenly, a smooth, refined voice gracefully chimes in from behind, asking if he might have the honor of taking the very first bite. Surrounded by a shower of majestic purple roses and sparkling light, Professor Charles strikes a dramatic, handsome pose, leaving Fiore completely stunned by his sudden appearance. Character profile reveal time. Meet Charles Benedict, the free-spirited, eccentric second son of the prestigious Benedict ducal house. A quick peek into his backstory reveals that since childhood, Charles was always fascinated by rare and strange phenomena. Despite his father's intense pressure for him to become a high knight, Charles chose a relaxed life as an academy professor instead. Fiore's sweat drops nervously, wondering why on earth the academy doctor managed to track her all the way to a random harbor kitchen in the port city. Winking cheerfully with a bright smile, Charles casually explains that he decided to take a spontaneous weekend vacation, teasing that he was deeply surprised to run into her here as well. Host commentary time. Look at her carrying that plate like a proud chef. She worked so hard on this recipe, and now she's got a high-class noble acting as her official food critic. Fiore sets up a lovely table spread with a checkered tablecloth, fresh bread rolls, and sparkling water glasses, placing the centerpiece lobster dish right before Professor Charles. Fiore's heart beats anxiously as she watches closely. Charles gracefully picks up a delicate piece of lobster meat with his silver fork, taking his first bite without a second thought. Chewing slowly, Charles pauses mid-sentence as the rich, complex flavors burst across his palate, leaving him completely speechless for a brief second. The anxious fishermen peek over the counter with nervous expressions, eagerly shouting out to ask how the controversial seafood actually tastes. Host commentary time. Ha! Boom! Look at that massive pink heart popping up. His favorability heart jumps up by a massive 15 points. Food really is the ultimate romance cheat code in this world. Given a big enthusiastic thumbs up with sparkles in his eyes, Charles gushes over the incredible combination of rich garlic butter and juicy lobster, stunned that he's never tasted such a delicacy before. Fiore pumps her fists in absolute triumph, beaming with pride as her modern recipe officially scores an overwhelming victory. Stunned by the glowing review, the head fisherman admits that her theory about small lobsters was completely correct. Fiore turns around happily, inviting all the local cooks and townspeople to try samples. The young workers devour their portions with pure delight, while the veteran head chef takes a thoughtful bite, marveling at the flavor and declaring that they should immediately add lobster to their official menu. System alert time! Expecting a massive quest completion bonus screen, Fiore looks up eagerly, only to be met with a stark notification declaring, "Clear reward, none." Host commentary time? Oh, come on! She literally revolutionized the coastal seafood industry, and the system gave her 0 rewards? That is top-tier game design robbery right there. Deciding not to let the stingy system ruin her mood, Fiore returns to the dining table where Professor Charles is relaxing, politely excusing herself as she prepared to join him for lunch. Charles turns toward her with a gentle, enchanting smile, softly inviting her to sit down and enjoy the meal together as the bright afternoon sun shines down on the harbor. Fiore rests back in absolute food bliss, her cheeks flush bright pink as she pats her stomach after polishing off her entire lobster portion. Mentally reviewing her culinary triumph, she notes that while lobster requires absolute freshness to taste delicious, making it impossible to serve back at the academy, eating it fresh right here at the harbor was worth every single second. Sitting across the checkered table spread, she rests her chin in her hands with an adorable, contented smile, completely unaware of how charming she looks to her guest. Seriously? Look at her completely lost in a post-meal food coma while sitting right across from a high-class noble professor. Her food priorities are 100 top-tier priorities. Charles shifts the atmosphere to a far more serious topic, asking if she's made any progress investigating her ongoing magic curse. Fiore's cheerful expression instantly vanishes as she lowers her gaze sigh, admitting solemnly that she hasn't discovered a single clue on how to break or even suppress the curse's lingering effects. Noticing her lingering anxiety, Charles quickly offers a gentle apology, admitting that he shouldn't have brought up such a heavy topic during a casual meal. Staring down at the table, Fiore secretly frets that if all her efforts so far have yielded 0 results, her entire strategy might be completely flawed from the start. Wait, look at her carrying all that silent burden while trying to maintain a normal school life. This girl really needs a full vacation after all this stress. She contemplates how much easier her journey would be if she could at least identify the key magical item. But Charles swiftly breaks her gloomy haze by asking how she managed to become so close with Prince Leonardo so quickly. Fiore blinks in total confusion, tilt-head style, questioning out loud if she and the prince actually look close to an outsider. She is not buying into this at all. Charles smirks playfully, holding a gloved hand near his lips as he teasingly asks if this whole harbor trip was actually actually a secret romantic reconciliation journey between them. Panic explodes across Fiore's face as she flails her hands, frantically insisting that Leonardo only tagged along in an official capacity to supervise her. Seriously? Look at her frantically arguing with a chibi villain aura while denying romantic rumors. Her panic reactions are pure comedy gold. Muttering under her breath, she admits to herself that, given how little time they actually spend side by side, calling it a supervision trip feels like a huge stretch anyway. Charles leans forward with an enchanting aura, softly pointing out that Leonardo has never traveled with anyone before, suggesting the prince might actually want to trust her deep down. Fiore blushes softly at the thought, whispering to herself that she sincerely wishes that were true. Suddenly, loud whispers cut through the dining area as people nearby start sniffing the intoxicating garlic butter aroma wafting off her lobster dish. Hold on! Look at that ominous dark cloud invading the panel. Someone's jealous radar just triggered from 10 miles away. Glancing over his shoulder, Charles dryly remarks, "Speak of the devil," as a suffocating dark aura begins flooding the entire room. Leonardo enters with a terrifyingly dark scowl, his glowing purple eyes fixated on them as he demands to know what on earth they were doing together while he was gone. But shaking off his sudden wave of possessive irritation, he snaps back to reality, stating that this is definitely not the time for jealousy. Spotting his unusually grim expression, Fiore clutches her hands nervously, asking what went wrong as Leonardo steps toward the tavern exit. Turning on his heel, Leonardo strictly instructs them to follow him outside, noting that the situation is far too confidential to discuss in public. Leading them through the bustling harbor docks, Leonardo stops right outside a modest wooden home, knocking firmly on the door. Fiore tilts her head in utter confusion, whispering, wondering where on earth the princes brought them. Leonardo turns back, explaining that this is the home of Jack, the frantic boy who pulled him away earlier, and that the boy's ill father is inside the bedroom. The door swings open with a sharp creak as little Jack desperately cries out to Sir Leonardo, asking if he managed to bring a doctor. Seriously? Look at the dramatic genre shift. One minute we're cooking gourmet seafood, and the next minute we're dropped right into a medieval medical emergency. Stepping into the dim room, they find a middle-aged sailor lying in bed, pale, feverish, and covered in dark red skin rashes. Acting swiftly, Professor Charles kneels beside the bed, inspecting the man's wrist and noting clear signs of subcutaneous bleeding under the skin. The sickly father weakly opens his eyes, asking who they are, to which Charles casually reassures him that he's a fully licensed physician. Charles asks if anyone else has shown identical symptoms, and the father groans that while his case is the worst, his fellow shipmates are beginning to break out in the exact same rash. Hold on! Gasp! Check out Fiore's brain doing high-speed modern medical calculations. Scurvy lore is about to drop, connecting the dots. Subcutaneous bleeding combined with long seafaring voyages. Fiore's eyes light up with sudden realization. Fiore gasps out loud, shouting that it's scurvy brought on by a severe vitamin C deficiency. She frantically asks if they have lemons, prompting Leonardo to sigh that lemons aren't magic, until Charles surprisingly agrees with her. Charles taps his chin thoughtfully, clarifying that while the local term for the condition is voyage sickness, medical scholars have begun connecting it to diet. Fiore sweat drops in relief, marveling at how advanced fantasy world terminology can be for a simple real-world disease. Charles elaborates that while voyage sickness is only recently being studied by royal academies, ancient records suggest citrus fruits can indeed treat it. Bright images of juicy lemons flash in her mind, as Charles notes that historical logs frequently highlight citrus as an effective cure. He concludes that given the complete lack of alternative treatments, giving lemons a shot is definitely worth the risk. The bedridden sailor sighs in relief as Charles nods approvingly at Fiore's modern medical insight. Seriously? Look at Charles giving her that smooth, analytical look. He's definitely starting to suspect she's way more than just a regular noble girl. Charles gives Fiore an admiring glance, asking how on earth a duke's daughter managed to know such specific medical lore. Sweat dropping nervously, Fiore stammers that she simply stumbled across it while studying basic nutrition, quickly changing the subject by dashing off to borrow the kitchen. Rolling up her sleeves, Fiore gets straight to work at the sink, thoroughly scrubbing fresh lemons under running water. Lined up on the counter, a clay pot of pure honey and a wooden bowl piled high with ripe lemons sit ready for her recipe. Mandatory host commentary time. Look at these gorgeous visual renders of honey and lemon slices. The art team really went all out to make this remedy look delicious. Explaining the process, she carefully slices the lemons into thin rounds, layering them inside a sterilized glass jar before drizzling golden honey over them. She pours hot water into the honey jar while simultaneously tossing chopped lemon wedges and sugar into a pot, simmering them over low heat until they transform into a translucent jam. Peeking into the kitchen with a warm grin, Charles asks if the dish is ready, and Fiore clarifies that while the honey lemons need a full day to steep, the warm lemon jam can be eaten as soon as it cools. Returning to the main room, Charles finds Leonardo lost in deep thought and casually asks what's running through his mind. Hold on. Look at Leonardo's cold, calculating prince mode kicking in. He's about to flex that royal infinite bank account. Leonardo fixes them with a dead serious glare, coldly revealing that he was calculating the exact treasury cost required to buy up every single citrus fruit in the surrounding market district. Fiore's jaw drops as Leonardo calmly declares his plan to mass distribute citrus fruits across the entire port town to treat and prevent future outbreaks. Fiore hesitantly asks if it wouldn't be smarter to only give them to the afflicted sailors, but Leonardo dismisses the idea, stating that individual screening would waste critical time. Standing tall with unwavering royal resolve, Leonardo emphasizes that swift action is the only way to safeguard the kingdom's naval trade. Seriously? Look at Charles giving him a full 5-star review as a future king. The bromance respect in this room is unmatched. Charles smiles warmly, nodding in genuine admiration as he praises Leonardo for acting like a true heir to his legendary father, the wise king. Fiore gazes at Leonardo in silent awe, remembering that the king earned his grand title through his unmatched decisiveness during national crises. Little Jack peeks his head through the doorway, and Fiore turns around with a bright smile, handing him the freshly cooled jar of lemon jam to feed his father. Holding the jar tightly in his tiny hands, little Jack looks up at Fiore with wide, anxious eyes, softly asking if this sweet remedy will truly help his father recover. Soft cherry blossom petals drift across the panel as Fiore gently reassures the boy that as long as his father eats it consistently, he will surely get better soon. Kneeling down to meet his eye level, Fiore comforts the anxious child, filling the room with a warm and reassuring aura. Seriously? Look at her giving out free medical consultations like a full-time town doctor. Her wholesome energy is totally off the charts. She pats her chest with a bright smile, adding that if his father doesn't show progress, he must contact her right away. Reaching into her apron pocket, she slips a small folded note into his hand, promising that she will personally find a way to assist no matter what. Tears of pure relief well up in Jack's eyes as he clutches the jam jar tightly to his chest, whispering a tearful thank you. With a cheerful spring in his step, Jack scurries back to his father's room, while Fiore watches him fondly, hoping deep down for a speedy recovery. But standing quietly near the doorway, Prince Leonardo observes every move with a dark, unreadable glare shadowed across his brow. Hold on! Look at the floating favorability meter popping up above his head. It just jumped straight up to 20. Completely unaware of the prince's inner shift, Fiore stretches her arms with a soft sigh. Thinking it's time to head back and tidy up the kitchen area. Suddenly, the glowing pink heart sparkles brightly as the favorability score confirms a steady increase, leaving Chibi Fiore scratching her head in total bewilderment since she barely did anything. Staring blankly at her system screen, flustered, Fiore's eyes widen in utter shock as she realizes how unpredictable this favorability system really is. Wait, look at Chibi Fiore weeping tears like water hoses. The comedic visual art style in this scene is absolute gold. Dashing back to Professor Charles, she sob cries in Chibi panic that she finally figured out what item can suppress her magical curse. But right before Charles can answer, whoosh, a suffocating dark aura floods the room as Leonardo looms behind them with an icy scowl, demanding to know what curse they were hiding. Both Fiore and Charles turn completely pale, sweating buckets in utter terror as the room temperature drops below freezing. Fixing them with an intimidating purple-eyed gaze, Leonardo sternly demands a full explanation of what is actually going on behind his back. The terrifying demonic aura radiating off the prince completely overwhelms the panel, proving that his royal wrath is definitely not something to mess with. Seriously? Look at Fiore flinching like a caught toddler. You can't just wave away a dark curse secret with, "It was a figure of speech." Stuttering nervously, Fiore tries to brush it off as a harmless exaggeration, but Leonardo coldly cuts her off, telling her not to dodge the question. Scratching his neck with an awkward smirk, Charles casually advises Fiore to just spill the beans already, prompting her to slump into a gloom corner, mumbling that they should head back to the inn first. Scene shifting to the cozy inn as the golden sunset glows outside. The three of them sit around a wooden tea table for a serious confrontation. Gesturing across the table while Charles points encouragingly, Fiore begins explaining her full situation, while Leonardo listens intently with crossed arms and a serious expression. Resting his chin on his hand, Leonardo connects the dots, asking solemnly if her uncontrollable gluttony was actually caused by the magical curse all along. Lowering her head in embarrassment, Fiore timidly nods, confirming that her endless hunger was indeed an unavoidable side effect. Hold on! Look at Leonardo looking so disappointed. He really thought she was genuinely changing, only to feel lied to again. Rubbing his forehead in disappointment, Leonardo sighs that seeing her care for commoners made him think she had changed, but hiding such a major secret means he still can't fully trust her. System screen alerts sound off as the Blue Heart favorability score drops down to 18, leaving Leonardo staring quietly into space. Fiore looks completely heartbroken, fretting inside her head that just when she gained his approval, her secrecy ruined everything, though Charles smoothly sips his tea, telling her not to take it too hard. Glancing over his teacup, Charles gently explains on her behalf that revealing a curse could have gotten her expelled from the academy, so she couldn't risk telling anyone, forcing Leonardo to close his eyes in quiet understanding. Turning his eyes back to her, Leonardo softens his stance, declaring that he won't blame her further for keeping quiet, but the real issue now is tracking down whoever placed the curse on her. Check out this dark sorcerer visual concept panel. The artist really knows how to build mystery with these hooded shadow figures. Leonardo notes that the dark mage who cast it must be operating under someone else's order, asking if she has any leads on who commissioned it. Sweating nervously in chibi form, Fiore hesitantly admits that they haven't found a single clue regarding the culprit's identity. Leonardo takes a slow sip of tea, his sharp purple eyes reflecting intense strategic thought as he processes the situation. Leaning forward with sudden intensity, Leonardo snaps that uncovering the culprit should be their absolute highest priority, causing Fiore to shrink back nervously, admitting she was too overwhelmed handling her daily life. With chibi tears rolling down her cheeks, Fiore apologizes profusely, leading Leonardo to sigh deeply and admit that it can't be helped given the circumstances. Standing firm with royal authority, Leonardo emphasizes that if an illegal sorcerer is operating inside the kingdom, this is no longer just her personal dilemma, but a major national crime. Dark, bloody feathers float in the background as Leonardo underscores that allowing a rogue cursecaster to roam free poses a massive threat to the entire realm. Seriously? Look at Fiore having a full existential crisis in her chair. She thought she was playing a simple Otome game, but she accidentally stumbled into a political thriller plot. Sitting quietly, Fiore reflects on how she was only focused on completing game tasks without considering the broader world logic. Clenching her dress fabric tightly, her knuckles turn white as she realizes her naive mindset about this reality. Dramatic text fills the frame as Fiore acknowledges her past mistake of ignoring the kingdom's strict laws and danger levels. Bursting up from her seat, Fiore declares that she will make finding the culprit her top goal from now on, but Leonardo instantly raises his hand, coldly shutting her down and stating he will handle the investigation himself. Fiore wilts into a gloomy shade, trying to protest that it's her problem, but Leonardo firmly responds that leaving it to him is far wiser. Taking another graceful sip of tea, the prince reminds her that this is way beyond what a young noble lady can handle alone, and Fiore silently agrees inside her head. Look at Chibi Fiore's brain finally working. Realizing your royal fiancé has a full KGB spy network at his disposal is definitely a high IQ moment. She realizes that as a royal prince, his intelligence network far exceeds anything she could ever access. Leonardo looks at her with a calm, protective gaze, assuring her that he will investigate the dark magic threat discreetly so she remains completely safe from harm. Surrounded by a glowing, handsome prince aura, he smoothly tells her that she can rest easy and leave all the dangerous detective work in his capable hands. Chibi Fiore sparkles with overwhelming gratitude, clasping her hands together as she squeals out a heartfelt thank you, while Leonardo casually enjoys his tea like a boss. Breaking the heavy mood, Professor Charles chimingly reminds them about the magic gem he mentioned earlier, the aurorite that naturally suppresses curse potency. Flanked by sparkling jewels, Charles explains that the local harbor jeweler should have the gem in stock, recommending she visit the shop first thing tomorrow morning since it's already late tonight. Scene shifting to nighttime inside Fiore's private inn-room, she changes into her pink nightgown and face plants onto the soft mattress with an exhausted pew. Hugging her fluffy pillow close to her face, she exhales deeply, reflecting on how utterly chaotic and packed today was. Hold on, look at her kicking her feet happily like a cozy little pink dumpling. Ending a wild day with a bed flop is 100 relatable. Kicking her legs happily under the blanket, she smiles to herself, thinking that despite the minor favorability drop, earning Leonardo's genuine protection means she's slowly becoming someone he truly trusts. Recalling Leonardo's sharp glare from before compared to his soft expression now, Fiore can't help but marvel at how drastically his attitude toward her has evolved. Cozying up in her nightcap, she beams happily, thinking about how he's been offering her much gentler, sweeter smiles lately. Picturing his charming chibi face in her mind, she floats in a cloud of warm satisfaction. Suddenly, she snaps out of it, shaking her head vigorously as she yells inside her mind over why on earth she's daydreaming about him. Seriously? Look at her having a total meltdown over a simple prince smile. Her tsundere instincts are working overtime. Sweating nervously in chubby form, she rationalizes that she was merely relieved to earn praise from such a notoriously difficult male lead. Glancing out at the twinkling night sky, she reminds herself that tomorrow is a big day and she needs to catch some sleep right now. The next morning dawns bright and beautiful, with seagulls gliding over the sparkling blue ocean as Chibi Fiore chirps out a joyful morning greeting. Stretching her arms high above her head with a yawn, she catches the salty ocean scent blowing stronger than usual, only to spot a massive wooden cart packed to the brim with fresh seafood. Her eyes instantly light up like emerald gemstones, her cheeks flushing pink as her inner foodie goes into complete overdrive. Approaching the cart, she gazes in awe at the glistening fish and lobsters, wondering who could have possibly delivered such a luxury haul to the inn. Heavy leather boots step forward as a deep voice announces that he made the delivery, causing Fiore to gasp out in utter shock. Tipping his brown cap, the old fisherman offers the entire cartload directly to her. Chibi Fiore's jaw drops as she recognizes him as the grumpy local fisherman. Hold on. Look at Mr. Grumpy suddenly acting like a generous Santa Claus. The character transformation is wild. Flashback visual pop-ups remind her of how bitterly he used to glare at her, leaving her totally flabbergasted by this sudden turn of events. Waving her hands in frantic confusion, she stammers if it's really all right to accept all this, wondering why he's acting so generous out of nowhere. Softening his stern brow, the old man reveals that his son's failing health dramatically improved thanks to the magically lemon jam she crafted. Flashbacks of the bedridden man and young Jack clutching the jam jar flicker in her mind as the full truth suddenly dawns on her. Connecting the family tree dots on her internal chart, Chibi Fiore shouts in realization that the sick man was his son and little Jack is his grandson. Taking off his cap with sincere respect, the fisherman admits he was dead wrong to judge her, confessing how deeply moved he was that a noble lady would cook for a common sailor. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, Fiore beams with radiant gratitude as he grants her unlimited seafood orders from his catch. The heavy wooden door swings open as Prince Leonardo steps outside, casually checking on what all the early morning noise is about. Turning around with the glowing floral background, Fiore happily calls out his name, ready to share the fantastic news. Offering a serene, handsome smile, Leonardo remarks that it's wonderful to hear, before casually asking if she managed to buy the aurorite gem since their carriage leaves soon. Fiore's face instantly turns pale white in chibi horror, flustered, realizing she completely forgot about the gem. Seriously? She got so distracted by fresh fish that she forgot her own curse-suppressing super gem? Classic Fiore move right there. Dashing off at top speed, she frantically yells over her shoulder for him to wait just a little while she sprints to the shop. Watching her skirt flutter in the ocean breeze, Leonardo chuckles softly, gasping, his purple eyes brimming with genuine affection as leaves drift past. Scene shifting to nighttime as the bright full moon shines over the quiet inn estate. Inspecting the glowing crimson aurorite gem in her palm, Fiore sighs with relief that she secured it before leaving town, admiring its beauty and thinking it would make a gorgeous necklace. Suddenly, a bright pink system screen pops up with a festive congratulations, taking Chibi Fiore totally by surprise. Gazing in wonder, she marvels at how the magic system automatically crafted a golden chain setting for the gem. But before she can put it on, the heavy necklace slips right through her fingers and crashes onto the floor with a terrifying clatter, sending her screaming in chibi panic. Crying tears of sheer panic, she inspects the scratched gem before glancing nervously toward the plate of madeleines on her bedside table. Whew! Breathing a heavy sigh, she prays the gem works and resolves to ask Sarah to lock her door from the outside just to prevent midnight sleepwalking binges. Morning light streams into the bedroom as Fiore stretches comfortably, feeling like she had a wonderfully peaceful sleep. But as she approaches the table, her eyes widen in shock upon seeing only 2 lonely madeleines left on the plate. Chibi Fiore remembers unconsciously nibbling on them in her sleep. Sweat dropping in chibi form, she realizes the gem doesn't eliminate the curse entirely, but merely dampens the ravenous hunger, which is still a massive improvement over devouring everything in sight. Shaken off, I'm just a language model and can't help with that. The heavy kitchen door opens smoothly as Fiore steps inside, eager to start a morning routine. Her jaw drops as she beholds multiple wooden crates overflowing with fresh fish, oysters, and lobsters resting on ice across the kitchen counter. Placing her hand on her heart with a gentle smile, she feels immensely relieved that she no longer has to worry about unexpected food shortages. Pumping her fists in pure culinary enthusiasm, she looks at the massive array of fresh seafood and decides it's time to whip up a massive batch of authentic seafood paella. Laying out fresh fish, plump shrimp, mussels, clams, peppers, and garlic, she begins carefully prepping and slicing all the raw ingredients. Drizzling rich olive oil into a wide pan, she sautés fragrant garlic, onions, and sweet tomatoes, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma. Adding the fresh shellfish and a pinch of salt into the pan, she brings the rich seafood broth to a roaring boil. Carefully removing the cooked seafood, she sprinkles in the rice grains, simmering them on low before arranging the prawns back on top with a fresh lemon slice. Check out this finished dish card visual. The artist made this seafood paella look so mouth-watering, my stomach is literally growling through the screen. Smiling to herself, Fiore reflects on how rare rice dishes are in this world, only for Professor Charles to creep up right behind her shoulder and remark on the dish. Flinching back in shock, Fiore yells at him not to sneak up behind people, while Charles laughs casually that he followed the delicious smell and brought a guest along. Poking his head through the doorway with a nervous greeting, Albert steps inside, leaving Fiore beaming with delight that both brothers came to join. Steaming hot and glistening under the kitchen light, the colorful seafood paella is served front and center on the dining table. Savoring a generous spoonful of the fragrant paella, Charles closes his eyes in blissful satisfaction as the amazing savory flavor explodes on his palate. Charles leans in close, inspecting the colorful meal with sharp, discerning eyes as he prepares to take his very first bite. Watching his every move with wide, shimmering emerald eyes, Fiore holds her breath and anxiously asks how the meal tastes. A serene, delighted smile breaks across Charles's face as he gently closed his eyes, confessing that while it's his very first time trying paella, he absolutely loves every single bite. Turning to Albert with an eager, beaming grin, Fiore asks if he's enjoying it as well. And even though the fiery redhead tries to play it cool, he admits that for a seafood dish, it's pretty darn delicious. Talk about an instant reward. Right on cue, glowing pink affection meters pop up over both brothers' heads, with Albert hitting 21 and Charles surging up to 25. Look at her beaming like she just hit the romantic jackpot. A giant system notification flashes across her view, confirming that both male leads just gained serious affection points through the power of good food. Happily munching away on her own bowl of flavorful paella, Fiore floats on a cloud of absolute bliss, savoring the rich, heavenly seafood broth. But as the initial wave of excitement settles, her smile fades slightly, and she steals a thoughtful, sideways glance toward the two brothers. Remembering the original game lore, she reflects on how Charles and Albert were introduced as brothers, yet they hardly ever interacted or shared meals together in the official storylines. Curiously tilting her head, Fiore directly asks the duo if they usually get together to share meals like this. Charles nonchalantly gestures with his gloved hand, admitting that moments like this are super rare because Albert constantly ignores him whenever he tries to invite him over. Hearing himself get called out on the spot, Albert averts his gaze, pouting in awkward, silent annoyance. Check out Charles playing the annoying older brother role to total perfection. He teasingly sighs that they used to be close until Albert entered his rebellious teenage phase, prompting Chibi Albert to instantly yell back in embarrassment. Pushing his luck even further, Charles smirks and asks Fiore if she wants to hear embarrassing stories from when Albert was little, causing Chibi Albert to explode in a full-blown frantic scream, begging him to shut his mouth. As the chaos settles down, Charles glances over at the deep red aurorite gem resting nearby and politely asks Fiore if her curse situation was handled properly. Clasping her hands together with a relieved smile, Fiore warmly confirms that thanks to his brilliant advice, the curse's hunger pangs have been kept safely under control. Poor Albert's chibi head practically spins in total confusion as he looks back and forth between them, completely lost on what secret topic they're talking about. Look at him, throwing a full-on adorable toddler meltdown. Pounding his tiny fists against the table, Chibi Albert shouts that they need to stop talking about mysterious stuff because it's making him feel totally left out. Restingly resting his chin on his gloved hand, Charles offers a soft, elegant smile, gently expressing how much he actually enjoys sharing meals with everyone like this. Seeing the cozy bond forming between the brothers, Fiore giggles softly to herself, feeling a deep sense of warmth in her heart. Later that afternoon, inside the quiet inn kitchen, Fiore sits alone at the counter, surrounded by open cookbooks and research papers. Resting her chin in her hand, she flips through the detailed recipes, carefully planning her next big culinary strategy. Suddenly, a bright pink system interface pops into her mind, highlighting Prince Leonardo as the fourth capture target and tasking her with raising his favorability rating next. But as Chibi Leonardo pops up holding a fork with a plain normal tag over his head, Fiore remembers the strategy guide mentioning that he has 0 favorite foods, making him the absolute hardest male lead to satisfy. Staring into space with a subtle frown, she carefully weighs her options on how to break through his cold exterior. Glancing out the window as evening approaches, she wonders how on earth she's supposed to win over a prince who doesn't care about food at all. Refusing to be defeated, Chibi Fiore pumps her fist in the air with fiery determination, deciding she'll simply cook every single type of dish imaginable until she hits the jackpot. Cue the ultimate kitchen montage. Fiore goes into absolute MasterChef mode, roasting tender chicken, pan-searing fresh fish, and tossing perfect fluffy Oma rice over roaring stove flames. She sets out a beautifully plated bowl of hot, savory spaghetti at the empty dining table, waiting patiently for the prince to arrive. But when hours pass without a single soul showing up, Chibi Fiore faceplants onto the carpet in utter despair, sobbing dramatic tears because he didn't come to the restaurant even once. Suddenly, a burst of comic fire erupts behind her. Puffing out her cheeks in sheer stubbornness, Fiore declares that if the stubborn prince won't come to her food, she'll just deliver it straight to his face. Marching down the quiet hall while carrying a heavy pot, she reassures herself that with her upgraded cooking skills and their current relationship, he definitely won't turn her down this time. Spotting a familiar tall silhouette walking down the dimly lit corridor, Fiore stops in her tracks as her eyes light up with surprise. Calling out at the top of her lungs, she eagerly yells out Prince Leonardo's name to catch his attention. Halting his footsteps, Leonardo slowly turns around in his simple white training shirt, asking her in a calm voice what she needs. Fiore triumphantly lifts the heavy pot lid, revealing a rich, boiling beef stew packed with soft vegetables, excitedly offering it to him for lunch. Leonardo's stoic eyes widen in genuine fluster, totally caught off guard, as Fiore gently explains that since he just finished intense sword practice, a warm, salty stew would be perfect to restore his energy. But when he hesitates in awkward silence, Fiore's bright expression quickly droops, asking in a quiet, trembling voice if he still doesn't want it. Outside the window, a small blue bird chirps softly upon a sunlit branch as the atmosphere between them turns deeply quiet. Softening his sharp gaze, Leonardo admits he fully understands she holds no bad intentions toward him. However, he's looking down coldly as he confesses that he simply cannot eat anything made by her hands. Ouch! Talk about a total heartbreak moment. Walking away with slumping shoulders, Chibi Fiore drags her feet down the gloomy blue hallway, sniffling back tears while feeling completely hopeless on what to do next. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice breaks through her gloom, causing her to freeze in shock. Standing tall with leaves fluttering gently around his sharp suit, the elderly academy principal offers a dignified glance, noting that her restaurant's recovery seems to be going smoothly. Visual pop-ups of glowing steaks, pastas, and roasts appear as the principal praises her for serving top-tier dishes and training her staff so exceptionally well. Clasping her hands against her chest with sparkling emerald eyes, Fiore bows politely, expressing how much of an honor it is to receive praise from him. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, the elderly man nods, noting that since the student body's reviews have been overwhelmingly positive, he drops an absolute bombshell. Bright shock lines radiate off Fiore as the principal officially asks her to handle the entire catering menu for the upcoming Royal Academy banquet. Look at her firing up like an unstoppable Super Saiyan. Burning with legendary enthusiasm, Fiore shouts at the top of her lungs, accepting the grand task without a single second of hesitation. Taking a quick, energetic breather as the story builds up to the next big arc, the excitement level stays completely off the charts. Fast-forwarding 2 weeks before the big event, Fiore scribbles furiously at her desk late into the night before triumphantly holding up her finished banquet menu design with a proud shout that it's finally complete. With a sweet smile, the maid claps her hands together, excitedly announcing that the Grand Academy banquet menu has finally been locked down and finalized. Holding up her finished stack of detailed menu plans, Fiore exhales with immense relief, confident that this mouth-watering spread will leave every single student and guest totally mesmerized. A shiny 5-star evaluation graphic pops up on screen, though right now only 2 out of the 5 stars are filled in, showing there's still plenty of progress left to be made. Flashing back to reality, Fiore reflects on her progress while walking down the hall. Strolling through the sunlit academy garden, Fiore taps her chin thoughtfully as distant bells chime in the background. Suddenly, a subtle hand sneaks up from behind and gently taps her shoulder. Before she can even turn around, Albert squishes her cheeks together with both hands, shouting "Boo!" and busting into uncontrollable laughter as Fiore flusteredly yells back. Winking with a mischievous grin, the fiery redhead chuckles that he only pinched her face because she looked way too serious and desperately needed a quick break. Pouting angrily with puffed-up cheeks, Chibi Fiore snaps that scaring people is definitely not the right way to cheer them up, causing Chibi Albert to nervously sweat and apologize. Talk about a classic comedic duo. Striking a more serious tone, Albert walks alongside her and gently asks what's been bothering her so much lately, genuinely wanting to hear whatever trouble is weighing on her mind. Catching a subtle rustle behind a nearby tree trunk, Albert suddenly calls out to the shadowy figure hiding there, telling him to come out into the open if they're so curious. Trembling in utter embarrassment, the blue-haired student nervously peeks out from behind the bark. Fidgeting awkwardly with his sweater sleeves, the shy blue-haired guy stammers out a flustered greeting, totally mortified that his sneaking around got exposed on the spot. Looking between the two boys in complete surprise, Fiore blushes softly as a sweet thought crosses her mind, wondering if both of them secretly wandered all the way to the courtyard just because they were worried about her. Averting his eyes with a subtle blush on his cheeks, Albert mutters that maybe he was a little bit concerned, while his blue-haired companion nods timidly with a gentle, adorable smile. A warm, heartfelt smile breaks across Fiore's face as she softly thanks them both, warmly observing that a true friend in need is a friend indeed. Hearing himself called a friend, Albert instantly puffs out his chest with a proud, heroic smirk, leaving his blue-haired classmates staring at him in complete, baffled silence. Clasping his sweater sleeves nervously, the blue-haired student blushes bright red and asks if he can truly consider himself her friend too. When Fiore enthusiastically confirms it, his face lights up with sheer joy as he admits he was secretly thrilled ever since she first offered her friendship. Crossing his arms casually, Albert brings the conversation back on track, urging Fiore to spill the beans and tell her trusted buddies whatever problem she's facing. Listening closely to her struggle, the blue-haired student scratches his cheek in confusion, wondering why she's so dead set on getting Prince Leonardo to eat her food. Albert chimed in, suggesting she needs to learn the deep backstory behind the prince's cold behavior first. Fiore's wide emerald eyes sparkle with intense curiosity as she leans in close, hanging on to every single word. Splashback frame? A mirror reflection reveals a young Prince Leonardo as an innocent, quiet boy, back when he was just a little kid barely aware of the harsh reality surrounding royal politics. Darkness hangs over the memory as a sinister potion drips into a bowl of soup. The king's power-hungry younger brother had secretly poisoned Leonardo's meal, and although the boy managed to spit it out quickly, the deadly toxin still wreaked havoc on his body. Bedridden and feverish under a warm blanket, young Leonardo suffered through endless, painful days, watched over by gentle royal attendants, while locked away inside the quiet palace quarters. What? Fiore covers her mouth in sheer horror, her voice trembling with heartbreak upon discovering that Leonardo was almost murdered by someone he considered his own family? Albert continues the story, explaining that although the treacherous royal uncle was stripped of his authority and cast out in disgrace, the psychological trauma was already done. Ever since that terrifying day, Leonardo's body became completely unable to stomach any food unless it was prepared by cooks who held the king's absolute unconditional trust. A glowing memory frame shows Noelle, the story's original heroine, who was personally taken in by the king as a palace maid, explaining why Leonardo could effortlessly eat her meals without any issue at all. Excitedly pumping his fists, the blue-haired student suggests that Fiore simply needs to gain the king's complete trust. But Albert shuts down the idea with a heavy sigh, reminding them that earning royal trust is nearly impossible, especially with Fiore's ongoing engagement chaos and the recent gluttony curse incident hanging over her head. Chibi Fiore fumes with anger, shouting that the two of them are being way too brutally honest and harsh on her fragile hope. Albert just shrugs nonchalantly, pointing out that telling the cold truth is better than giving her fake hope, leaving Chibi Fiore floating in a puddle of comical despair. You gotta love Albert's total lack of filter. Looking down solemnly, Fiore acknowledges how difficult gaining the king's trust would be, yet her brain keeps spinning to find another creative way around the roadblock. Visualizing a lush green garden overflowing with bright, sun-ripened red tomatoes on the vine, her eyes snap open with fiery excitement. A brilliant solution dawns upon her. If she can't get the king's seal of approval, she can create a method where Leonardo can verify the safety of the food himself. Whirling around with a radiant smile, Fiore shouts a hasty thank you to both boys before sprinting off like a whirlwind. Albert shakes his head with an affectionate smirk, teasing that the cold prince really is a huge troublemaker for everyone around him. Softening his gaze with a gentle smile, the blue-haired student chuckles softly and feels a deep sense of relief that Fiore managed to find her signature spark of optimism again. Later that evening, under the glowing amber sunset, Fiore stands outside Prince Leonardo's private study, gently knocking on the heavy wooden door. Stepping inside as the hinges creak open, she offers a polite, graceful greeting, timidly asking if she can interrupt his busy evening to discuss something important. Sitting at his grand mahogany desk reading official documents, Prince Leonardo looks up without turning around, calmly remarking on what an interesting coincidence her arrival is. Revolving his plush leather chair to face her, Leonardo gazes directly into her eyes, announcing that he also happens to have crucial news he needs to share with her. The atmosphere in the room instantly turns deadly serious as Leonardo reveals that his investigators have finally tracked down the shadow culprit who commissioned the dark curse against her. Fiore freezes in place, a cold sweat breaking out across her cheek as her heart beats rapidly against her chest. A terrifying aura of dark red smoke surges as a sinister noblewoman grins maliciously behind an ornate lace fan, symbolizing the ruthless mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Leonardo delivers the shocking verdict without a single trace of hesitation. The high-probability culprit who hired the dark sorcerer to curse Fiore is none other than Louise Lupin. The revelation hits Fiore like a physical blow. She gasps in utter horror, stammering out in disbelief as she realizes her very own stepmother was the evil mastermind trying to destroy her life. Leonardo nods grimly, confirming that multiple testimonies from shady black market associates leave practically zero doubt regarding Louise's guilt. Fiore clutches her chest, her mind racing in confusion over why her stepmother would commit such an extreme crime. A dark vision flashes through her mind, showing Louise manipulating Noelle like a helpless puppet on strings. Fiore realizes Louise's sick motive. She wanted to erase Fiore from the equation entirely just to force a political marriage between Noelle and Prince Leonardo? Glancing out toward the academy courtyard, Leonardo sternly reminds her that officially pressing charges against Louise will shatter the group and family name completely, asking Fiore if she's truly prepared to handle the political fallout. Standing tall with unwavering determination, Fiora firmly nods her head, declaring that no matter how painful the truth is, a heinous crime like this must be brought to light. And though she deeply worries about how heartbroken Sweet Noelle will be when the truth breaks, Fiora remains firm. Leonardo assures her that his royal knights will finalize irrefutable physical evidence very soon, asking her to hold tight just a little longer. Resting his chin on his hands, Leonardo casually changes the topic, asking what business brought her to his office in the first place. Chibi Fiore instantly breaks out into a frantic sweat, realizing how comically silly her cooking proposal sounds right after heavy criminal accusations. Blushing bright crimson with hilarious passion, Fiore clenches her fist tightly and shouts at the top of her lungs, asking the stoic prince if he would be willing to cook a meal together with her in the kitchen. Leonardo tilts his head in utter bewilderment, staring blankly at her as he mutters a baffled, "Why?" right after her absurdly sudden proposition. Fiore enthusiastically explains that if they chop, fry, and cook the entire meal side by side in the kitchen, he'll know with absolute certainty that no poison was sneaked into his dish. Leonardo lets out a weary breath, acknowledging her clever logic, but clarifying that wasn't what he was actually asking. Leaning back slightly, Leonardo locks his sharp gaze onto her and asks why on earth she's going to such insane lengths just to get him to eat her food. Fiore hesitates, her throat catching as she struggles to formulate a proper response. Flashback thought. She vividly pictures her shy blue-haired classmate smiling warmly after tasting her dish, remembering how much genuine happiness her cooking brought him. She envisions red-haired Albert with barbecue sauce smeared across his cheek, grinning widely as her meals brightened up his gloomy afternoon. Seriously, seeing Albert eat like a barbarian is always a highlight. She visualizes Prince Leonardo himself taking a warm spoonful, imagining a rare, gentle smile softening his usually icy expression. Clasping her hands together against a radiant backdrop of blooming sunflowers, Fiore beams with heartfelt sincerity, declaring that she simply wants to prepare safe, mouth-watering food and enjoy a wonderful dining experience together with him. Her emerald eyes shimmer with pure, undeniable warmth. Leonardo closes his eyes in quiet contemplation, clearly thrown off guard by her completely selfless motivation. Reopening his eyes with a subtle blush dusting his cheeks, Leonardo calmly answers that he understands and promises to deeply consider her cooking proposal. A few days later, inside the Academy's spacious kitchen, Fiore stands right alongside a housemaid, quietly scrubbing greasy dinner plates at the sink. Carefully wiping a ceramic dish dry, Fiore's mind wanders as she wonders why Leonardo hasn't sent his response yet, worrying that he might still be having second thoughts about trusting her. Reflecting on her reincarnated journey so far, she realizes that while she initially pursued the Ice Prince just to survive the Otome game storyline, her heart flutters with genuine warmth as she admits to herself that she truly wants to spend time by his side. Suddenly, a sharp voice calls out right behind her ear. Fiore jumps a whole foot into the air. What? She whirls around in total panic, finding Albert standing directly behind her, looking completely unbothered. Overhead shot of the kitchen, Albert scoffs at her over-the-top reaction, while Chibi Fiore fumes with puffed cheeks, shouting that she was just super focused on scrubbing the dishes. Sliding a crisp envelope with a red wax seal across the counter, Albert casually tells her to dry her soap-covered hands and read what's inside. Chibi Fiore's eyes glow with wild excitement as she asks if Albert just handed her a secret love letter. Chibi Albert explodes in hilarious anger, laughs, screaming that it's from Leonardo and he was just acting as the messenger. You gotta love how easily Fiore pushes his buttons. Holding the official royal seal tightly, Fiore's heart beats like a jackhammer as she realizes this is Leonardo's formal answer to her cooking date invitation. With trembling fingers, she carefully tears open the wax seal and slides out the handwritten letter. Noticing her radiant expression, the freckled redhead maid asks if the message contains good news. Fiore practically leaps into the air with joy, shouting that Leonardo agreed and they're cooking together next weekend. The maid's expression instantly darkens into an eerie shadowed scowl as Fiore excitedly adds that the prince is even letting her design the entire menu. Talk about a split-panel contrast! Fiora hums a cheerful tune while washing dishes, completely completely unaware that the maid beside her is glaring down with pitch-black, sinister eyes. Over the next few days, Fiore dives straight into full-blown preparation mode, sketching out delicious pasta recipes and carefully balancing nutritional ingredients. Wanting to look her absolute best for the big day, she sits down with a needle and thread, attempting to hand-sew a custom apron completely from scratch. But her crafting skills are an absolute tragedy. The lumpy, ruined piece of gray fabric drops onto the floor as she gives up and hurriedly orders a ready-made apron instead. Hey, at least she tried. A glorious basket of fresh farm produce arrives. Crisp, sun-ripened tomatoes, carrots, garlic, and top-grade marbled steak laid out on a tray. Striking a triumphant pose in her navy apron, Fiore smiles proudly, utterly thrilled that every single detail for her big culinary date tomorrow is finally ready. That night, under the glowing full moon, Fiore snuggles into bed, holding her enchanted red pendant close to ensure the gluttony curse stays completely suppressed while she sleeps. Drifting off into a peaceful slumber, she rests comfortably beneath her heavy blanket. Outside the academy, sinister pitch-black smoke slithers across the night sky, wrapping around the stone towers like fear-living tendrils. Inside the dark kitchen, Fiore is caught in a horrific trance. Her eyes are completely hollow as she violently gorges on raw meat and dark food in the shadows. The malevolent curse surges violently throughout the room, completely overriding her consciousness as the dark magic forces her to devour everything in sight. Heavy footsteps echo down the hallway before the kitchen door bursts open. The principal, academy guards, and maids freeze in utter horror as they witness Fiore mindlessly shoveling food into her mouth. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Fiore gasps in absolute terror. Looking at her grease-stained hands and ruined food, she trembles uncontrollably, wondering how on earth the gluttony curse managed to trigger again. A terrifying surge of dark crimson aura flares across her vision as the devastating truth crashes down. The curse has broken through her defenses. The principal steps forward with a cold, disgusted expression, sternly reprimanding her for acting so disgraceful. Fiore frantically clutches her chest, screaming that she was definitely wearing her protective pendant the entire time. An ominous, dark frame displays the principal's harsh verdict. He snaps back with utter disdain, declaring that bringing up fancy jewelry in a moment like this makes him completely appalled. Cruel whispers erupt among the surrounding staff, sneering that Fiore was just faking her whole reform. Devastated, Fiore touches her ruby crystal, only to notice something deeply wrong. Inspecting the gem in her palm, her eyes widen in shock. The distinct surface scratches on her enchanted pendant are completely gone. Someone swapped her real magic artifact for a fake glass replica. Before she can explain, the principal orders her to report to his office. Talk about a brutal frame-up. Sitting solemnly on the couch inside the principal's office, Fiore hangs her head in utter defeat as the old man prepares to hand down her formal expulsion and suspension sentence. Suddenly, the heavy office doors swing open with a loud bang. Albert and his blue-haired companion stride directly inside without any warning. Fiore gasps in complete shock, "Gah!" turning around to see both boys standing tall right when her world was completely collapsing. Glaring sternly through his glasses, the principal demands to know who gave them permission to barging in. Chibi Albert yells right back, shouting that nobody has time to ask for permission during a massive emergency. The shy blue-haired student politely bows his head, stammering out a heartfelt apology for their rudeness, but firmly insistence that they must speak on Lady Fiore's behalf regarding her recent behavior. He passionately explains to the principal that throughout her suspension, Fiore did nothing but selflessly cook delicious, heartwarming meals for everyone in the dorms, with Albert chiming in that she truly turned over a new leaf. Tears pool in Fiore's wide emerald eyes as she watches her two loyal friends fearlessly defend her honor against the academy authorities. Grabbing his shirt collar with fiery passion, Albert forcefully argues that there must be an underlying trick behind tonight's sudden incident, insisting that a dark curse or foul play is definitely involved. A white-gloved hand gently pats Albert on the shoulder as a smooth, familiar voice praises him for being as sharp as ever. Stepping into the room amidst fluttering white rose petals, Prince Leonardo himself appears, calmly confirming that Albert's deduction is 100% correct. With the prince himself personally arriving to back up her claims and expose the fake pendant conspiracy, Fiore's despair instantly vanishes as the tide turns completely in her favor. The sudden arrival of Professor Charles leaves everyone in complete disbelief as Albert and his companions stare wide-eyed, asking when on earth the professor stepped into the room. Raising a gloved hand with absolute composure, the professor calmly reveals that Fiore was under the curse of gluttony all along, stating that the definitive proof lies right within her very body. When questioned if he knew about this hidden truth beforehand, Professor Charles unhesitatingly confesses that he kept it secret purely to satisfy his own intellectual curiosity, willingly accepting full responsibility for the chaotic incident. Rubbing his forehead in utter exhaustion, the principal delays hearing the full details for another time, agreeing to reconsider her disciplinary sentence, yet firmly maintaining that Fiore can no longer remain at the academy. Seriously, this old man's stubbornness is off the charts. Citing that her repeat public outbursts terrified the entire staff and rendered restoring the dormitory kitchen impossible, the principal coldly delivers his final, unforgiving verdict, expelling Fiore on the spot. With a heavy clank, the academy gates shut tight behind her, leaving Fiore standing on the cobblestone path alongside her freckled maid, Sarah, carrying their meager luggage into the overcast afternoon. Sarah gently asks if she wants to pay one last visit to Prince Leonardo, but Fiore mournfully shakes her head, convincing herself that since he never showed up, he must be deeply disappointed in her. As Fiore frets over what Leonardo must think of her, a mysterious hooded stranger suddenly collides hard into her side, sending a sharp shockwave through her trembling frame. Watching the shrouded figure sprint frantically away through the gates, Sarah angrily shouts after the rude stranger to come back and apologize for bumping into them. Gloomy blue shadows drape over Fiore's face as she hangs her head in utter defeat, forcing Sarah to let out a sad sigh and suggest they make a quick exit before things get any worse. Inside the bumpy horse carriage, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoes against the rain-slicked path as Fiore stares numbly out the window, recalling the principal's cold instructions to seek a cure at her family estate. Clutched inside her mind, she vividly remembers her smartphone game interface displaying a stark bad end screen, realizing that expulsion in this Otome storyline usually guarantees total destruction. Is this really where her story ends? Suddenly, Fiore's eyes snap wide open as a brilliant spark of realization hits her like a lightning bolt. How could she have overlooked such a massive clue right under her nose? She frantically pieces together the timeline. Her bedroom door was locked securely from the outside last night, meaning the real pendant could only be stolen inside her personal quarters. Yet, she suspiciously woke up in the kitchen, which means the culprit had to be someone with full master key access. Slowly turning her gaze toward the seat right beside her, Fiore locks her eyes onto the trembling, freckled maid, her voice dropping into a tense whisper, asking if Sarah was the betrayer all along. The heavy silence inside the carriage becomes suffocating as Fiore directly confronts her companion, asking with a breaking heart if she was truly the mastermind behind the cruel frame-up. Unable to look her mistress in the eye, Sarah buries her face in dark shadows, stammering out a tearful apology that shatters Fiore's trust into 1,000 fragile pieces. Tears well up in Fiore's emerald eyes as she desperately begs for an explanation, prompting Sarah to confess that her mother has been battling a deadly, debilitating illness for several agonizing years. Sarah reveals that keeping her mother alive required astronomical medical costs, which led Fiore's conniving stepmother to step in with a sinister proposal she couldn't refuse. Talk about taking advantage of someone's desperation. In exchange for spying on Fiore's every move and swapping the magical artifact, the stepmother handed over heavy pouches of gold to buy the life-saving medicine. Fiore lets out a somber breath. Finally understanding the tragedy behind the betrayal. Looking out at the storm lash against the trees outside, Fiore realizes with deep sorrow that she was completely blind to the silent agony her maid was enduring every single day. When Fiore softly asks how long this covert espionage has been going on, Sarah breaks down crying, admitting that she was acting as the stepmother's puppet even before the gluttony curse took hold. Sobbing uncontrollably, Sarah laments that as Fiore showed her genuine warmth and kindness, her heart burned with unbearable guilt. Yet she had already walked down a path of no return. Lowering her head until it almost touches her lap, sadly remembering that she was the last person Master Elmira talked to, the broken maid deeply apologizes, fully accepting whatever hatred Fiore chooses to throw her way. Looking at the weeping girl, Fiore's soft-hearted nature wins over her anger, realizing that Sarah was trapped in a power dynamic where refusing meant immediate termination and her mother's death. You've got to respect Fiore's unbelievable capacity for empathy. Fiore reasons that since her stepmother's primary goal was to trigger the curse and get her expelled, the villainous scheme was officially complete, meaning no further harm would come their way. Or so she naively hopes. She anxiously reflects on the game's mechanics, knowing that reaching this bad ending path might trigger something far more permanent than simple exile. Clenching her fists against her lap, Fiore's mind spirals into existential dread, wondering if a bad end means literal death or being thrown back to her original world. Just as panic threatens to overwhelm her, Fiore feels a stiff piece of paper tucked deep inside her coat pocket. Wait, what is this feeling? Unfolding the mysterious note with trembling hands, she reads the crisp, sharp handwriting. Gather the evidence, I'll definitely come to take it. Leonardo. That hooded stranger from earlier was Leonardo's secret envoy. Relief washes over her like a warm tide as tears of sheer joy spill over her cheeks. Leonardo never abandoned her for a single second. He was secretly plotting a massive counterstrike all along. Arriving at the towering Lupin estate under a downpour, Fiore and Sarah push open the grand doors, announcing their grim return to the cold manor. Standing triumphantly upon the high balcony, stepmother Louise twirls her lace fan with a smug grin, sneering that Fiore's disgrace is divine retribution for daring to aim for a royal marriage beyond her trashy station. What a total snake! Glaring up at the balcony with cold determination, Fiore drops all pretense, directly accusing her stepmother of engineering the frame-up just to pave the way for Noelle to marry Prince Leonardo. Descending the grand staircase with slow, arrogant strides, Louise mockingly compliments Fiore for growing a brain cell, casually confirming every bit of the evil plot. Louise's eyes turn deadly sharp behind her fan as she whispers in a chilling tone that if Fiore had just remained a brainless idiot, she wouldn't have to die tonight. Fiore gasps in shock. When Fiore reminds her of their previous deal to let her live quietly in exile, Louise smirks arrogantly, admitting she had a change of heart because Fiore's sudden popularity made her an intolerable eyesore. Mock-sighing behind her fan, the wicked stepmother coldly declares that a reformed, beloved Fiore is far too dangerous to leave breathing. With zero remorse, Louise casually lays out her murder plan, revealing she intends to fake Fiore's suicide by claiming she lost her mind from the academic scandal. Scoffs. Seriously, this woman belongs in an asylum. Suddenly, light footsteps echo across the marble floor as a soft, innocent voice interjects from the shadows, questioning the tense confrontation. Dressed in sweet pastel attire, pink-haired Noelle tilts her head with an adorable, innocent tilt, asking if her dear sister is feeling unwell. Desperate for an ally, Fiore reaches out to her stepsister for help, only for Noelle's cute expression to twist into a terrifying, unhinged psycho grin. Don't worry, sister. I personally selected the poison that will grant you a swift death. A thick, suffocating aura of pitch-black evil erupts throughout the grand hall, catching Fiore in a paralyzing net of absolute horror. Tears stream down Fiore's terrified face as she stammers in total disbelief, panting, praying that this horrific murder confession is just some twisted prank. Noelle lets out a cute, manic giggle, mockingly asking why on earth Fiore ever thought her affection was genuine. Getting right up into Fiore's face, Noelle's eyes glow with murderous hatred as she screams that watching Fiore act like a wholesome, kind person made her want to vomit. Talk about a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. Standing helpless in the center of the dark estate, Fiore's worldview crumbles as she realizes her entire childhood bond with her sister was a complete, calculated lie. Psychopath Noelle sneers right into her ear, spatting that she always despised Fiore's ugly personality and hated her even more when she tried to change her fate. Noelle continues her psychotic rant, admitting she rushed back home specifically to watch the life fade from Fiore's eyes in person. Flapping her lace fan with mild annoyance, Louise lightly scolds Noelle for using such vulgar language, while Noelle giggles playfully back, asking her mother for forgiveness just for tonight. Wow, this entire family is straight up rotten to the core. Noelle's cute facade completely shatters as she sneers down at her sister, spitting out that if Fiore had just surrendered Prince Leonardo when the gluttony curse first activated, none of this would be happening. She viciously blames Fiore for her own upcoming murder, claiming it's entirely her fault for daring to steal the spotlight. Collapsing onto her knees, Fiore trembles in utter disbelief as the terrifying words ring in her ears. My fault? A painful memory flashes before her eyes, recalling her abusive father staggering with the drink, slapping her across the face while screaming that her mother's death and his lost job were all because she was born. Back in her original world, she was powerless. She couldn't say a single word back then, silently enduring the unfair abuse and accepting all the blame like a punching bag. But looking up with glowing emerald eyes, a surge of fierce determination ignites in her chest. She's not that helpless little girl anymore, and she sure as heck isn't going to let these toxic villains push her around. Fixing her gaze onto Noelle and Louise, Fior coldly calls them out, asking how much lower they plan to stoop by trying to pin their own sickening crimes onto her. Noelle gasps in absolute shock, her eyes widening as she stammers back, completely caught off guard that her usually meek sister is actually daring to talk back to her face. Off to the side, Sarah watches the intense confrontation unfold, her eyes filled with a subtle, heartbreaking guilt as she stands quietly behind her mistress. Descending the grand marble staircase with a menacing glint in her eyes, Louise sneers behind her fan, threatening that she wouldn't mind strangling Fiore to death right here and now for having such nerve. Suddenly, Sarah steps forward holding a thick coil of rope. Grabbing Fiore's wrists, Sarah quickly ties her hands together while telling Louise and Noelle that they shouldn't dirty their beautiful hands, suggesting they lock Fiore in the basement dungeon until all the murder preparations are complete. Louise and Noelle exchange dark, evil giggles, twirling their fans as they readily agree to the idea of keeping the target locked up tight while they prepare the deadly poison. Honestly, Sarah playing both sides here is total big brain energy. Gripping the end of the rope, Sarah leads the bound Fiore down into the dark, damp subterranean corridors of the Lupin estate. Walking down the cold stone corridor, Fiore clenches her tied hands into tight fists, telling herself with absolute fury that she refuses to die in a dark dungeon like a helpless victim. Looking ahead, Fiore suddenly notices tears trickling down Sarah's face. Staring at her maid's trembling shoulders, Fiore wonders why the girl who betrayed her is quietly weeping while escorting her to her cell. Reaching the end of the dark hallway, Sarah opens a heavy iron cell door and softly asks Fiore to step inside. As the iron bars separate them, Fiore turns around and softly asks if she can say one last thing before Sarah leaves. Looking through the iron bars with a serene, angelic smile, Fiore gently tells Sarah that no matter what happens in the future, she completely forgives her for the betrayal. You've got to give it up for Fiore. Her level of empathy is literally legendary. Sarah gasps in sheer shock, her eyes widening as the words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her completely stunned inside the dark dungeon. Fiore softly explains that the true evil ones are those who cruelly exploited Sarah's vulnerability and desperation when she had nowhere else to turn. A heartwarming memory of Sarah holding her bedridden mother's hand flashes in Fiore's mind, proving she truly understands that any devoted daughter would have done the exact same thing to save a parent's life. Fiore offers one final gentle wish, praying that Sarah's mother fully recovers from her illness. Sarah clutches the keyring tightly against her chest, tears splitting over her freckled cheeks as her heart breaks from Fiore's overwhelming mercy. Unable to bear the crushing weight of her own guilt any longer, Sarah turns around and frantically sprints away down the dark dungeon hall. Suddenly, a bright, glowing game UI panel pops up right in front of Fiore's eyes, displaying Sarah's trust mission cleared. Talk about an absolute clutch moment. She just unlocked her maid's route mid-imprisonment. Left alone inside the dim cell, Fiore sits quietly on the cold stone floor, trying to calculate how much time she has left before Louise and Noelle finish their murder plot. She knows if she can just break out of this basement, she can fight back, though she worries whether any help is actually on the way. While desperately searching for an escape plan, a distinct metallic click echoes through the quiet cell. Fiore's eyes snap wide open as she realizes the lock on the gate just unlatched. Bam! With a heavy thud, the iron door swings wide open. Sarah secretly unlocked the cell door right before running away. Stepping out of the open cell, Fiore suddenly hears wild crashing sounds and loud shouting echoing down from the floor above. Ah! Recognizing the furious screaming voices of Louise and Noelle, Fiore rushes up the stone stairs, desperately trying to figure out what kind of insane battle is breaking out in the main estate. Bursting into the grand hall, Fiore is stunned to see fully armored royal knights pinning Noelle and Louise to the floor. Noelle shrieks in pure hysterical rage, demanding to know who they think they're touching, but the stern knights hold her down without flinching. Fiore stands frozen in place, her mind going completely blank as she watches the elite royal guard swarm the entire Lupin mansion like a SWAT team.
Looking past the sea of guards, Fiore's eyes fill with tearful relief as she spots a tall, commanding figure standing in the center of the hall. It's Prince Leonardo. Turning his head, Leonardo's deep purple eyes immediately spot Fiore standing by the basement entrance, his intense look melting into pure relief. Shouting her name with desperate passion, Leonardo charges right past his guards, sprinting across the marble hall straight toward her. You can literally see the sheer panic and worry in his eyes. Man was ready to tear the entire kingdom apart just to make sure she was safe. Drawing his sharp sidearm, Leonardo swiftly slices through the thick ropes binding Fiore's wrists in one clean, effortless stroke. Without hesitation, he pulls Fiore into a tight, overwhelming embrace, burying his face into her shoulder while breathlessly apologizing for being late. He squeezes her tight against his chest, holding her as if she might break, proving that every single second he spent away from her was absolute torture. Blushing bright red from the sudden physical affection, Fiore stammers out a flustered little while resting comfortably against his warm chest. Pulling back slightly, Leonardo gently holds her shoulders, looking into her eyes with intense concern as he softly asks if she suffered any injuries. Fiore offers him a sweet, reassuring giggle, warmly assuring him that she's completely fine and unhurt. Looking around at the dozens of royal guards filling the mansion, Fiore finally puts the pieces together. Realizing why Leonardo was absent earlier, he was working tirelessly behind the scenes this whole time. Leonardo explains that the moment he learned her gluttony curse was activated, he immediately started organizing a top-secret military raid to arrest Louise Lupin and her conspirators. Flashback images show Leonardo standing heroically before the imperial castle, gathering airtight evidence to secure official authorization from the king to mobilize the royal knights against the Lupin estate. Lowering his gaze with a sad, guilt-ridden expression, Leonardo blames himself for failing to protect her sooner, lamenting that his plans still placed her in terrible danger. Fiore frantically shakes her head in cute chibi panic, huffs, shouting that he has absolutely nothing to feel guilty about. Seriously, look at her little chibi face. It's beyond adorable. Looking up at him with radiant, tearful gratitude, she smiles warmly, telling him that she was saved entirely thanks to his bravery and devotion. Hearing her heartfelt words, a handsome, gentle smile washes over Leonardo's face as he lets out a soft sigh of relief. Outside, under the glowing orange sunset, royal knights march Noelle and Louise away in heavy iron bindings, while Sarah follows quietly behind with bound hands. Stepping out into the courtyard before the assembled crowd and guards, Prince Leonardo raises his voice to officially deliver the royal verdict. He publicly exposes every detail of the evil conspiracy, declaring Louise Lupin as the mastermind who hired the curse caster, and Noelle Lupin as the wicked accomplice who ordered the magical pendant swapped. Justice has finally been served, and the villains are going straight to prison where they belong. Prince Leonardo just wasn't done yet, right? He continues listing the culprits before the crowd, specifically naming Sarah Kalinka as the maid who swapped the pendant under Louise's orders. Scoffs, while sternly addressing the other household servants who turned a blind eye to the plot, declaring that their complicity makes them far from innocent. Holding up the physical proof, Leonardo announces that all airtight evidence has been gathered, and there is no escape for them, laughingly asking if they have any last words. Noelle immediately bursts into dramatic, fake tears, throwing her hands up while pathetic crying, sob, and wailing for Lord Leonardo to forgive them. Noelle twirls and flails pathetically, screeching that they were completely forced into it and had no choice whatsoever. Seriously? Her fake victim routine is so over the top, it's actually hilarious. Standing beside Fiore with absolute calm, Leonardo looks down with cold disdain as Noelle continues her embarrassing sob story. Noelle suddenly points a finger at Fiore, sneering venomously that if her plump sister tries playing the victim, she'll just look even uglier. Louise chimes in right behind her with a twisted smirk, agreeing that the only woman who actually deserves to be with Prince Leonardo is her adorable Noelle. Leonardo glares back with icy fury, warning them that suggesting he could ever match a vile criminal like Noelle Lupin is a deeply offensive insult. Louise gasps in horror, her face going pale as she stammers back, realizing her brown nosing completely backfired. Desperate to save her skin, Noelle screams at Leonardo that she's actually pure and beautiful on the inside, frantically shifting all blame onto Fiore and shouting that everything was her sister's fault.
Stepping forward, Fiore looks Noelle dead in the eyes and firmly calls her out, asking if she seriously intends to spend her entire life blaming everyone else for her own wicked choices. A dramatic split view shows Noelle's panicked, sweaty face clashing with Louise's stunned expression as Fiore confronts them head-on. Honestly, seeing Fiore completely own these two villains without backing down is so satisfying. Noelle and Louise gasp in complete disbelief, utterly shocked that the girl they used to bully is standing up to them so ruthlessly. Fiore addresses them with stern elegance, telling Noelle that if she truly wished to stand by Leonardo, she shouldn't have resorted to such underhanded, malicious schemes. She urges both of them to look deep inside, confront their own inner evil, and properly atone for their sins. Turning away, Leonardo coldly concludes that there is nothing left to discuss, instructing the guards to haul them away so they can tell their excuses to the judge. Noelle and Louise slump down in total defeat, their faces shadowed in hopeless dread. Under the twilight sky, royal guards march the bound culprits, including Noelle, Louise, and Sarah, away from the Lupin mansion while surrounding servants look on in silence. Watching Sarah slumping shoulders from behind as she's escorted away, Fiore turns back toward Leonardo with a conflicted look in her eyes. Look at how much detail the artist put into this sunset lighting. It really sets a somber, reflective tone. Fiore gently clutches her hands over her chest, looking up at Leonardo with pleading eyes, as she asks if the sentences for Sarah and the manipulated servants could be lightened after a thorough investigation into their circumstances. Leonardo pauses, closing his eyes thoughtfully as he hesitates, noting that Sarah still actively participated in the criminal conspiracy. Fiore begs with tearful sincerity, explaining that Sarah was only forced into evil because of her mother's life-threatening illness, desperately pleading with the prince to grant her mercy. Leonardo's eyes snap open in surprise, caught off guard by Fiore's boundless capacity for forgiveness, even toward those who betrayed her. A bright UI game pop-up sparkles above Leonardo's head, displaying a huge heart with 35 floating points. Softening his posture, Leonardo sighs softly and promises that if there are genuine mitigating factors, he will personally ensure her punishment is lightened. Fiore beams with pure delight, thanking him with all her heart. Talk about maxing out his affection meter. She just gained massive brownie points. As they walk together through the garden gazebos under the orange sunset, Leonardo quietly reassures Fiore, telling her not to take any of the cruel insults Noelle spewed earlier to heart. Fiore blinks in confusion, wondering to herself if he's referring to the harsh comments about her weight. Leonardo casts a gentle, approving glance toward her while she chuckles softly to herself. Turning to him with a radiant, joyful expression, Fiore warmly thanks him for his concern, happily declaring that she's completely fine now because he taught her an irreplaceable lesson. Blushing sweetly with glowing green eyes, Fiore says he taught her that what truly defines a person isn't outward appearance, but their sincere words and righteous actions. Down at the bottom, a cute little chibi Leonardo nods in approval, pleased that she took his wisdom to heart. Talk about top-tier character development. She's practically glowing. A short time jump transitions to Marcy Academy. Fiore leaps joyfully into her cozy dormitory room, her face lit up with absolute excitement as she prepares to unpack her belongings. Looking out the sunlit window, Fiore reflects on how the headmaster and board members allowed her to return to Marcy Academy after learning the full truth behind the framing incident. Though she notes she can't officially re-enroll just yet, she's still thrilled beyond words to be back. Suddenly, a glowing Game Quest window pops up beside her door announcing, "Sarah's trust mission cleared." Fiore blinks in utter astonishment, realizing she somehow cleared a hidden side quest while being held captive in a basement dungeon. Another system panel flashes. The method to break the curse has been discovered. Below it, a creepy little voodoo doll icon appears stabbed through the heart with a dagger, displaying the dark requirement. To completely lift the curse, the caster's life must be taken. Fiore covers her mouth in sheer horror, her face turning completely blue from shock as the terrifying condition sinks into her mind. Wait, don't tell me the game is actually expecting a sweet Otome heroine to become a murderer? Pacing nervously around her room, Fiore remembers Leonardo saying the knights would capture the curse caster soon, but she frantically tells herself that no matter what happens, she could never bring herself to kill another human being. A shining golden glow illuminates a delicate pendant chain as Fiore makes a dramatic resolve, declaring inside her heart that she will simply give up on breaking the curse entirely. A side-by-side view shows Fiore on one hand struggling with her gluttonous urge to devour an apple, while on the other hand smiling contentedly, reasoning that she can simply learn to coexist peacefully with the curse. Clapping her hands against her rosy cheeks with cute determination, Huff's Fiore pumps herself up, remembering that the Academy's welcoming banquet is still happening as scheduled. Look at her adorable little puffed-up cheeks. She is literally the embodiment of cuteness. Suddenly, a firm knock echoes against the wooden door. Fiore perks up, curiously answering that she's coming. Cracking the door open, Fiore peeks out with wide, curious eyes, wondering who could possibly be visiting her at this hour. Standing outside, surrounded by brilliant white floral effects, Prince Leonardo holds a hand to his chin, looking slightly flustered as he asks if Fiore has a free moment. Look at him blushing. Man went from ruthless commander to a shy schoolboy in 2 seconds flat. The scene shifts down to the Academy kitchen, where Fiore is busily moving boxes and setting up cooking supplies on a clean counter. Holding up a freshly delivered, neatly folded dark blue apron, Fiore beams with excitement, relieved that her brand new apron finally arrived. Flashback thoughts show Fiore looking distressed while holding a homemade, terribly stitched light blue apron, sighing with relief that she won't have to force the prince to wear her messy, botched handiwork. Fiore fidgets with a flustered blush on her face, her heart pounding as she anticipates their upcoming interaction. Is it just me, or is the romantic tension in this room practically off the charts right now? Leonardo steps into the room, gently reminding her of the promise they made to have a joint cooking session together, adding that even though their planned day got delayed by the crazy drama, he'd love to make up for it now. Holding his hand up to his blushing cheek, Leonardo bashfully asks if they could do their cooking lesson right away. Fiore clutches her handmade apron tight against her chest, squishing her face in cute chibi panic as her heart skips a beat. Leonardo steps all the way inside the kitchen, softly apologizing for keeping her waiting. Fiore turns around with a bright, flustered smile, nervously assuring him that he's completely on time. Ta-da! Presenting the newly arrived navy blue apron with high energy, Fiore proudly offers it to Leonardo so he can wear it for cooking. Leonardo's eyes suddenly wander over to the counter, pointing toward that botched light blue apron sitting off to the side and asking what that extra cloth is. Fiore freezes in sheer panic, clutching her hands in alarm. Fiore's face turns completely dark blue with embarrassing dread, sweat dripping down her forehead as she hesitates to confess. Thought bubbles reveal Fiore secretly admiring Leonardo's exquisite embroidery skills, showing how she tried sewing an apron for him late at night but completely messed up the stitching. Seriously, her little chibi attempt at embroidery is both hilarious and endearing. Leonardo gazes down softly and, without a single moment of hesitation, announces that he wants to wear the handmade one instead. Fiore's mind completely blows, her eyes widening into huge spiral dots as steam erupts from her blushing head, stammering out if he's actually serious. Honestly, Leonardo's smooth flirt game is totally unbeatable. Examining the light blue botched apron with its crooked lily embroidery, Leonardo inspects it with a calm, accepting expression, softly reassuring her that the handmade version is completely fine because functionally, it does the job just as well. Tying the light blue apron securely behind his waist, Prince Leonardo stands tall under the glowing kitchen light, surrounded by soft floral sparkles. Honestly, seeing a regal prince nonchalantly wearing a crooked hand-stitched apron just to make her happy is top-tier romance right there. Stepping up to the immaculate kitchen counter together, Leonardo and Fiore prepare to begin their long-awaited joint cooking sessions side by side. Arranging the ingredients across the wooden cutting board, including a fresh head of cabbage, carrots, onions, thick bacon strips, and seasoning shakers, Fiore happily announces that today's menu will be a hearty classic pot au feu. Gesturing toward the colorful assortment of fresh vegetables with a radiant smile, Fiore warmly invites Leonardo to inspect the raw ingredients before they begin prepping. Picking up a wooden pepper grinder, Leonardo inspects it thoughtfully, humming to himself, as he notes that the proposed recipe seems surprisingly straightforward. Setting the pepper grinder back onto the stone counter, Leonardo nods in quiet agreement, declaring that everything looks perfect and they can officially begin cooking. Fiore exhales a soft, content breath. Her heart melting in sweet relief now that the prince is fully on board without any awkwardness. Demonstrating proper kitchen technique, Fiore holds a wooden knife and carefully peels the outer skin of a brown potato in smooth, continuous motions. Turning toward the prince with bright, eager eyes, Fiore asks if he would like to give peeling a try. Leonardo glances back, admitting with a small hint of hesitation that while this is his very first time wielding a chef's knife, he'll simply treat it like handling a sword. A funny contrast shows on the cutting board. While Fiore's peeled potatoes are perfectly rounded and full-sized, Leonardo's frantic attempt leaves behind tiny, microscopic potato balls. Sweating in cute chibi fluster, Leonardo nervously mutters that kitchen prep is way harder than fighting with a blade. Talk about a hilarious artist choice. Making a battle-hardened commander look completely defeated by a humble potato is peak comedy. Smiling softly at his adorable frustration, Fiore gently encourages him, reassuring the flustered prince that cutting will become second nature with just a little bit of practice. Moving with natural grace, Fiore rhythmically slices through the vibrant orange carrots, effortlessly chopping them into neat, uniform chunks on the cutting board. Standing side by side at the bright prep table, the two of them work in quiet harmony. Giggles, occasionally exchanging subtle glances as the warmth of the kitchen fills the air. Noticing Leonardo staring at her with an unusually intense gaze, Fiore pauses her chopping and tilts her head with wide, curious green eyes, softly asking if something is wrong. Blushing profusely as his cheeks turn a pale shade of pink, Leonardo quickly turns his face away, flustered, embarrassed, stammering out that it's nothing at all. Is it just me, or is the prince completely losing his composure over her innocent stare? With all the prep work finished, the tray displays neatly sliced bacon strips, rough-cut carrot blocks, ringed onions, cabbage wedges, and peeled potatoes ready for the stove. Clenching her little chibi fists with enthusiastic energy, Fiore excitedly explains the next step, telling Leonardo that they need to saute all the prepped ingredients in the pan until they reach a gorgeous golden brown. Stirring the vegetables gently as they sizzle over the hot stovetop flame, Leonardo asks if the browning process is complete, to which Fiore happily confirms that the timing is spot on. Pouring fresh water into the bright red ceramic pot alongside the sautéed vegetables, bacon, salt, and bay leaves, Fiore explains that once the liquid hits a boil, they just need to lower the flame and let it simmer smoothly. Lifting the lid off the steaming red pot, a heavenly aroma fills the entire kitchen, revealing a rich, boiling pot-au-feu brimming with tender vegetables and savory broth. A gorgeous restaurant-style presentation frame showcases the final dish, a glistening bowl of hot vegetable and bacon pot-au-feu seasoned with fresh herbs. Clasping her hands over her chest with absolute delight, Fiore inhales the delicious aroma, begging Lord Leonardo to take the very first bite, since they worked so hard making it together. Sitting across from each other at a pristine white dining table, Leonardo slowly raises a wooden spoonful of broth to his lips. Fiore watches him in intense, heart-pounding suspense. Savoring the warm flavor, Leonardo's eyes widen as he softly admits that it is truly delicious. Hearing his genuine praise, Fiore's chibi face sparkles with overwhelming joy. Brief flashback memories show young Leonardo collapsed on the floor in agony after being poisoned. He quietly confesses that ever since that traumatic poisoning incident in his childhood, food had completely lost its taste, leaving him unable to find joy in any meal. A bright UI pop-up sparkles above Leonardo's head, displaying a giant heart jumping to 40 affection points. Smiling with deep, soulful warmth, Leonardo reveals that for the first time in years, he feels like he's finally remembered the simple joy of eating. Look at that massive heart bar spike. Her cooking literally healed his childhood trauma. Tears burst from Fiore's eyes as she covers her mouth in overwhelming emotion. Flustered by her sudden reaction, Leonardo asks in panic if his praise wasn't enough, but Fiore wipes her joyful tears, sniffling softly as she apologizes for crying. Surrounded by soft pink flower petals, Fiore gazes at him with heartfelt warmth, whispering that she's just endlessly happy to finally share such a meaningful, lovely meal with him. Taking a bite of her own soup, Fiore beams with radiant happiness, happily declaring that out of every pot-au-feu she has ever tasted in her life, this joint creation is undoubtedly the absolute best. Another glowing game panel chime flashes overhead as the heart meter surges up to 45 points. Fiore blinks in total disbelief, wondering inside her head if his affection level actually shot up again just from her enjoying her food. Closing his eyes with a serene, affectionate smile, Leonardo gently remarks how deeply satisfying it feels to watch her eat so happily, softly regretting that he didn't do this with her much sooner. Fiore's heart pounds violently against her ribs as her entire face turns cherry red. She clutches her chest in utter romantic panic, wondering to herself if the prince was always this ridiculously straightforward with his feelings. The scene transitions to the grand Villian Hall at Marseille Academy under a glittering night sky, where noble students gather in elegant attire for the welcoming banquet. Inside the lavish dining hall, a waiter glides past serving hot mushroom potage soup to noble ladies. One snobbish noble girl takes a whiff, admitting to her friend that despite her pride, the divine scent alone makes her want to try Fiore Lupin's cooking. Clinking plates display exquisite culinary masterpieces, from delicate sea bream meunier drizzled in lemon butter sauce to perfectly seared beef fillet roast dressed in rich red wine glaze. Savoring a forkful of sea bream, the silver-haired Prince Gilbert smiles gracefully, praising Fiore's astounding culinary talent, and quietly remarking that Leonardo truly missed out by not attending tonight's banquet. Sitting across the table, the sharp red-haired noble student scoffs slightly, pointing out that Leonardo notoriously avoids high society social gatherings like this anyway. Chowing down on a steak with huge enthusiasm, the red-haired noble instantly changes his tune, blissfully humming how insanely delicious the food is, while Gilbert smiles in amusement. From behind the grand dining pillars, Fiore stands in her formal server uniform, keeping a watchful eye on the dining hall as an elder distinguished guest dines at his private table. Stepping forward with a sparkling silver tray, Fiore presents a vibrant fresh fruit tart dessert topped with juicy berries, politely offering it to the noble elder with a bright professional smile. Dabbing his mouth with a crisp white cloth, the elderly guest nods in profound satisfaction, complimenting Fiore by declaring that every single course surpassed even the highest rumors surrounding her skill. Returning to the academy kitchen, Fiore pumps her hands with glowing pride, passionately thanking the entire culinary staff for their tireless hard work in making tonight's banquet an absolute triumph. Bowing politely to her kitchen team, Fiore announces that since the banquet succeeded, the kitchen will remain closed tomorrow so everyone can enjoy a well-deserved rest, earning enthusiastic cheers from her staff. Peeking out through the creaking kitchen door, a friendly staff member bids a warm farewell, wishing everyone a good night. Waving back with a brilliant, satisfied smile, Fiore calls out her heartfelt thanks, wishing them all sweet dreams after a long, exhausting workday. The tone abruptly shifts as a dark, ominous visual depicts the Grand Judicial Tribunal Hall under heavy storm clouds. Text panels reveal that every single conspirator involved in the framing incident was officially dragged to trial before the law. Shattering glass panels reveal Louise and Noelle trembling in sheer terror as they are officially disowned by the Lupin house and thrown into solitary confinement. Meanwhile, a gentle light bathes Sarah's maid profile as text notes that due to Fiore's heartfelt plea, Sarah is being considered for legal leniency and might eventually be permitted to return. Standing alone in the quiet hallway, Fiore stares ahead thoughtfully, reflecting on the heavy consequences that fell upon those who tried to destroy her life. Suddenly, a glowing game system window erupts beside her head with a loud chime sound. Fiore gasps in shock, suddenly realizing that amid all the chaotic trial drama, she completely forgot about the main storyline quest. Right on cue, a glowing game system window bursts across the screen with confetti, announcing the official results for completing the first main storyline chapter. Looking at the affection leaderboard, Leonardo takes the top spot at 50 points, followed closely by Roger at 45, Albert at 41, and Charles at 38. The UI sparkles brightly, congratulating Fiore on completing Stage 1, while wishing her luck on Stage 2. Seriously, seeing an Otome romance turned into a ranked competitive leaderboard is peak comedy. Smiling softly with glowing green eyes, Fiore feels a wave of relief wash over her, genuinely happy that her culinary skill managed to win over everyone's hearts. Pumping her fist in the air with fiery determination, Fiore vows to keep up this incredible momentum and give it her all in the upcoming second stage. Stand back in her cute chibi stance, she pumps herself up in the empty kitchen, completely ready to tackle whatever wild story event the game throws at her next. Later that evening in the quiet kitchen, steam rises gracefully from a heavy copper pot on the stove as Fiore gently tastes a spoonful of savory broth. Tasting the rich flavor, her eyes widen in mild surprise as she stares down at the giant simmering pot, realizing with a nervous giggle that she accidentally cooked way too much. A lavish restaurant presentation frame showcases her latest masterpiece, a rich, steaming bowl of glossy beef stew packed with tender meat chunks and carrots. Man, check out the shading on that broth. The artist made this look so delicious, it's given me late-night cravings. Sweat dropping and cute chibi fluster, Fiore struggles to lift the heavy copper pot, muttering to herself that this massive batch is way too much food for one person to polish off alone. Suddenly, the heavy kitchen door creaks open as Prince Leonardo steps inside, softly calling out that he knew he would find her still working late. Tilting her head in curiosity, Fiore playfully asks if the delicious aroma of beef stew lured him all the way here, but Leonardo nervously turns his eyes away, stammering that he didn't come for food. Reaching forward with a slender hand, Leonardo presents a neatly folded white cloth adorned with delicate flower embroidery, whispering softly that he wanted to give it to her. Fiore gasps in shock, staring at the immaculate stitching with wide, sparkling eyes as she asks in total disbelief if the prince actually embroidered it himself. Blushing softly with a tender smile, Leonardo confesses that he remembered her saying how cute his past handiwork was, so he spent time crafting the exact same pattern just for her. Hold on. A battle-hardened military commander practicing delicate flower embroidery in secret? That is ridiculously adorable. Clutching the embroidered handkerchief against her chest with flushed cheeks and misty eyes, Fiore, sniffling softly, vows to treasure his precious gift forever. Panicking at her intense emotional reaction, Leonardo nervously waves his hands, telling her she really doesn't need to take it to such extreme lengths. Sweeping the awkward tension under the rug, Leonardo glances at the stove, asking if the simmering beef stew is prep work for tomorrow. Fiore smiles, explaining that it was meant to be a late-night snack, but she accidentally made a huge batch. Tilting her head with a radiant, inviting smile, Fiore asks if he would like to sit down and share the delicious meal with her. Placing a hand over his chest, Leonardo softly admits that he was actually just starting to feel a little hungry, making Fiore's heart leap with joy. Beaming with bright energy, Fiore happily announces that she will set up the dining table and serve them hot bowls right away. Just as she ladles the stew into a bowl, a bright glowing UI window unexpectedly flashes beside her face. Fiore blinks in total confusion, wondering why her profile status was updated out of nowhere. Looking closer at the sparkling system prompt, her jaw drops in total shock as the text flashes before her eyes. Staring blankly ahead with wide green eyes, Fiore freezes in thought, trying to process the sudden game mechanic update. Noticing her sudden silence, Leonardo steps closer with concern, asking if something is bothering her, only for the front door to suddenly burst open as Albert's loud, cheerful voice echoes into the room. Standing at the doorway alongside Roger and Charles, the boys casually step inside, mentioning that they stopped by to help clean up the kitchen, though it looks like they arrived a bit late. Sniffing the air with total excitement, Albert's eyes light up as he zeroes in on the stove, shouting that the incredible smell of beef stew is the absolute best late-night snack ever. Talk about perfect timing. These male leads have a cheat code for smelling fresh food from miles away. Being slightly embarrassed with a soft blush on his cheeks, Roger quietly stammers that beef stew might be a little heavy right before bed, though he can't deny that it smells totally irresistible. Laughing softly at their eager expressions, Fiore raises her ladle with a warm, welcoming smile, happily inviting all of them to sit down and feast together. A cozy, wide view shows all 5 of them seated together around a long, pristine white dining table, enjoying steaming bowls of hot beef stew under the soft glow of the dining hall. While Albert and Charles chat away with animated enthusiasm, Roger sits across the table blushing shyly as he quietly savors every single bite. Chewing happily with soft, rosy cheeks, Fiore hums in pure bliss, whispering to herself how seeing everyone enjoy her food makes her feel infinitely happy. Watching her warm smile, Leonardo gazes at her with deep, tender affection. The peaceful late-night gathering continues into the evening, filled with warmth, laughter, and delicious food as the group shares a rare moment of pure harmony. The scene transitions under a glittering midnight sky as flashback memories recall the moment Fiore first stepped through the grand wrought iron gates of Marseille Academy with her suitcase, quietly reflecting on her new workplace. Back in the bustling dining hall during normal hours, energetic waitstaff glide past marble pillars, serving exquisite gourmet courses to cheerful noble students. Presenting a beautifully seared fish fillet drizzled in lemon butter sauce, giggle, Fiore beams with professional pride as her culinary creations continue to captivate the entire academy. Yeah, story panels reveal that the viral rumors surrounding the broken engagement between Fiore and Prince Leonardo were eventually brushed off by the public as, nothing more than baseless gossip. Fiore watches the peaceful dining room in mild shock, admitting inside her head that she fully expected the nobility to be in total chaos over the breaking news. but everyone reacted surprisingly well. Laughing off the drama without a care in the world, noble students simply shrugged off the rumors, caring far more about the delicious food than high society political gossip. Gliding past packed tables with silver trays full of sweet fruit tarts, servers attend to bustling crowds as Villian's popularity reaches an all-time peak thanks to the banquet's massive success. Resting her chin on her hand in deep thought, Fiore muses to herself that with everything running so smoothly, it might finally be safe for her to return to regular classes. Suddenly, the shadow of a female student appears at the open doorway. Fiore pauses her thoughts, turning her head in mild surprise. Putting on her best customer service smile, Fiore politely greets the guest, offering to lead her to an open table. The mood drops to absolute sub-zero. The mysterious girl glares back with terrifying, bloodshot eyes filled with pure hatred, coldly spitting out that she will never, ever forgive her. Yikes! Look at that terrifying death glare. Her past villainous karma just came back to smack her in the face. Turning sharply on her heel, the girl storms away down the brick corridor, leaving Fiore standing completely paralyzed in sheer shock. Sitting alone on a wooden hallway bench, Fiore clutches her handkerchief tightly, her entire face turning deathly pale as dark anxiety washes over her. Digging deep into her transmigration memories, a dramatic profile card reveals the girl's true identity, Rosanna Cassell. Fiore breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this situation is catastrophically bad. Dark flashback memories reveal the cruel reality. The original villainous Fiore targeted Rosanna for insolence, ruthlessly bullying her and even dumping a full glass of wine over her head while Rosanna wept on the floor. Man, the original villainess was straight up evil. No wonder this girl wants revenge. Staring at the floor with a heavy, troubled expression, Fiore sighs, realizing her foolishness and thinking she could just casually stroll back into regular classes after all the trauma her predecessor caused. Standing isolated in a dark, empty void, Fiore reflects on the immense destruction left behind by the original Fiore. Sighing to the sobering realization that she still has a very long, painful road ahead to truly redeem those past sins. Looking down at the delicate handkerchief clutched in her trembling hands, Fiore steels her resolve, determined to take full responsibility and face whatever consequences come her way. Suddenly, a glowing pink UI system menu materializes right in front of Fiore's face, causing her to jump back in complete surprise as she wonders where this mysterious screen even came from. Stroking her chin in deep contemplation, Fiore leans in closer to read the sparkling text, prompting her with a notice that it's time to explain the next game steps. Fiore realizes she isn't bound to a rigid storyline checklist anymore, recalling how standard Otome game modes operate off the exact same flexible mechanics. A glowing system warning pops up with a critical update, declaring that if any male lead's affection level drops below 30, the restaurant's overall popularity rating will suffer a devastating crash. Seriously? Talk about high-stakes customer service. One bad interaction and her whole business goes bankrupt. Scanning the affection meters displaying various scores around 40 and 50, Fiore's sweat drops as she spots Professor Charles sitting precariously low at 38, realizing he is currently her most dangerous risk. Gritting her teeth with a flustered expression, Fiore calls out the system, surprised that the game interface is actually responding to her directly for once instead of staying silent. Clenching her hands over her lap, Fiore lowers her gaze, deciding to take advantage of this rare system dialogue to ask the one question that has been burning in her mind ever since she transmigrated. Looking directly at the floating screen, Fiore asks in a soft, earnest whisper what will ultimately happen to her once she completes all the game's objectives. The pink prompt glimmers quietly as the system processes her query, holding Fiore in breathtaking suspense. Her eyes widen in overwhelming emotion as the screen reveals the ultimate reward. Completing her goals will allow her to return to her original world. Realizing her dream is actually attainable, tears swell in her eyes. Interrupting her thoughts, a panicked staff member bursts down the hallway yelling that they have a major crisis on their hands, making Fiore turn around in shock. Shaking off her lingering shock, Fiore sets aside the system screen, ready to handle whatever emergency is unfolding in the restaurant. Heading back into the kitchen, Fiore hauls a large woven basket filled with fresh produce, setting it down onto the heavy wooden prep counter. Dusting off her apron with a satisfied smile, Fiore rests her chin on her hand, figuring this batch should be plenty of ingredients to handle tomorrow's busy lunch rush. Suddenly, a crisp leather boot steps silently onto the polished kitchen floor right behind her. Leaning right over her shoulder with a smooth, mischievous grin, Professor Charles greets Fiore out of nowhere, scaring the living daylights out of her. Screaming in cute chibi frustration, Fiore shakes her fists, complaining that he always creeps up on her like a ghost. Charles chuckles warmly, teasingly admitting that her hilarious reactions are just too cute to resist. Man, Charles really lives to push her buttons. He's the ultimate workplace menace. Sweeping his silvery hair back, Charles winks cheerfully, revealing the actual reason he stopped by the kitchen late at night. Stepping out from behind him, a bright blonde girl bows with a radiant flower-like smile, introducing herself as Alice and declaring how thrilled she is to meet her. Fiore's jaw hits the absolute floor, gasp in utter bewilderment as her mind short-circuits. Why in the world is the original heroine of the normal game mode standing right inside her restaurant? A glowing character presentation card highlights Alice Berthier, the canonical, beloved main protagonist of the original story. Gesturing toward the cute blonde, Charles politely asks if Fiore can hire Alice starting tomorrow, explaining that since Villian is currently short-staffed, having an extra set of hands would be a massive help. Sweat dropping in complete panic, Fiore hesitates, internally screaming that the game never mentioned the main heroine showing up right in the middle of this route. Waving his gloved hand with a carefree laugh, Charles dodges the specifics, casually mentioning that Alice's hiring is actually a direct favor requested by His Majesty himself. Watching him brush off the details with an airy smile, Fiore deadpans, realizing the professor is expertly dodging all of her reasonable questions. Tapping her temple in thought, Fiore wonders how on earth she's supposed to overhaul the kitchen schedule on such ridiculously short notice. Looking back at Alice, Fiore notices the girl staring at her with wide, anxious blue eyes, practically trembling with nervous hope. Bending deeply at a 90-degree angle, Alice promises with absolute passion that she will give this job every single ounce of her strength. Clutching her hands tightly against her chest with flushed cheeks, Alice sparkles with intense enthusiasm, pleading for Fiore to teach her everything she knows. Wow, look at those shiny anime eyes. She's so pure and energetic, it's practically blinding. The next morning, bright sunlight streams into the bedroom as Fiore sits up in bed, stretching her arms high with a sleepy yawn. Reflecting on the chaos of the previous evening while checking her status screen, Fiore muses on how bizarre it is to work alongside Alice, the very girl the original villainous Fiore used to relentlessly bully. Walking over to the window, Fiore wonders if it's truly possible for them to become genuine friends in this route, praying they don't somehow end up as bitter enemies. Peering through the glass window pane down into the sunlit courtyard below, something unexpected catches her eye. Down in the garden, Alice stands chatting pleasantly with Princess Leonardo. Gasp! Both surrounded by blooming floral petals. Fiore leans closer to the window pane, narrowing her eyes as she tries to figure out what could possibly bring those two together so early in the morning. Glowing with a breathtaking, tender gaze, Prince Leonardo offers Alice a soft, gentle smile that oozes pure warmth. Fiore freezes in absolute disbelief. Her jaw drops as her mind spirals into total chaos, seeing the normally stoic prince laughing so freely. Tightly clutching the fabric over her chest, Fiore's heart drops as she reflects that Leonardo has almost never smiled at her with that level of genuine warmth. Trembling softly, Fiore stares down in confusion, wondering what the sudden sharp sting aching inside her chest is supposed to mean. Hold on, is our oblivious master chef finally realizing she has real feelings for the prince? Ooh, a dramatic spotlight panel showcases Alice in all her heroine glory, radiating pure angelic light. Story text panels explain Alice's tragic past. Growing up as a helpless orphan, she was looked down upon by high society and forced to endure grueling labor under miserable conditions. Everything changed when a noble benefactor recognized her potential, pulling her out of poverty and granting her a brand new life. Flashback images show her journey leading all the way to Villian, the premier elite dining hall of Royal Marseille Academy. Surrounded by glowing blossoms, Alice is introduced as the ultimate classic heroine, a girl literally destined to be adored by everyone she meets. Watching them from above, Fiore drops her head, feeling an overwhelming wave of insecurity as she tells herself that Alice is on a completely different tier from a former villainess like her. Clutching her throbbing chest, Fiore wonders why it hurts so badly now, remembering how she felt completely fine back when Noelle and Leonardo were spending time together. Shaking her head frantically to brush away the sadness, Fiore forces herself to snap out of it, deciding to lock those painful romantic feelings away and focus entirely on running her restaurant. Back down in the kitchen, Alice pumps her fist with fiery determination, loudly shouting that she is ready to give it her all under Lady Fiore's guidance. Offering a gentle, warm smile, Fiore politely chuckles, telling the overly eager girl that there's really no need to address her with such formal nobility titles. Snapping straight up at attention like a military recruit, Alice salutes enthusiastically, leaving Fiore sweat-dropping with a cozy chuckle at her brand-new assistant's endearing intensity. Suddenly back in the kitchen, Fiore bites her lip, wondering if she came off just a bit too sharp with Alice a moment ago. She reminds herself to be extra careful. Heck, she couldn't even look the poor girl straight in the eye. Sweat dropping in cute chibi form, Fiore internally panics, desperately praying she doesn't accidentally project the terrifying aura of some wicked, tyrannical boss. Putting on her warmest smile, Fiore turns to Alice and invites her to jump right into practical training, suggesting she help out wherever she feels comfortable. Pointing to the menu board, she announces today's dish is a cozy salmon and spinach gratin while laying out all the fresh ingredients on the prep counter. Clenching her fists with adorable enthusiasm, tiny Alice snaps to attention like a disciplined recruit, loudly shouting, "Yes, chef," at the top of her lungs. Fiore begins the masterclass tutorial, explaining that the very first step is to blanch the fresh green spinach leaves in a pot of boiling salted water. Turning toward her blushing assistant, Fiore holds up a fresh onion, smoothly moving to the second phase of the recipe with pure culinary grace. Using crisp, precise cuts, Fiore slices through the onions and potatoes on the cutting board while tiny Alice watches her every movement with wide, sparkly eyes. Squeezing out the excess moisture from the blanched spinach with her bare hands, Fiore expertly chops the greens into perfect bite-sized portions. Turning on the stove burner, Fiore drops a generous slab of butter into the hot skillet, watching it melt into a shimmering pool before tossing in the sliced onions to sauté. As soon as the onions turn soft and translucent, she sprinkles a light spoon of flour directly over the pan. Stirring constantly with a wooden spatula, Fiore forms a rich, velvety paste while Alice scribbles down furiously in her tiny notepad. Man, look at Alice taking notes like she's prepping for a final exam. She's taking this assistant chef role very seriously. Slowly streaming fresh milk into the mixture, Fiore adds a delicate pinch of salt to elevate the rich flavor profile as the white sauce thickens up. Staring down at the glossy pan, Alice's eyes shimmer like giant anime diamonds, loudly declaring that the sauce looks utterly mouthwatering even before it's even finished. Moving over to a fresh skillet, Fiore gives the seasoned salmon fillet a quick sizzling sear, reminding her eager student to always use a separate pan for fish to avoid cross-contamination. Next, she neatly layers the vibrant chopped spinach together with the golden seared salmon directly into a heavy ceramic baking dish. Rich white cream cascades smoothly over the salmon and spinach, blanketing the dish in delicious, savory warmth before adding a dusting of cheese on top. Fiore slides the dish straight into the hot brick oven, leaving it to bake until the top bubbles into a glorious golden brown crust. A dazzling presentation card showcases the completed masterpiece, a heavenly dish of salmon and spinach gratin glowing like a culinary relic. Alice gasps in pure visual ecstasy, her cheeks flushing bright red as the irresistible aroma fills the entire kitchen. Smiling warmly, Fiore hands over a wooden spoon, inviting Alice to do the honors and take the very first taste test. Surprised, Alice stammers, asking if she's really allowed to try it. Scooping up a steaming bite dripping with long, gooey strands of molten cheese, Alice brings the spoon up to her trembling lips. Closing her eyes softly, Alice takes the bite, savoring the rich explosion of flavors on her tongue. Alice's eyes burst open in absolute shock as she clutches her flushed cheek, shouting out loud that it tastes unbelievably amazing. Swooning in blissful ecstasy, Chibi Alice gushes over how insanely creamy the white sauce is and how perfectly it pairs with the tender, juicy salmon. Squeezing her hands together in pure joy, Alice giggles warmly, admitting she had no idea gratin could ever taste this divine. Fiore chuckles softly, genuinely happy to see her assistant enjoying the meal so much. Watching the girl eagerly plead for just one more bite, Fiore smiles to herself, reflecting on how remarkably sweet and innocent Alice truly is. Yet as she looks down toward the sunny garden where Leonardo and Alice were chatting earlier, a soft ache touches Fiore's heart, realizing why Prince Leonardo smiles so brightly whenever he is around her. Later that afternoon in the quiet dining room, Professor Charles gently lifts a spoonful of the baked gratin to his mouth, taking a slow taste. Swallowing the warm bite, a calm, contented smile touches Charles's lips as he savors the rich taste. Sitting gracefully at the grand dining table, Charles compliments her work, warmly remarking that her cooking is always exceptional and offers a comfort he can consistently rely on. Fiore bows her head politely, offering a soft smile as she thanks him, genuinely pleased that the dish met his high standards. Narrowing his sharp green eyes slightly, Charles inspects her expression, detecting something subtly off behind her gentle smile. Leaning back slightly, Charles asks softly if something is bothering her, causing Fiore to flinch in total surprise. Sweat dropping in chibi panic, flustered, embarrassed, Fiore stammers nervously, asking what on earth could possibly make him suspect that. Charles gazes at her with deep intuition, explaining that her smile seemed just a tiny bit different from usual, wondering if he was just imagining things. Clenching her hands tightly against her apron, Fiore lowers her gaze, her quiet posture giving away the heavy thoughts weighing on her heart. Looking back up into his eyes, Fiore confesses in a soft whisper that no, he wasn't imagining it at all. Smiling warmly, Charles reassures her that he is always available if she ever wants to talk, but gently suggests that if it's too difficult to share with him, she should consider talking to one of her close friends instead. Fiore pauses in deep thought, repeating the words, "a close friend," under her breath, when suddenly a panicked maid rushes up behind her, quickly calling her name. Turning to face the anxious waitress, Fiore tilts her head in confusion as the woman asks if it's just her imagination or if the main dining hall is unnaturally empty today. Glancing out over the vacant white tablecloths, Fiore casually replies that the restaurant is usually pretty quiet during the early morning hours. Shaking her head anxiously, the maid's sweat drops, revealing that it's definitely not morning anymore. Pointing toward the grand dining area, the maid nervously clarifies that the official afternoon lunch break actually started quite a while ago. Fiore looks up at the wall clock and completely freezes in horror. The hands read well past peak dining hour. What in the world is going on? Panic surging through her veins, Fiore clutches her hair in total distress. Normally, every single table would be packed wall to wall by now. So why is the entire room completely deserted? Talk about every restaurant owner's worst nightmare. One minute you're cooking up a storm, and the next, your customer base vanishes into thin air. Trembling as Fiore stares out at the eerie silence of the dining hall, Fiore's face turns pale with dread, realizing that even at this hour, not a single new customer has walked through the doors. Walking over toward the single-occupied table in the entire building, Fiore tentatively calls out to Lord Albert, who sits alone eating his lunch. Albert turns around in surprise, looking up at Fiore with a sudden warm expression. Spotting her troubled face, Albert's brows furrow with concern as he asks why she looks so unusually downcast, prompting Fiore to explain that the restaurant's customer numbers suddenly crashed without warning today. Crying chibi tears of frustration, huffs, Fiore drops her shoulders, confessing that she has absolutely no clue what could have caused such a catastrophic drop in business. Albert blinks in casual realization, turning to Fiore and explaining that the sudden drop in customers is simply because midterm exams are right around the corner. Hearing the dread words midterm exams, Chibi Fiore's jaw hits the floor in absolute horror. Albert continues explaining while a window reveals students locked away in study halls, cramming away for their grades. He points out that everyone is so stressed about studying that they can't justify spending time sitting down for meals, while a hilarious side note reveals Albert doesn't care at all because he's taking a makeup exam anyway. Fiore sighs, realizing that reduced foot traffic is totally expected during exam season, but her heart drops as her system interface flashes an urgent prompt. The mission warning explicitly demands her restaurant reach a 4-star popularity rating before midterms end, leaving her in total panic. Collapsing into chibi form, Fiore rubs her forehead in desperate despair, pleading with the universe if anyone out there has a single brilliant idea to fix this disaster. Man, nothing hits harder than a surprise system quest deadline when your store's completely dead. Talk about peak game mechanics tormenting the protagonist. Suddenly, a bright light bulb dings above her head as Fiore's green eyes light up with sudden inspiration. Turning excitedly to Albert, Fiore proposes that if students don't have time to sit down and relax, why not offer a quick takeout menu they can grab on the go? Albert nods smoothly in agreement, approvingly suggesting that something simple and portable like a sandwich might be the perfect solution. Fiore visualizes a neatly cut sandwich in her mind, musing under her breath that while it sounds tasty, she is not sure if it has enough flair to pull in massive crowds. Staring at a visual of standard takeout curry bowls, Fiore worries that a plain sandwich won't feel special enough to hit that 4-star goal, when suddenly, Alice pops up from behind with an energetic cry.
Clenching her fist with sparkly anime intensity, Alice introduces herself loud and proud, ready to contribute her thoughts to save the day.
Fiore turns gently to her assistant, asking what she has in mind, prompting Alice to shyly admit that she might have a pretty good menu idea. With a beaming smile, Alice points upward as a glorious, juicy hamburger floats beside her head in full golden light. Chibi Fiore tilts her head in utter shock, repeating the word hamburgers, while Alice enthusiastically nods back.
Alice cleverly breaks down her logic, explaining that since most Academy students are high-ranking nobility, eating a messy burger with their hands in public would make them feel extremely self-conscious and awkward. Look at that fancy noble girl trying to eat with formal silverware. You just know eating a burger with a knife and fork is an absolute crime against food. She points out that if the restaurant sells burgers specifically as takeout, students can secretly enjoy them in private. Albert lets out a hearty chuckle, pointing at Alice in complete approval while declaring that it's actually an absolute genius strategy. Turning toward Fiore, Albert smiles warmly and reassures her that Alice's takeout burger idea is genuinely brilliant, causing Fiore to stammer in gentle agreement. Fiore stares at her assistant in awe, inwardly praising Alice's incredible quick thinking, acknowledging that she truly acts like the main character of normal mode. Meanwhile, Albert in the background blithely requests a massive 5-patty stack on his order. Yet beneath her supportive smile, a tiny cloud of self-doubt touches Fiore's mind, leaving her feeling just a little bit frustrated with her own slowness. As night falls over the kitchen, Fiore sets out fresh hamburger ingredients on her heavy wooden chopping board, laying out raw ground beef, cheese, tomatoes, lettuce, and buns. Rolling up her apron sleeves with renewed fire in her eyes, Fiore hypes herself up to prep the test batch so they can launch the brand new takeout menu tomorrow. Using a sharp chef knife, she swiftly slices juicy red tomatoes and crisp pickles into neat rounds before gently tearing fresh green lettuce leaves apart by hand. Fiore offers a satisfied smile, checking off the fresh veggies as she smoothly shifts focus toward prepping the main protein element. Shaking a pinch of salt and pepper over the bowl, Fiore thoroughly kneads the seasoned ground beef using both hands to build a rich, tender patty consistency. She shapes the meat into a round patty, reminding herself in a side note that patties always shrink down while cooking, so making them slightly larger than the buns is an absolute must. Dropping a generous slab of butter into the hot pan, Fiore sears the beef patties to sizzling perfection while lightly toasting the fluffy sesame buns in the open pan space. Once the bottom is beautifully seared, she flips the patty over and lays a thick slice of golden cheddar cheese directly on top. Covering the skillet with a heavy pan lid, Fiore traps the hot steam inside to let the cheese melt smoothly across the entire patty. Lifting the lid to reveal the glorious molten cheese coating the juicy meat, Chibi Fiore holds up a spatula in pure bliss, admiring how insanely delicious it looks. Man, look at that cheese pull. That artist knows exactly how to make food look like a divine masterpiece. Using a butter knife, she smoothly spreads a rich layer of tangy mustard over the inner surface of the toasted bun. Next, she neatly layers a vibrant, crisp piece of fresh lettuce right over the bottom bun to catch all the savory juices. A shimmering presentation card showcases the completed creation, the legendary Villian Special Hamburger, glowing like an absolute culinary artifact. Fiore takes a massive, mouth-watering bite into the towering burger, letting the explosion of flavors hit her palate. A vibrant pink backdrop erupts with floating hearts as the prompt declares that the 100 beef patty delivers pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Cheeks flushing bright red as she licks her lips, Fiore swoons with heart-shaped eyes, gushing over how flawlessly every single fresh ingredient complements the rich, juicy beef. A side caption pops up explaining her next big idea. If they allow customers to customize their vegetable toppings, every single student is guaranteed to be thrilled. The very next afternoon, a huge crowd of Academy students swarms the restaurant counter demanding takeout burgers. Customers eagerly shout out their orders, asking for no pickles or extra sauce as the waitress furiously writes everything down. Sitting at a dining table, Albert takes a giant bite out of his customized burger, blushing with immense delight as a huge heart indicator reading 55 pops over his head.
Albert beams with a mouthful of food, cheering that a pure meat and cheese burger is the undisputed best thing ever made, while Fiore giggles warmly, glad he loves it. Fiore chuckles to herself, reflecting on how hilariously typical it is for Albert to completely skip the veggies when suddenly a system chime rings in her ears. A glowing system banner flashes across her vision, announcing restaurant popularity up, showcasing 4 shining golden stars. Clenching her hands against her chest, tears of relief well up in Fiore's eyes, sighing, thanking goodness that she managed to hit the goal right before the deadline. Chibi Fiore proudly holds up her 4-star system card, noting that as long as she maintains this rating until midterms finish, her quest will officially be cleared, reminding herself to give Alice a huge thank you later. Exhausted after working non-stop since dawn, Fiore slumps into a chair in the quiet back room with a heavy exhale, looking out the window for a quiet break. Through the clear window pane, she spots Roger sitting peacefully under the shade of a large oak tree, focused intently on his sketchpad. A soft caption wonders what beautiful art he's working on today. Fiore rests her chin on her hand, softly musing whether Roger might be feeling hungry, and if he'd enjoy trying one of her newly crafted burgers. A cute light bulb flashes over Chibi Fiore's head as she resolves to cook a custom burger for Roger next time. She notes in fine print that while mushroom volume makes it hard for the regular menu, it's totally worth it for him. Humming a sweet melody to herself, Fiore prances down the hallway with rosy cheeks, feeling bright and happy about treating her friend to something special. A quiet memory bubble floats in her mind, recalling Professor Charles's kind words reminding her that it's always okay to open up and talk to a close friend. Clenching her fist with a radiant, determined smile, Fiore's eyes light up with sudden clarity, realizing that she finally knows exactly who to confide in. Under the gentle shade of the giant oak tree, Roger sits quietly with his pencil gliding across paper, drawing a beautifully detailed bird onto his sketchpad. Fiore sneaks up from behind and warmly compliments his artwork, causing Roger to flinch violently and jump out of his skin in absolute shock. Gasp! Holding his sketchpad defensively like a shield, Roger turns toward her with wide, flustered eyes, trembling slightly from the sudden disturbance. Fiore frantically waves her hands around, stammering out endless apologies for scaring him out of nowhere. Shrinking into a timid chibi form, Roger bows his head repeatedly, stammering that he should be the one apologizing instead. Roger timidly admits that no one has ever called out to him like that before, leaving him completely caught off guard. Look at this precious blue-haired introvert. Scaring him like that ought to be classified as a misdemeanor. Sitting beside him under the tree, Fiore asks if he'll be fine for midterms without studying, but Roger casually reveals he studies daily and hates last-minute cramming, leaving Chibi Fiore completely dazzled by his top student energy. Roger's relaxed smile fades into a subtle, contemplative expression as he turns his gaze slightly downward. A quiet atmosphere settles around the pair as Roger turns toward her, gently asking what brought her all the way out here. He points out that since she was the one who approached him, he assumed there was a specific reason she wanted to chat. Hugging his sketchbook tightly against his chest, Roger hesitatingly asks if there's an issue she wanted to consult him about. Clutching his jacket sleeve, Roger nervously wonders if he misread the room, but Fiore softly reassures him that he's not wrong at all. Looking up with serious green eyes, Fiore musters her courage and confirms that there is indeed something very important she needs his advice on. Chibi Roger lets out a relieved sigh, beaming as he sweetly offers to lend a listening ear to whatever is troubling her. Blushing furiously, Fiore takes a deep breath and drops a massive bombshell. It's about Lord Leonardo. Fiore averts her eyes nervously, her cheeks glowing bright pink as she tries to put her chaotic inner feelings into actual words. A soft memory visual highlights Leonardo and Fiore happily prepping food together in the kitchen, surrounded by a dreamy aura of white lilies. Fiore lowers her head, confessing that whenever she sees Leonardo talking happily with other girls, her chest tightens up so painfully that it actually hurts. She looks up at Roger, asking him if this painful feeling in her chest means something deeper. This information is not medical advice or a diagnosis. Please see a healthcare professional for any health concerns. Suddenly, a bright pink heart graphic appears above Roger's head, showing his affection rating abruptly plummeting down to 47. Wait, hold up. Did his heart rate indicator just drop because of a romance talk? Talk about brutal Otome game mechanics in full effect. Chibi Fiore enters full-blown panic mode, screaming internally over why on earth Roger's affection points are dropping like a rock. Fiore frets in total agony, wondering if she accidentally said something terrible to hurt his feelings, while Roger stares down gloomily. A terrifying system alert flashes across her vision, warning that dropping below 30 affection triggers an immediate game over. Realizing she can't back out now without making things worse, Fiore sweat drops in absolute terror. Shaking off her hesitation, Fiore decides to abandon all overthinking and just speak from the bottom of her heart. Squeezing her eyes shut, Fiore passionately shouts out that he was the very first real friend she made ever since enrolling in this academy. Roger's eyes widen in absolute shock, his face flushing deep crimson as her sudden confession hits him like a freight train. Fiore gives him a glowing, radiant smile, pouring out her pure affection for their precious friendship. Roger stares at her in stunned silence, his heart fluttering as the tense shadow over his eyes completely melts away. Hugging his sketchbook close, Roger lets out a soft chuckle, warmly thanking her for opening up and telling him the truth. Fiore gasps in massive relief, watching his face soften up as the terrifying crisis passes. Looking down thoughtfully, Roger timidly confesses that while he's certainly no expert when it comes to matters of the heart, he looks her dead in the eye with complete sincerity, gently declaring that her feelings for Lord Leonardo are undeniably love. Fiore freezes in place, parsing the weight of his words as silence fills the air between them. A warm flashback memory flashes through her mind, depicting Leonardo embracing her tightly in a protective, dramatic hug. Fiore closes her eyes in self-reflection, realizing deep down that she probably knew her real feelings all along, but was simply too terrified to admit them to herself. Looking back at Roger with shimmering eyes, Fiore softly asks him what she should even do now. Roger offers a comforting look, reminding her that since Leonardo is officially her fiancé, whispers she shouldn't worry so much about her position. Fiore drops her gaze melancholically, explaining that while they are engaged on paper, that political arrangement is literally the only bond connecting them. She continues explaining that while Leonardo is a wonderful man who never judges people by their appearance, that doesn't mean he'd automatically harbor romantic feelings for just anyone. Shadow falls over her face as self-doubt creeps back in, believing someone as plain as her could never win his heart. Roger swiftly reaches out and rests his hand near her shoulder, sincerely telling her never to talk down about herself like that. Looking into her teary eyes with fierce emotion, Roger begs her to stop degrading her own worth, unable to stand seeing her suffer. Man, Roger's support level is off the charts. He really is the ultimate best friend character. Roger gives her a sweet, captivating smile, telling her from the bottom of his heart that he wants her to have far more confidence in who she is. Fiore's heart skips a beat as she stares into his ridiculously handsome, shining face up close. Timidly clasping her hands, Fiore asks if he truly believes that, and Chibi Roger enthusiastically guarantees it with a warm nod. Roger beams back at her with absolute positivity, his golden eyes radiating warmth and pure sincerity. Fiore stares at him with bright, teary green eyes, completely overwhelmed by his incredible kindness and unwavering encouragement. Suddenly, heavy raindrops begin pattering down from the dark sky above, breaking the quiet emotional moment as Roger looks up in surprise. Chibi Fiore freaks out in total chaos, screaming in horror as the sky opens up into a sudden downpour. Fiore grabs Roger's sleeve and urges him to sprint for cover before his sketchpad gets completely ruined, while Roger stammers in surprise as they dash away through the rain. Alice stands in the hallway holding a stack of official documents tightly against her apron, her face beaming bright enough to illuminate the entire corridor. Spotting Leonardo walking past, she immediately skips over and greets him with boundless enthusiasm, leaving the prince looking completely baffled by her hyperactive mood. Pushing her chest out with immense pride, Alice pulls at the vibrant blue ribbon tied around her collar, eagerly begging him to admire its beautiful lace trim. She boastfully reveals that Lady Fiore gave her this gorgeous scarf as a reward for her brilliant marketing concept, while Leonardo just deadpans back with a blunt response. Talk about top-tier workplace flexing among the restaurant staff. Curious about his fiancé's whereabouts, Leonardo inquires if Fiore is currently busy working inside the kitchen, but Alice's cheerful expression instantly falters. Alice hesitatingly admits that Fiore caught a nasty cold after getting completely drenched in the rainstorm the other day, causing Leonardo's eyes to snap wide in absolute shock. She explains that Fiore will likely need to take an extended medical leave to rest, and Leonardo calmly nods, thanking her for the update. Without wasting a single fraction of a second, Leonardo turns on his heel and dashes down the hallway at full speed, man-bolted faster than someone dodging a group project presentation. Left standing completely alone in the hall, Chibi Alice blinks in total bewilderment, wondering if the usually composed prince is secretly a wildly impatient person underneath that cold exterior. Meanwhile, inside her dimly lit bedroom, Fiore lies buried under a heavy blanket with a blazing fever, letting out a weak, agonizing groan sigh as heat flushes her cheeks crimson. Sweating profusely beneath the covers, she berates herself for falling ill right during the restaurant's busiest period. Remembering how she got soaked running through the downpour with Roger and neglected to take a hot bath immediately after. She visualizes the frantic, panic-stricken faces of her staff earlier, reminding herself that as a head chef and owner, she must strictly quarantine until she's completely virus-free. Staring blankly up at the ceiling in total silence, the heavy, suffocating quietness of her room begins to press down on her heart. Fiore closes her eyes melancholically, realizing that this isolated, painful sensation feels hauntingly familiar to her previous life. A dark, gloomy memory bubble brings back her original world, recalling how she used to lie sick and helpless in an empty room ever since her mother passed away, with no one around to check on her except her own lonely thoughts. Man, her backstory hits like a freight train. Give this sweet girl a break already. Suddenly, a glowing vision of Leonardo's handsome face floats into her mind, appearing like a warm ray of sunshine, shattering her traumatic memories. She reflects on Roger's encouraging words from yesterday, pushing her to finally accept her true romantic feelings for her fiancé. However, cold reality snaps back as she imagines her original world, remembering the harsh rule of this universe. Once she clears the final game objective, she is forced to return to her real life forever. Holding up her phone showing Leonardo's dashing picture, a sharp physical pain stings her chest, realizing that if she lets herself fall deeper for him, saying goodbye will destroy her completely. Biting her lip in silent agony, Fiore decides that for the sake of protecting her own heart, she must keep her distance from Leonardo from now on. Suddenly, a crisp, polite knock reverberates off her bedroom door, causing Fiore to flinch violently in sheer surprise. Sitting up in bed with trembling hands, she nervously stammers out a question, only to hear Leonardo's deep, unmistakable voice answer through the thick wood. With a slow creak, the door swings open as Leonardo steps into the room, catching Fiore completely defenseless in her feverish state. Bathed in the soft, ambient lighting, Leonardo looks directly into her eyes with an impossibly tender expression, softly asking if she's all right. Fiore stammers out her absolute disbelief, wondering why the High Prince himself would personally come visit her sickbed while Leonardo sets down a wooden basin of cool water, ordering her to lie back down and rest. Fiore frantically pulls the blanket over her red face, desperately begging him to stay away so he doesn't catch her terrible sickness. Completely ignoring her protests, Leonardo dips a clean towel into the ice-cold water and wrings it out with smooth, practiced movements. Leaning over her bed, Leonardo commands her with quiet authority to stop worrying, telling her to just be a good girl and let him take care of her. Hold up. Be a good girl? My heart just did a full backflip on her behalf. He tenderly lays the cool, damp towel over her burning forehead, causing Fiore to let out a breathy gasp and murmur a faint thank you as her heart thumps wildly against her ribs. Leonardo flashes her the most breathtaking, radiant smile imaginable, softly agreeing in response, while his violet eyes glow with pure devotion. Fiore buries her face into the sheets, her mind spinning out of control. Just a moment ago, she vowed to keep her distance, yet his gentle touch instantly melts all her defenses away. Gazing up at him sitting right beside her bed with such loving concern, an overwhelming wave of happiness fills her soul, realizing how deeply she craved his presence. Clenching her hands against the duvet, Fiore finally stops lying to herself, admitting that her true feeling for Leonardo is undeniably love. Noticing her fixed gaze and flustered demeanor, Leonardo shifts closer and softly asks what's bothering her. Blushing to the absolute roots of her hair, Fiore hides half her face under the blanket, timidly pleading for him to stay by her side just a little bit longer. Instantly, a bright pink heart pops up above his head as his affection rating skyrockets up to 50. Take that, unfair Otome game mechanics. Smiling with boundless affection, Leonardo settles comfortably into the chair beside her bed, softly promising that he won't leave her side until she drifts off to sleep. The next morning, bright sunshine pours through the window pane as wild birds sing outside, gently waking Fiore up from a long, peaceful slumber. Fiore sits up in bed and scans the quiet room, realizing that the chair beside her bed is now empty. A subtle shadow of disappointment touches her face as she stares down at her lap, wondering if his tender care last night was merely a sweet delusion. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Leonardo steps inside holding a steaming bowl in his hands, warmly noting that she's finally awake. In a cute chibi speech bubble, Leonardo gently asks if she has any appetite today, and Fiore's eyes sparkle as she eagerly confirms she does. Setting the tray down on the nightstand, Leonardo lets out a soft chuckle, remarking that her vibrant energy has finally returned. Fiore turns bright red at his playful remark, pouting internally that he's poking fun at her, yet feeling endlessly grateful that his care brought her fever down completely. Stirring a wooden spoon through the warm, comforting meal, Leonardo asks if she feels up to eating some soft bread porridge. He carefully scoops up a warm spoonful and blows on it gently, holding it out directly toward her mouth while warning her to take care because it's hot. Fiore's brain instantly undergoes a full nuclear meltdown from intense embarrassment, screaming internally over this unexpected romantic feeding scene. Shrinking into a panicked chibi state, Fiore flails her hands around frantically, stammering at high speed that she can totally feed herself, while Leonardo blinks in quiet confusion. Seriously, Prince feeding sick heroine is classic romance 101, but her social anxiety simply can't handle the heat. Outside the glass window, a servant peacefully sweeps the grounds while Fiore holds the wooden utensil in her hands, softly whispering Leonardo's name under her breath. Looking down at the warm, nourishing porridge prepared with so much care, Fiore takes a spoonful herself, her chest bursting with profound gratitude and unshakable love for the man standing before her. Fiore brings the spoon to her lips and takes a small taste of the warm porridge, letting out a gentle mumble of pure satisfaction. Her eyes light up with joy as she beams brightly at Leonardo, exclaiming that it's delicious and so gently seasoned that it glides down her throat without any effort. Above Leonardo's head, the pink affection meter jumps up to 54 points as he lets out a quiet breath of relief, softly noting that he's glad she likes it, while Fiore's jaw practically drops to the floor in shock. Reduced to a baffled chibi state with question marks swirling around her head, flustered, embarrassed, Fiore panics inside over why his affection randomly spiked, while Leonardo blinks in confusion, asking if the food disagreed with her stomach. She flails her arms frantically and stammers at lightning speed, insisting that nothing is wrong and that the dish is filled with pure perfection. Seriously, watching her overthink every single point on his love meter is absolute gold. Trying to cool her burning cheeks, Fiore gazes down at the bowl and innocently wonders aloud which talented chef from the restaurant staff managed to prepare such a comforting meal for her. Resting his chin on his hand, Leonardo calmly confesses that he was actually the one who made it, leaving Fiore frozen in place with a soft gasp escaping her lips. Arms folded in a modest pose, he admits that while he got a few pointers from the kitchen crew, he personally cooked the porridge himself from scratch. Look at this prince casually adding Michelin star chef to his resume just to impress his sick fiancé. Fiore stares back at him with vibrant, wide green eyes, her heart swelling with an unexplainable tenderness as his words sink in. A timid, radiant smile forms on her face as she clutches the wooden bowl, softly offering her sincere gratitude to Prince Leonardo. Looking into her eyes with an unexpectedly soft gaze, Leonardo murmurs that he's the one who should be expressing thanks, catching Fiore completely off guard. Resting his knuckles near his mouth, he softly explains that preparing a meal for someone and hearing them genuinely call it delicious brings a surprisingly deep sense of happiness to his heart. Looking down at her with tender purple eyes, he whispers that he finally understands the heartfelt passion she pours into her culinary creations every single day. Fast forward to the next morning. Fully recovered and brimming with energy, Fiore ties a neat bow into her hair inside the kitchen while getting ready for action. Striking a spirited pose with both fists clenched, she loudly declares to herself that her cold is completely cured, meaning she's ready to give 100% to the restaurant today. Talk about a speedy recovery. Nothing beats Prince Brewed porridge power. Suddenly, an abrupt realization hits her mind like a bolt of lightning, causing her eyes to widen in total surprise. eyes. A glowing system notification banner pops open in her thoughts, reminding her that she completely forgot to claim her quest reward from yesterday. With a brilliant flash of light, 3 heavy iron spheres linked together by thick woven ropes materialize midair right inside the kitchen, leaving Fiore staring blankly in utter confusion. She squints at the strange floating object with a sweat-dropped chibi expression, flustered, embarrassed, wondering what kind of bizarre item the game system just handed her. Catching the heavy weight in her hands, she reads the system text confirming that her reward is a set of weighted bolas, ordering her to take good care of them. Man, Otome game rewards are getting wild. What's next, a full suit of armor for baking pastries? Fiore visualizes a cute chibi version of herself wearing a hat and swinging the bolas through the air like a wild adventurer, recognizing them as a classic throwing weapon from action games. Looking down at the lethal iron balls dangling from her fingers, she lets out a heavy sigh, stressing over why on earth a restaurant owner would ever need a combat weapon in a cozy kitchen setup. Realizing she can't just throw them away, Fiore gently places the bolas on the counter, resolving to carry them back to her private bedroom after closing time for safekeeping. Suddenly, the kitchen door swings wide open as the restaurant staff burst inside, excitedly greeting Lady Fiore with bright, welcoming smiles. Bowing her head politely with hands pressed together, Fiore apologizes for causing them concern during her sick day, but the crew warm-heartedly replied that it was no trouble at all. Surrounded by a wholesome cat-pattern background, the staff fuss over her, begging her to confirm if she's truly feeling better and making sure she isn't overworking herself. As the rest of the crew return to their stations, Alice slowly sneaks over to Fiore's side with an intriguing look in her eyes. Leaning right against Fiore's ear, Alice whispers playfully that her miraculously fast recovery is obviously all thanks to Prince Leonardo's personal loving care. Turning red in an instant, Fiore stammers out a question, wondering how in the world Alice knew the prince came to check on her sickbed. Alice sheepishly admits that while sweeping the courtyard garden outside, whispering slightly, she happened to glance through the bedroom glass window by completely accident. Holding a finger against her mouth, a mischievous, knowing grin spreads across Alice's face. Cupping her hands around her giggling face, Alice dramatically reveals that Prince Leonardo looked insanely happy while nursing her, grinning from ear to ear. Fiore's jaw drops open in sheer disbelief, repeating the word grinning in absolute shock. Come on, imagining the cold, emotionless prince smiling like a giddy puppy is top-tier gossip. Clutching her cheeks with sparkling eyes, Alice swoons as she adds that even back at the Royal Academy, whenever she brought up Fiore's name in conversation, a sparkling memory bubble shows Leonardo turning around in the academy hallway, flashing the most dazzling, heartwarming smile imaginable at the mere mention of his fiancée. Fiore gasps softly, her eyes wide as the unexpected detail sends a rush of warmth directly into her chest. The nostalgic scene zooms out to show the academy grounds, highlighting how open and gentle Leonardo was whenever Fiore was involved. Clasping her hands against her apron, Alice warmly notes that seeing his genuine affection made her realize just how deeply the prince treasures Fiore with all his heart. Overwhelmed by intense embarrassment, Fiore quickly cuts her off with a loud shout, trying her absolute hardest to change the topic. Unbothered by Fiore's flustered state, Alice tightly grabs her hands with beaming eyes, gushing about how much she adores the sweet romantic bond between the two of them. Fiore lets out an awkward, sweaty chuckle, timidly thanking her while internally screaming from social overload. As she turns around to regain her composure, an urgent voice suddenly echoes from down the hallway, calling out her name. A panicked staff member skids to a halt beside her, breathlessly announcing, panting, that Lady Fiore has been officially summoned by the principal. The scene cuts to the magnificent principal's office, where the distinguished elder statesman stands behind his desk, acknowledging that Fiore Lupin has performed remarkably well so far. Looking down at her with a sharp, perceptive gaze, the principal admits his genuine surprise at her ability to completely rebuild the ruined restaurant into such a thriving success. He officially states that her impressive accomplishments are more than enough to justify her reinstatement to the academy, causing Fiore's eyes to beam with hope before he suddenly drops a heavy "however." Standing tall with his hands folded behind his back, he firmly explains that they must also ensure the rest of the student body is fully convinced of her reinstatement. Looking directly into her eyes, he stresses that gaining the approval of her peers is an indispensable requirement for her future survival at the institution. With a serious, unyielding expression, the principal declares that to prove her worth, he is giving her one final trial. Fiora stands frozen on the spot, her eyes wide with dread as she echoes the word test in total horror. Man, just when she thought she could relax, the principal throws down a final boss exam. Laying down his terms, the principal reveals that in order to earn her place back at the academy, Fiore must enter the upcoming Harvest Festival next month and win the grand prize. Looking down at her with an unyielding gaze, he sternly reiterates that securing the festival's top spot is the sole condition for her official reinstatement. He explains that by winning over the general public, even the bitter students who currently resent her will have no choice but to accept her return. Fiore grips her uniform skirt, letting the daunting magnitude of his ultimate challenge wash over her. Fast forward to the Academy Gardens. Shears snip through fresh stalks as vibrant bell peppers are carefully harvested under the morning sun. Wiping sweat from her brow, Fiore beams with pride while holding a pristine yellow pepper under the open blue sky.
With midterm exams finally over, the Academy grants students a short vacation, prompting most of the student body to pack up and head home for the break.
Taking advantage of the empty campus, Villian flips the sign on the front door to closed, shutting down the restaurant for a well-deserved recess. Carrying a basket packed to the brim with fresh carrots, tomatoes, and peppers, Fiora pumps herself up to start experimenting on her festival menu. Man, this girl's work ethic is insane. Most people take a break on break, but she builds a whole empire. She recalls that the Harvest Festival rankings are decided by public votes cast by both local townspeople and Academy nobility alike. Gazing at 3 glowing golden trophies, she notes that winning the grand prize means her stall must secure a spot in the top 3 overall positions. Pulling out her smartphone, she remembers that in the original game's normal mode, clearing the event only required finishing in the top 10, which was already a nightmare. Shrinking into a sweaty chibi form, she panics over how ridiculously brutal Stoic mode is for demanding a top 3 placement. Crouching low among the lush greenery, Fiore stays glued to the ground as heavy thoughts weigh down her shoulders. Closing her eyes tightly, she steels her resolve, determined not to let this impossible difficulty curve break her spirit. Thrusting her fist into the air with total passion, she loudly shouts that she will claim that top prize no matter what it takes. Talk about main character energy. Give her a vegetables basket and she'll conquer the world. But as her voice echoes, 2 sneaky figures peek out from around the corner, spying on her every move from the shadows. Back inside the kitchen, Fiore sets her harvest on the counter, pondering how to make the Academy's homegrown produce truly shine on a plate. Rolling up her sleeves with a spirited spark in her eye, she realizes that the best way to showcase crisp, raw veggies is with an irresistible warm dip. With expert precision, her blade glides through yellow peppers and carrots, slicing them into uniform, crunch-ready sticks. Next, she finely minces salted anchovies and carefully strips away the skin and bitter inner core from fresh garlic cloves. She gently simmers the garlic pieces in a small pot of milk and water, softening their harsh pungency into a velvety mildness. Scooping out the tender garlic with a wooden spoon, she prepares to mash it down into a smooth, fragrant paste. Drizzling rich olive oil over the cooked garlic and minced anchovies, she stirs the mixture together until it forms a luscious base. Pouring a splash of heavy cream into the pot, she gently warms the sauce over low heat until it reaches a silky, steaming consistency. Ta-da! Presenting bagna cauda, the classic Italian warm dip paired with a colorful spread of crunchy garden vegetables. Look at that render! The artist made this sauce look so delicious I'm practically drooling through the screen. Fiore dips a crisp yellow pepper stick into the glowing pot and takes a quick taste test. Her eyes widen in bliss as her cheeks turn rosy, completely swept away by how the rich, savory garlic anchovy cream highlights the natural sweetness of the veggie. Nibbling on another stick, she thoughtfully mutters that this dish is so easy to enjoy, wishing she could share it with Leonardo once he returns from his royal capital trip. Suddenly, the kitchen door swings open with a sharp clatter, catching Fiore completely off guard. 2 female Academy students step inside with smug, condescending smirks, mocking mockingly asking if she's actually working on her day off. Fiore blinks in confusion as she stares back at them, realizing she's never seen these snobbish faces around the restaurant before. Keeping her composure, she politely explains that she was just brainstorming new dishes for the upcoming Harvest Festival. Without warning, the curly-haired girl moves her hand forward and deliberately tilts the plate, sending the entire dish crashing toward the floor. Splatter! The freshly cut veggies and warm banya cauda cream splash across the cold floor tiles in an absolute mess. Clapping a hand over her mouth with a fake theatrical gasp, the girl maliciously snickers that her hand just slipped by accident. Fiore's green eyes ignite with sheer fury, yelling at them for barging in out of nowhere just to waste perfectly good food. Seriously, ruining a chef's hard work is the fastest way to unleash total villainous wrath. Putting on a pathetic innocent act, the bullies whine that it wasn't on purpose and accuse Fiore of being totally mean. Suddenly, a tall, menacing silhouette looms right behind the two girls, cutting off their fake excuses with a deep, furious growl. The bullies shriek in terror as red-haired Prince Edward steps into the light, glaring down at them with terrifying intensity. Narrowing his blazing green eyes, Edward demands to know what they're mumbling about, fiercely ordering them to apologize right now. Terrified out of their minds, the two mean girls tremble like leaves, bursting into panicked tears, crying sound. Squealing in pure horror, they turn on their heels and sprint out of the building at lightning speed, screaming their apologies on the run. Fiore lets out a quiet breath of relief and offers her heartfelt thanks, while Edward folds his arms, casually brushing off the encounter like it was nothing. He remarks that she must have a rough time dealing with random weirdos, while Fiore gazes down at the ruined floor with a dark, troubled expression. She recalls the strange line the bullies blurted out earlier, mentioning they only had to watch out for Prince Leonardo, leaving a deep knot of suspicion in her stomach. Edward lets out a sigh, staring at the spilled dish while noting what a tragic shame it is to lose such good food. Picking up an untouched veggie stick, he confirms with Fiore that these fresh ingredients were harvested straight from the Academy's crop fields. Sinking into a gloomy chibi state, Fiore sadly admits that even though it hurts her soul, anything that touched the dirty tile floor can no longer be served. Edward's eyes light up with a sly, mischievous grin as he points toward the doorway, excitedly proposing that they take the remaining fresh vegetables directly over to that guy's place. Meanwhile, inside a lavish private chamber, the two mean girls stand trembling before a mysterious red-haired noblewoman, hastily explaining that they followed her exact orders regarding the harassment. They whine that things only went wrong because Prince Edward suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Tapping her manicured fingers impatiently against her armrest, the red-haired noblewoman glares back with utter contempt, questioning if they seriously came crawling back just to give pathetic excuses. She scoffs that both of them are completely useless. Biting her finger thoughtfully as malicious thoughts swirl in her mind, the scheming girl realizes that even if Fiore Lupin is considered a disgraced outcast, she still holds the bloodline of a duke's daughter. She grits her teeth, knowing that if Fiore gets officially reinstated, her own high and mighty status as a marquise daughter will be totally ruined. Narrowing her sharp red eyes with sinister intent, she vows to crush her target before the Harvest Festival even begins. Talk about classic jealous, villainous behavior. Instead of improving herself, she'd rather spend 24/7 plotting downfalls. Scene cuts to a cozy infirmary where an adorable fluffy white bunny sits happily on a table, munching away on a crisp carrot stick. Clasping her hands together with glowing eyes and rosy cheeks, Fiore gasps in absolute delight over how ridiculously cute the little creature is. Crouching beside the cage while watching the bunny nibble, Fiore beams with pure joy, feeling all her lingering stress completely melt away. But just as she gets lost in the moment, a gentle voice calls out her name from behind. Turning around, she finds handsome, silver-haired Professor Charles standing there, giving her an extraordinarily sweet, welcoming smile. Stepping closer to the desk, Professor Charles warmly remarks that the little rabbit certainly has quite a massive appetite today. Fiore chuckles, giggle, pointing out that even forest animals can't resist the incredible flavor of the Academy's fresh organic crops. She giggles while recalling how surprised she was when Prince Edward told her earlier that the professor was caring for an injured bunny. Honestly, seeing a handsome professor act as a secret animal rescue center is top-tier romance webtoon bait. Resting her chin on her hands with a blissful grin, Fiore basks in the cozy atmosphere while Charles looks down at her with a fond, approving gaze. Shifting the conversation, Professor Charles casually mentions hearing about her entry in the upcoming Harvest Festival, asking if she's already finalized or winning menu. Fiore's bright smile instantly falters into a sweaty chibi pout, timidly confessing that she's still completely stuck on coming up with the perfect idea. Scene cuts to the majestic capital city, where ancient stone spires tower high under the brilliant afternoon sun. Professor Charles' parting advice echoes in the air, thoughtfully suggesting that taking a stroll through the bustling town square might be just the inspiration she needs. Deep within the grand royal palace, Prince Leonardo stands respectfully before the majestic throne, bowing his head as he formally concludes his official report to his father, King Gerald. Sitting upon his imperial throne with a stern, heavy expression, King Gerald Florings gazes down at his son, dramatically asking one final time if he's truly dead set on keeping his engagement with Fiora Lupin instead of breaking it off. Without a single second of hesitation, Leonardo looks his father straight in the eyes and firmly answers yes. King Gerald lets out a heavy, solemn sigh, letting the weight of his prince's unyielding answers settle over the grand hall. Dark memories loom over the king as he reminds Leonardo of the sheer malice displayed by Louise and Phil Lupin, warning that bringing such toxic people into the family will severely tarnish the royal reputation. He adds gravely that even the eldest son, Edouard, remains a dangerous wild card. Resting his gloved hand against his chin, the king admits that while Fiore might have been the victim this time, he still questions whether a girl with her checkered past can truly be trusted. Man, royal parents really analyze marriage proposals like top-secret national security threats. Leonardo closes his eyes for a brief moment, letting a gentle calm wash over his expression before speaking up. Opening his eyes with blazing resolve, Leonardo loudly declares to the entire throne room that he fully believes Fiore is a noble person completely worthy of his unconditional trust. King Gerald's eyes widen in genuine shock, utterly stunned by the fierce conviction in his normally reserved son's voice. Leonardo softly looks down, reflecting on how, despite all the painful trauma and hardship Fiore endured in her past, she never lost her warmth. Glowing in a beautiful field of golden flowers, Fiore's radiant smile shines brightly as Leonardo warmly describes her as a truly compassionate, wonderful woman. Look at that gorgeous art render. The lighting here is straight out of a fairy tale. Leonardo stands tall with an unwavering, serious expression, confidently showing his father that nothing in this world can sway his feelings. King Gerald shakes his head with a soft chuckle, amused to see his stoic son go to such extreme lengths just to defend a girl. Turning toward the exit, Leonardo promises to keep a close watch over the situation a while longer before offering a polite bow of gratitude. As Leonardo takes a step forward, King Gerald suddenly calls out to him, mentioning that a grand festival is taking place in the castle town today and suggesting he check it out. Looking back over his shoulder with a faint smirk, the king gently notes that staying cooped up inside dark palace halls all day is terrible for the soul. With a gentle sway of his royal cape, King Gerald walks through the massive chamber doors, leaving his son alone with his thoughts. Leonardo gazes toward the floor with a somber, brooding expression as heavy memories begin to surface in his mind. A dark, painful flashback shows young Leonardo collapsing to his knees, clutching his throat while black, poisonous miasma twists around his fragile body. He vividly remembers the horrifying aftermath of the assassination attempt, where every servant, guard, and chef around him transformed into shadowy monsters, making him constantly fear for his life. Panning across a parchment map, he recalls how escaping the cutthroat capital to attend Marcel Academy was his only desperate attempt to find a moment of peace away from royal assassins. Scene cuts to the lively Castle Town Festival, decorated with colorful banners and bustling market stalls under the warm sunset. Disguised under a deep brown hooded cloak, Leonardo quietly walks through the crowded streets, blending in with the townspeople. Pulling his hood low over his eyes, he reminds himself that he must overcome his paranoid fears if he ever hopes to rule the kingdom like his father. But just as he wonders how to do it, a cheerful voice suddenly chirps right beside him, offering a warm bowl of pot au feu soup. Stopping in his tracks with wide eyes, Leonardo looks down at the wooden counter to see a steaming, delicious bowl of vegetable stew waiting for him. Standing behind the stall with a ladle in hand is Fiore, beaming with the sweetest, most blinding sunshine smile you've ever seen. Leonardo stammers in total shock, pulling his hood back, while Fiore gasps in absolute amazement. as she recognizes his face. Clasping her hands together with ecstatic joy, Fiore loudly cheers that it's been way too long since they last talked. Leaning across the stall counter, Fiore excitedly exclaims that she never expected to bump into him here, while Leonardo deadpans that he was about to say the exact same thing. Leaning in close to whisper in chibi form, Fiore playfully asks if he's sneaking around incognito to inspect the festival, causing Leonardo to blush awkwardly. Seeing these two dorks try to be stealthy in broad daylight is peak comedy. Fiore tilts her head with a gentle, heartwarming smile, her bright green eyes sparkling with genuine warmth under the festival lights. Gazing down at her from under his hood, Leonardo's stoic face completely softens into a dreamy smile, tenderly whispering that being near her feels so relaxing. Boom! Fiore's brain completely short-circuits as her face turns bright red in chibi form, her heart pounding out of her chest. Blushing furiously while staring up at his handsome face, she internally panics over whether Leonardo actually just confessed that he feels completely at ease around her. Surrounded by floating flower petals and warm festival lights, Leonardo continues to look down at her with pure, unfiltered affection, leaving our heroine completely spellbound. Fiore blinks back in complete bewilderment as her cheeks flush red, while Leonardo quickly pulls his brown hood lower, nervously stammering out an embarrassed, quiet response. Coughing into his hand to cover his sudden blush, Leonardo shyly pleads with her not to take his blunt words too literally, causing Fiore to nod awkwardly in agreement. Fiore's mind enters full overload mode as her face turns beet red in chibi form, her heart pounding frantically against her ribs. Overwhelmed by sheer confusion, she mentally envisions a tiny, innocent bunny, desperately convincing herself that maybe he just meant her presence acts like some therapeutic pet session. Honestly, the mental gymnastics main characters pull to avoid recognizing a romance flag is pure poetry. Quickly clearing his throat to smooth over the awkwardness, Leonardo changes the topic, casually inquiring what brought her all the way to the bustling capital today. Fiore brightens up, explaining that she ventured out to research popular street market dishes for her upcoming Harvest Festival stall menu. But as she continues explaining, her voice breaks into dramatic chibi sniffling, pitifully weeping over how she somehow got separated from her loyal maid, Alice. Pointing off to the side with absolute deadpan precision, Leonardo dryly informs her that the main fountain square she's searching for is actually in the complete opposite direction, leaving Fiore totally stunned. Offering a faint, surprisingly tender smirk from beneath his shadow-draped hood, Leonardo gently suggests taking a walk together, offering to guide her directly to the market square himself. Fiore clasps her hands together in pure delight, her vibrant green eyes sparkling like polished gems at his unexpectedly sweet offer. Brimming with absolute excitement, she merrily trots ahead through the cobblestone alleyways while Leonardo follows close behind, quietly admiring her joyful enthusiasm. The pair soon reaches the bustling festival market, where colorful decorative banners flutter above endless rows of mouth-watering food stalls and happy townspeople. Everywhere they turn, local villagers are greedily munching on freshly baked pastries and warm sweet fruits on sticks. Talk about a total foodie paradise. The background artist really cooked with these delicious food renders. Drawn in by the divine aromas wafting through the air, Fiore zips from one market counter to another in hyperactive chibi mode, swooning over the incredible smells. Resting his fingers against his chin while watching her golden eyes shine with hunger, Leonardo innocently ponders whether he should simply buy out every single food vendor in sight just to make her happy. Fiore turns around with wide comic eyes, screaming in total shock over his ridiculous wealthy noble solution. She frantically waves her hands, insisting they should just buy one small snack to eat while walking, rather than causing a market shortage. Spotting a little boy happily devouring a warm pastry nearby, Fiore's attention is immediately captured as the child loudly proclaims that the cheese bread is top-tier perfection. The stall vendor chuckles heartily, teasingly reminding the little boy to mind his manners and properly thank the baker for such delicious treats. Unable to resist, Fiore takes a huge bite of the fresh cheese ball, her cheeks puffing out like a happy squirrel as she gushes in pure bliss. Staring down at the paper bag overflowing with golden baked rolls, she happily notes how small and chewy they are, quietly recalling that back in her world, people called this classic snack pão de queijo. Integrating real-world culinary footnotes like this is such a cozy manhwa detail. Watching her chew with pure satisfaction, Leonardo asks if it really tastes that amazing. Fiore beams back with glowing cheeks, enthusiastically explaining how the springy, soft dough creates the most unbelievable texture. Repeating her words with a strange, intense gaze, Leonardo leans closer under his hood, softly muttering the words springy and soft while staring directly at her face. His gaze lingers thoughtfully, dropping down toward her soft lips and flushed cheeks as a dangerously smooth thought crosses his mind. Looking straight into her glowing green eyes, Leonardo deadpans with complete sincerity, asking if the cheese bread is just as soft and squishy as her cute cheeks. Ah! Fiore's face completely explodes into a furious crimson blush, flustered, embarrassed, cupping her hands over her squished cheeks in utter shock. Sinking into total frantic embarrassment, her inner monologue screams out in comic terror over his completely unhinged flirting. Stammering in absolute panic, Fiore loudly demands to know how on earth Prince Leonardo could possibly know how squishy her cheeks feel. Leonardo nonchalantly replies that he felt them briefly while taking care of her during her fever. A soft, dreamy flashback reveals the quiet night when Leonardo stood by her bedside, watching over her fragile, feverish sleeping form with utmost care. Looking down at her sleeping face, the normally stoic prince had secretly bit his lip, overflowing with deep worry and protective tenderness. Returning to the present, Leonardo thoughtfully taps his chin, giving a deadpan performance review that her cheeks were indeed remarkably soft. Fiore frantically waves her hands, screaming in chibi mode that she definitely didn't ask for a detailed physical review. Flustered beyond belief, Fiore rapidly tries to switch the subject, suggesting they hurry toward the fountain square, but suddenly stumbles as the street grows increasingly chaotic. Sweeping across the avenue, the surrounding foot traffic suddenly surges as endless festival goers flood the narrow cobblestone alley. Seeing the dense crowd pressing in from all sides, Leonardo smoothly reaches out his long, elegant fingers toward her. Gazing down at her with intense, captivating devotion, Leonardo gently offers his palm, soft-spokenly insisting she take his hand so they don't get separated in the mob. Fiore freezes on the spot as her heart performs an absolute backflip, her face warming up under his intense purple eyes. Flashing a ridiculously charming, subtle smile, Leonardo playfully reminds her that they're officially engaged anyway, softly teasing her not to be so shy around him. Looking up at his handsome face framed by warm sunset light, Fiore's emerald eyes shimmer with undeniable affection as her chest swells with emotion. Gently resting her delicate fingers into his broad palm, she feels the warm, reassuring touch of his skin, sending shivers straight down her spine. Locking their fingers together tightly amidst the glowing festival lights, the stoic prince securely holds onto her hand. Walking side by side through the bustling market, Fiore blushes softly, internally sighing, that holding hands like this makes them feel like a genuine loving couple. Glancing up at his sharp side profile under the brown cloak, she realizes with overwhelming clarity that every single time she spends time with Leonardo, her heart falls a little deeper. Their intertwined hands remain firmly clasped, radiating a sweet, romantic warmth that cuts through the chilly evening air. Breaking the romantic silence, Leonardo softly calls out her name, causing Fiore to snap out of her dreamy trance with a loud, nervous gasp. Looking down at her, Leonardo tentatively inquires if she has already selected a dancing partner for the grand finale ball at the Harvest Festival. Fiore's eyes widen in surprise as Leonardo turns his head slightly, trying his absolute best to hide a subtle, nervous blush creeping up his neck. Gathering his resolve, Leonardo gazes directly into her eyes with deep, sincere vulnerability, declaring that if she hasn't picked anyone yet, he wants to be the one. Fiore's breath hitches in pure shock, her eyes wide with overwhelming realization as the prince gets ready to formally ask her out. But boom! Right at the peak romantic climax, a chaotic storm comes charging in as Alice comes sprinting down the alley at high speed, screaming Lady Fiore's name at the top of her lungs. Talk about the ultimate romance blocker maid timing is truly an undefeated anime trope. Throwing her arms into the air with streams of tears bursting from her eyes, Alice loudly wails about how endlessly she's been searching for her beloved mistress. Fiore gasps in sheer shock, turning her head back as her maid comes sliding in like a runaway freight train. Fiora warmly pats her hysterical maid's head to comfort her, while Leonardo stands in the background completely deadpan, silently dying inside over his ruined confession. Leonardo stands completely completely frozen beneath his dark brown hood, a silent sweat drop sliding down his cheek as he tries to process the maid's chaotic arrival. Meanwhile, right in the center of the bustling square, Alice's panicked voice echoes loudly across the cobblestones as she continues frantically shouting Lady Fiore's name. Throwing her arms around her mistress, Alice wails hysterically, crying tears of sheer relief now that she is finally reunited with her beloved lady. But mid-sob, Alice suddenly freezes on the spot, her teary eyes blinking in complete bewilderment as she notices a tall figure standing right beside them. Squinting through her wet eyelashes, Alice gapes in utter disbelief, instantly recognizing the dark-haired young man under the brown cloak as Prince Leonardo himself. Pure comic panic instantly erupts inside Alice's mind, her eyes shrinking into tiny trembling dots as her mouth pops wide open. Screaming internally over her catastrophic timing, Alice frantically agonizes over whether she just ruined a deep romantic confession. Fiore flushes bright crimson, wildly waving her hands in a panic to assure her maid that nothing untoward was going on. Maid radar timing is undefeated in romance stories. As the frantic commotion cools down, Fiore pauses thoughtfully, a soft realization slowly washing over her emerald eyes. She mentally recalls the Grand Harvest Festival Ball, a pivotal high society event in the original game, where nobles gather under glowing chandeliers to dance the night away. Remembering her past life memories as Nooko, she recalls how the mobile Otome game required the heroine to personally invite her intended romantic route to be her partner. Securing that single romantic dance at the festival's climax was the essential trigger required to unlock a character's happy true ending. Fiore sighs internally, remembering how back in her previous gaming life, getting the cold Prince Leonardo to accept a ball invitation was a brutal 5-star difficulty challenge. She quietly reminds herself that since she already cleared her main survival goal in this reincarnated world, keeping a safe, polite distance would probably be the smartest choice. But feeling her chest swell with genuine warmth, Fiore clenches her fists in silent resolve, refusing to let past fear hold her back. Turning around with shining green eyes, she steps directly up to Prince Leonardo, whispering, gazing straight into his hooded gaze. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Fiore softly asks if he would grant her the immense honor of being her dancing partner for the Harvest Festival Ball. Hearing her bold request, Leonardo's heart leaps into his throat. Misinterpreting his sudden stunned silence, Fiore rapidly gets flustered, stammering that he is completely free to say no, only for Leonardo to cut in and tell her she's dead wrong. Lowering his head with a dreamy, tender smile under his shadow, Leonardo gently confesses that he was actually preparing to ask her out himself. Right on cue! His affection gauge skyrockets up to a whopping 62 points. Extending his broad palm, Leonardo formally requests the absolute pleasure of a dance with his lovely fiancée. Overjoyed beyond words, Fiore clasps her hands tightly against her chest, beaming through teary eyes of happiness. Talk about a massive romance win. Her bond grinding is paying off big time. Watching the sweet interaction unfold, Fiore playfully muses on how his warm acceptance goes straight into her emotional collection basket. Standing nearby, Alice suddenly explodes into hyperactive chibi cheering, her eyes sparkling like polished diamonds over her mistress's successful proposal. Bouncing enthusiastically on her toes, Alice points toward the capital's main boulevard, insisting they immediately visit the finest tailor shop in town to buy a magnificent dress. Fiore considers the suggestion, realizing that all of her original noble gowns are far too extravagant, so purchasing an elegant yet simple dress for the festival makes perfect sense. Agreeing warmly, Fiore nods at her maid's brilliant idea, while Leonardo quietly steps up behind them to act as their personal royal escort. Alice practically radiates hyped-up fairy godmother energy, fully pumped to give her lady the ultimate fairy tale glow-up. Leonardo casts a quiet, amused glance toward the energetic maid, silently finding her endless enthusiasm quite entertaining. Arriving at the capital's most prestigious boutique, the entire tailor staff bows in graceful harmony, greeting Prince Leonardo and Lady Fiore with utmost imperial respect. Fiore's face turns beet red in total embarrassment over the grand VIP treatment, while Alice swoons over the luxury surrounding them. The head seamstress politely ushers them inside, inviting Fiore to try on every single gorgeous dress in the boutique until she explores all the dresses and finds her dream outfit. Fiore disappears behind the velvet dressing curtain while Leonardo calmly takes a seat on the plush waiting sofa alongside Alice. Round 1 of the fashion show, Fiore steps out wearing a striking ruby red gown featuring ruffled layers and a bold black corset accent. Alice immediately clasps her hands together in chibi awe, squealing that her lady looks absolutely stunning. Next, Fiore emerges in an ornate lavender ball gown embellished with golden embroidery and off-the-shoulder frills. Alice gives 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, loudly proclaiming that the cute purple gown looks insanely adorable. Anime dress-up montages never fail to deliver top-tier serotonin. Finally, Fiore tries on a refined sage green dress crafted from subtle patterned fabric with a charming peach bow resting on the chest. Alice gushes in pure delight, declaring that this modest green dress fits Lady Fiore's gentle aura perfectly. Fiore smiles sweetly, warmly thanking her devoted maid. Turning toward the full-length mirror, Fiore catches a subtle reflection of Leonardo sitting patiently in the background, waiting quietly for her decision. Calling out his name soft-spokenly, Fiore turns toward the prince to ask for his opinion on her final dress choice. Alice quickly leans down near the stoic prince, secretively nudging him that Lady Fiore is waiting for his official approval. Meanwhile, Fiore turns back to inspect a lovely violet gown in the glass, thoughtfully considering which design best suits the festival's cozy vibes. Browsing the endless rows of colorful pastel dresses lined up along the boutique racks, she internally smiles about how fun it is to shop freely without worry. Suddenly, a genius idea strikes Fiore. A brilliant epiphany flashes in her mind. Realizing that for her Harvest Festival stall, she should let festival goers freely choose their own food toppings and combos on the spot. Completely absorbed in her culinary breakthrough, Fiore strokes her chin in deep thought, while Leonardo awkwardly coughs into his hand to get her attention. Looking up at her with a gentle, genuine blush dusting his cheeks, Leonardo softly compliments her, confessing that the dress looks truly beautiful on her. But oh no! In true classic comedy timing, Fiore is so laser-focused on her street food menu idea that his ultra-smooth compliment flies completely over her head. Look at poor chibi Leonardo losing his mind. Pumping her fists into the air with sudden excitement, Fiore loudly proclaims that she just came up with the absolute ultimate festival menu concept. Leonardo blinks in total deadpan shock, sweating bullets as his smooth romantic move gets utterly destroyed by food logic. Snapping back to reality, Fiore flushes flustered, nervously apologizing and asking if he was trying to say something important. Leonardo stiffly looks off to the side, muttering that it was nothing, leaving Fiore tilting her head with a confused, cute expression. Still recovering from her sudden proposal, Prince Leonardo turns bright crimson, his eyes widening in total romantic overload. Fiore tilts her head in chibi bewilderment, completely clueless as to why he's so flustered while Leonardo awkwardly looks away. Meanwhile, switching perspectives, a mysterious noblewoman with a subtle smirk muses that everything is unfolding according to plan. Sitting gracefully on a plush velvet sofa, Lady Chloe smirks villainously, plotting her next scheme behind the scenes. Seriously? Villainesses in these games always sit on red couches like it's a job requirement. Cut to the next day. A grand royal carriage rolls smoothly down the cobblestone boulevard back toward the Academy grounds. Inside the carriage, Alice excitedly chats about Prince Leonardo while Fiore smiles back with a warm, contented expression. Fiore gazes out the window softly, feeling relieved that her relationship with the prince is finally moving in a sweet direction. Alice casually points out that the Harvest Festival is right around the corner, prompting Fiore to mention her upcoming menu prep. Smiling bright, Fiore warmly invites her maid to come to a private menu tasting session scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Alice clasps her hands together in pure chibi joy, practically glowing with enthusiasm over getting free food. Curiosity piqued, Alice asks what kind of mouth-watering street food concept Lady Fiore is planning to cook up. Pressing a finger to her lips with a playful wink, Fiore cheekily announces that her festival menu is a top-secret surprise. Look at her being all dramatic. Food secrets are top-tier content. Bright and early the next morning at the Academy farm, Fiore inspects a plump, vibrant red tomato, admiring its fresh quality. She beams with satisfaction, realizing these newly harvested garden crops will be absolutely perfect for tomorrow's tasting test. But just as she finishes picking her produce, Fiore catches a sudden glimpse of someone walking past the garden hedge. Looking through the tomato vines, she spots Rosanna walking along the brick walkway with a heavy textbook tucked against her arm. Watching her walk away with a solemn expression, Fiore softly murmurs Rosanna's name in deep thought. She mentally wonders what kind of dishes or sweet treats Rosanna actually prefers eating. Realizing that overthinking by herself won't solve anything, Fiore sags her shoulders, deciding she needs to ask someone who knows Rosanna better. Turning back to her harvest, she reaches down with gloved hands to pick up a wicker basket packed with heavy cabbages and tomatoes. Struggling under the weight of the massive farm basket, Fiore sways back and forth, trying not to drop it. But before her arms give out, a gloved hand gracefully reaches down and grabs the basket handle to take off the load. Fiore gasps in surprise, snapping her head up with wide eyes to see who came to her rescue. It's none other than Professor Charles. Flashing a handsome, silver-haired smile, he effortlessly lifts the heavy basket for her. Talk about smooth timing. Professors in Otome games always spawn out of nowhere. Fiore pitter-patters alongside him, bowing her head as she thanks the silver-haired teacher for his chivalrous help. Curious about his rare appearance near the dirt plots, she politely asks what brought him all the way out to the farm. She mentally pictures how he usually spends his afternoons napping under blankets in the nurse's office, leaving side notes claiming even teachers need pampering. Professor Charles chuckles smoothly, slyly admitting that he actually has a little ulterior motive for approaching her today. Turning toward her with an alluring, charming gaze, he prepares to reveal his sudden culinary request. Fiore gapes in total disbelief as he asks if she can cook a special vegetable soup that even meat-obsessed Albert will eat. Hilarious imagery pops into her mind of chibi Albert furiously devouring massive steaks and drumsticks tagged "Love Meat." Good luck getting a carnivore to eat greens. Professor Charles lowers his eyes with a gentle, sincere look, showing real worry over his students' horrible diet habits. He explains that back when Albert was a young child, the only vegetable soup he ever tolerated was the one cooked by his beloved nanny. Holding up a letter, Charles sighs softly, explaining that he wrote to the nanny for her recipe, but she had already moved back to her distant hometown. He chuckles ruefully, confessing that despite all his own culinary skill and effort, he failed to replicate that special nostalgia flavor. Seeing how genuinely worried he is about Albert's health, Fiore's heart warms over the professor's deep compassion. She also recalls her past Otome game knowledge. If Albert's picky eating leads to poor health, his route score could tank and trigger a bad ending. Watching a vision of chibi Albert zooming around surrounded by giant burgers and fried chicken, Fiore totally gets why the professor is stressed out. Clenching her hand over her school tie, Fiore reminds herself how supportive and kind Professor Charles has always been to her. Fired up with intense resolve, she pumps her fists into the air and vows to recreate that legendary secret soup recipe. Donning a white apron at the kitchen counter, Fiore lines up carrots, onions, garlic, broccoli, and tomatoes, concluding the nanny's soup was likely a hearty minestrone. Step 1. Drizzling olive oil into a warm copper pot, she sautés minced garlic and diced bacon until crisp and golden. Next up, she tosses in fresh diced onions and bright orange carrots, stirring them carefully over the crackling stove. Adding a precise pinch of salt and aromatic spices, a fragrant cloud of steam rises into the air. In the background, chibi Professor Charles rests his chin on his gloved hand, watching her expert cooking technique with an impressed smile. Once the diced vegetables cook tenderly through, Fiore pours in clear broth and adds sprigs of fresh rosemary. And for the ultimate flavor twist, Fiore triumphantly drizzles a glorious stream of sweet golden honey right into the simmering pot. Presentation complete, Albert's soup of memory sparkles inside an ornate golden frame like a high-tier MasterChef creation. Holding the steaming bowl out with shining green eyes, Fiore proudly invites the professor to take the very first bite. Professor Charles gently dips a spoon into the glowing soup to taste test, while Fiore nervously clutches her hands in suspense. Will her honey-infused minestrone satisfy Albert's picky palate? Stay tuned. Taking a slow, careful sip of the steaming minestrone, Professor Charles's green eyes glow as he softly praises that it tastes absolutely delicious. Fiore's eyes sparkle with pure delight, giggling, beaming brightly as Charles explains that her clever tweak reduced the harsh acidity, making it far smoother to eat. But wait! In classic dramatic anime fashion, Charles hitches a sudden pause, causing Chibi Fiore to instantly drop from pure joy right into absolute soul-crushing despair. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Charles explains that while it's fantastic, it still lacks that extra touch of rich flavor Albert's nanny used to bring out. Fiore murmurs the word richness under her breath, her brain instantly going into overdrive to figure out what mystery element is missing. Thinking in chibi mode, she mentally ponders what hearty ingredient would naturally captivate a massive meat lover like Albert. Suddenly, an absolute flash of brilliance hits her as she spots a golden block of butter resting right on the kitchen counter. Triumphantly holding up her secret weapon, Fiore proudly announces that she added a generous slab of rich, creamy butter right into the pot. Look at this luxurious bowl of minestrone sparkling under the kitchen lights. Seriously? Food anime artists always go all out, making soup look like a divine holy relic. Fiora clutches her hands anxiously in chibi suspense, watching Charles take another careful tasting spoon to see if the butter trick worked. Suddenly, a sleepy voice echoes from the doorway, announcing his unexpected arrival right into the kitchen. Yawning lazily with his hand behind his head, red-haired Albert groans about being dragged out of bed first thing in the morning. But the second the rich, butter-infused aroma hits his nose, Albert freezes in total shock, his eyes snapping wide open. The story suddenly cuts back to 10 years ago, taking us into a heartwarming flashback of the brothers' childhood home. 7-year-old Chibi Albert walks into the grand dining room, rubbing his sleepy eyes, greeted warmly by his older brother Charles. Little Albert gasps in total astonishment, clearly not expecting to see his busy older brother sitting at the breakfast table. 13-year-old Charles offers a sweet, gentle smile, looking at his little brother with deep family affection. Albert stammers awkwardly, asking why Charles is there, only for Charles to explain he wanted to share one last meal together before leaving for boarding school. Little Albert touches his cheek with a tiny smile, softly nodding as he processes his brother's thoughtful gesture. Charles looks at him with a tender, quiet gaze, harboring a bit of lingering guilt over his busy academic schedule. Apologizing for always being buried in his studies, Charles asks if Albert felt lonely, prompting young Albert to flusteredly shout back that he wasn't lonely at all. Pouting his cheeks like a classic sundry toddler, huffs, little Albert stubbornly mutters under his breath that he was totally fine on his own. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, the gentle elderly nanny rolls in a wooden cart loaded with hot bowls of soup. Charles blinks in complete surprise as the nanny sets down the vegetable minestrone right in front of him. Worried about his picky little brother, Charles timidly asks if Albert can handle eating the veggies, only for Albert to declare he finally learned how to swallow him down. Packing his mouth full, young Albert gulps down the soup with unbelievable gusto. Charles gapes in absolute deadpan shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he watches his meat-obsessed brother devour greens. Looking up at his older brother with glowing determination, Albert declares that he's going to become stronger than anyone at boarding school. Pumping his tiny fist into the air, young Albert passionately vows to conquer his hate for vegetables before returning home. Talk about wholesome brother motivation. Tsundere kids in anime are built different. Snapping back to the present day, 10 years later, Charles gazes across the dining table where adult Albert and Fiore are standing side by side. Albert fidgets uncomfortably under their intense gazes, flustered, embarrassed, asking why everyone is suddenly staring at him like that. Smiling softly over his bowl, Charles gently muses that tasting Fiore's soup brought back fond memories of their childhood parting meal. Chibi Charles snickers slyly behind his hand, teasingly bringing up how terrible the boarding school vegetable dishes were, while Chibi Albert fumes in embarrassment. Waving her hands in a frantic panic, Fiore quickly cuts in to offer Albert a fresh, steaming bowl while it's still piping hot. Taking a cautious sip from his spoon, Albert lets the rich, savory broth hit his tongue. Bam! A giant pink heart bursts on screen as Albert's affection score rockets up by 58 points. He shouts out in sheer shock that it tastes unbelievable. Devouring spoon after spoon, Albert loudly exclaims that it tastes identical to his nanny's legendary recipe, leaving Fiore gasping in pure relief. Watching his younger brother eat with such genuine joy, Charles warmly remarks that Albert can clearly enjoy vegetables when crafted with care. Glancing back over his shoulder with a suave, flower-adorned backdrop, Charles radiates peak main lead charm. He softly voices a heartfelt thanks to Fiore. Fiore catches her breath in surprise, her cheeks flushing warm over the silver-haired professor's sincere gratitude. Look at this epic 4.5-star review popping up over the dish. Seriously? The game UI literally gave her a MasterChef grade on screen. Chibi Albert pats his stuffed belly with a wide, happy grin while Fiore beams with absolute pride. Scratching his cheek with a slight blush, adult Albert turns his head away, muttering a genuine thanks to both of them. Charles chuckles teasingly, slyly commenting on how rare it is to get a genuine thank you out of his stubborn younger brother. Blushing bright crimson, Albert aggressively retorts that of course he's going to express thanks when she cooked it specifically with him in mind. Surrounded by blooming yellow roses, Fiore smiles blissfully, feeling overjoyed that her culinary mission was a total success. But right as the sweet moment settles, Fiore's eyes widen as she hears a faint noise near the dining room doorway. With a slow creak, the heavy wooden door peeks open, revealing a shy figure hiding in the shadows. Poking his head out with dark circles under his eyes and a deep blush, Roger timidly stammers that he caught a delicious scent while out on a stroll. Seeing everyone gathered together in high spirits, Fiore cheerfully suggests they all sit down at the grand table and enjoy breakfast as a complete group. Clinking their glasses together, the entire group shares a heartwarming morning meal filled with lively chatter and joyful laughter. Fiore chuckles softly, feeling her heart warm as she watches the brothers and Roger actually getting along over the delicious breakfast. Softly gazing down at her plate, Fiore feels an overwhelming sense of contentment seeing her cooking bring everyone together like a true family. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Charles gently muses that if Leonardo were here right now, he would have undoubtedly loved this honey butter minestrone as well. Fiore stammers awkwardly, flustered, embarrassed, fidgeting with her spoon as the mention of her royal fiancé suddenly throws off her calm momentum. Suddenly getting put on the spot, Fiore's eyes pop out as she lets out an embarrassed shout over the sudden teasing. Chibi Fiore frantically waves her arms, screaming that it's totally not like that, while Chibi Albert smirks mischievously and warns her not to hide her feelings. Smiling pleasantly, Charles casually announces that Leonardo is scheduled to return from the royal capital tomorrow, so her beloved fiancé will be home soon. Fiore flushes bright crimson, letting out a breathy whisper, while accepting the news with an awkward, timid smile. Leaning in with a sly, vampire-like grin, Albert playfully teases if she's secretly thrilled for the romantic dance right after the Harvest Festival. Spotting the rising tension, Roger sweat drops nervously and quickly changes the subject by asking how the Harvest Festival preparations are coming along. Fiore snaps back to attention with a flustered gasp, hurriedly reassuring Roger that all the festival prep is progressing smoothly. Frame adorned in blooming white roses, Roger beams with absolute grace, explaining how he's crafting a diverse menu to satisfy every single guest palate. Man, Otome games really love giving side chefs peak Prince energy for no reason. But as the excitement settles, Fiore lowers her gaze, a dark shadow of doubt creeping over her sparkling green eyes. Fiore is standing alone in that quiet corridor, turning away from the dining hall, her shoulders heavy with unspoken worries about her limited time in this world. Snapping out of her melancholy thoughts, Fiore suddenly gasps as a critical question crosses her mind. Turning toward the silver-haired professor, Fiore timidly calls out his name, prompting Charles to turn around with an attentive smile. Pumping her fist near her chest with glowing eyes, Fiore passionately declares that there's a vital piece of information she desperately needs to know. Displaying a fresh lineup of milk, bananas, lettuce, tomatoes, and flour, Fiore takes inventory of all the ingredients prepped for tomorrow's big tasting test. Standing inside the dimly lit kitchen viewed through a crack in the doorway, Fiore murmurs that everything is finally ready for the final step. Suddenly, a cold chill sweeps across her neck as Fiore's green eyes snap open in absolute shock. Spinning around in a panic, Fiore watches the heavy kitchen door swing shut into complete darkness. Shivering under an ominous dark shadow, Fiore nervously clutches her chest, wondering if her stressed mind is just playing terrifying tricks on her. Seriously? Classic horror movie set up in a wholesome cooking visual novel. Never trust a creaky door. The next morning arrives, and Fiore hums a catchy tune as she walks down the sunlit academy hallway carrying festival flyers. Clutching the papers close to her chest, she smiles softly, sincerely hoping the entire staff will enjoy the festive dishes she put together. Turning the corner, she spots Prince Leonardo walking ahead, his majestic presence instantly illuminating the hall as she calls out his name. Fiore scampers over with an energetic greeting, causing the handsome prince to pause and offer a surprisingly gentle morning smile back. Glancing down at the thick stack in her hands, Leonardo curiously asks what kind of document she's hauling around so early. Waving her hands with a bright, nervous smile, Fiore explains that festival prep is entering the final stretch, making everything super hectic around campus. Sensing her busy schedule, Leonardo steps back, politely remarking that he shouldn't waste any more of her precious time. Surrounded by an ethereal backdrop of glowing white lilies, Leonardo offers a captivating smile, wishing her good luck before taking his leave. Fiore freezes in place, staring wide-eyed as the prince's charming words resonate softly through her head. Watching his tall, dignified figure walk away down the sun-drenched corridor, a quiet sadness settles back into her heart. Clutching her arm in pain, Fiore feels a sharp ache in her chest, realizing how painfully lonely she'll feel once she leaves this world. Against a deep starry night backdrop, dark text reminds us that once the Harvest Festival concludes, her time in this universe will officially come to an end. Sensing her sudden heavy silence, Prince Leonardo freezes mid-step and glances back over his shoulder, softly calling her name. Hurrying back to her side, Leonardo frowns with deep worry, asking why she looks so distressed, causing Fiore to panic, flustered, embarrassed, and apologize for making him turn around. Chibi Fiore vigorously slaps her blushing cheeks, huffs, scolding herself for moping around and making the prince worry over things she can't even change. A dramatic split screen reveals the soul of her past modern self walking back to back with her current villainous form. Talk about a striking visual metaphor for her tragic fate. Turning back toward Leonardo with renewed determination, Fiore buries her internal turmoil deep down inside. Beaming with a radiant, picture-perfect smile, Fiore holds out the festival flyers and warmly invites the prince to come eat his fill at the grand feast. Sweat dropping slightly under her forced enthusiasm, chuckles nervously, Leonardo senses that something is still deeply off despite her bright front. Leaning down closer to match her eye level, Leonardo lowers his voice, gently pressing her to tell him what's truly bothering her. His purple eyes overflowing with sincere concern, Leonardo admits that he's been noticing that pained, troubled look on her face way too often lately. Fiore's heart skips a major beat as she looks into his earnest eyes, deeply touched that he noticed her subtle sadness. Deep internal text reveals her tragic dilemma. She wants to open up, but there's no way she can reveal that she'll soon vanish back to her original world. Fiore catches her breath as her green eyes widen in total emotional turmoil, torn between telling the truth and keeping her tragic secret. Standing in the dramatic contrast of light and shade, Fiore takes a deep, steadying breath. Preparing herself to speak. Looking straight into Leonardo's eyes with a mixture of fear and resolve, Fiore opens her lips, stammering that there is actually something she needs to confess. Will she actually spill the truth about her dimensional portal? Find out in the next episode. Fiore meets with the kitchen staff and culinary students, gathering them around the prep table in the academy kitchen to give them a live cooking demonstration. One of the student helpers blinks in pure shock, her blue eyes widening as she looks down at the unexpected ingredients set before them. Displaying a bowl filled with chunk chocolate, Fiore reveals the sweet centerpiece of her secret recipe. Seriously? Chocolate in a fantasy Otome setting? She's about to revolutionize their entire dessert menu. In chibi form, Fiore enthusiastically explains the concept while the two student helpers lean in close, eagerly taking notes on their pads. Beaming brightly amidst blooming white blossoms, Fiore rolls up her sleeves with ultimate confidence and tells everyone to pay close attention. Carefully shaking the sifter over a large bowl, Fiore instructs them that the foundation starts with sifting fine flour into the bowl. Adding a precise pinch of salt along with a bit of sugar, she carefully balances the batter's flavor profile. With a cheerful smile, Fiore rhythmically whisks the mixture into a perfectly smooth, lump-free batter. Turning to her eager audience with sparkling green eyes, she prepares to guide them through the next crucial phase of dessert assembly. Chibi Fiore explains that while the batter rests, whipping up fresh heavy cream maximizes their kitchen efficiency, leaving the helpers completely awestruck. Gently pouring a ladleful of velvety cream batter into a lightly buttered copper skillet, the delicious sizzle fills the air. Nervous about the delicate technique, one of the helpers worries it looks too hard, but Fiore reassuringly tells her it just takes a bit of practice. Staring down at the golden pancake cooking evenly on the stove, Fiore quietly reminisces about how this comfort food was a staple back in her homeworld. In a sweet memory flashback, maid Rosanna presents young Fiore with a beautifully decorated dessert plate topped with fresh berries and cream. Snapping Fiore out of her nostalgic trance, the student assistant timidly calls out her name to check on the pan. Swiftly turning the crepe with a wooden spatula, Fiore reminds them that the second side only needs a few quick seconds of heat. Displaying sliced fresh bananas floating into view, Fiore reveals the filling combinations for their sweet variation. Drizzling rich melted chocolate over a bed of whipped cream and sliced bananas, Fiore carefully demonstrates the art of proper ingredient placement. Look at that food presentation. Otome game food art always goes ridiculously hard. Shifting gears to the savory option, fresh, crisp lettuce leaves and vibrant sliced tomatoes appear on screen. Layering savory ham, fresh veggies, and a generous stream of melted cheese, Fiore wraps up a mouth-watering meal crepe. Holding up the perfectly wrapped golden savory crepe, the dish radiates a delicious gourmet glow. A glittering gold frame announces the magnificent final reveal: gourmet crepes cooked to absolute perfection. The student assistants stare in utter awe, their faces flushing with excitement as they gasp over how astonishingly tasty it looks. Taking big, enthusiastic bites, the kitchen team dives straight into tasting the fresh crepes with pure delight. Clutching her cheeks in ecstasy, the blonde student helper exclaims, flustered, embarrassed, that it tastes beyond heavenly. Staring at the sweet banana crepe in hand, Fiore highlights how versatile the recipe is, allowing them to customize fillings for every single guest. Swarming around her with sparkling eyes, the staff shower Fiore with endless praise, leaving her flustered and blushing bright red. Smiling warmly from the bottom of her heart, Fiore softly expresses her sincere gratitude to everyone for their enthusiastic support. Raising their fists into the air, the entire kitchen squad rallies together with high spirits, determined to practice and crush the Harvest Festival menu. Later that night, in the dim kitchen, a suspicious, shadowy hand sneaks toward a storage crate. Suddenly, a loud voice booms, demanding to know what they're doing. Standing tall in the brightly lit doorway, Fiore catches the hooded intruder red-handed in the pitch-black room. The hooded thief bolts toward the exit. Fiore yells out in hot pursuit, refusing to let the culprit escape into the darkness. Gritting her teeth with fierce resolve, Fiore whip-spins a pair of heavy bolas over her head and hurls them forward. Wait, since when does our chef villainess carry ancient capture weapons under her apron? Absolute badass move. The bolas wrap tightly around the intruder's ankles, sending the thief crashing hard to the stone floor as Fiore commands them to yield. Smirking from beneath his hood, the fallen intruder mockingly chuckles that she shouldn't celebrate just yet, because a dark silhouette looms right behind her. Gloating in defeat, the captive sneers that she was naive to think he came alone. Fiore's green eyes widen in sharp shock as she realizes the immediate danger lurking right at her back. Softly murmuring into the shadows, a calm, authoritative voice echoes through the dim corridor. Prince Leonardo steps into the light, effortlessly hoisting a second hooded intruder up by the collar while wrapped in elegant floral magic. Talk about peak male lead arrival energy. Fiore gasps in utter shock, completely stunned to see Prince Leonardo himself saving the day in the middle of the night. Both suspicious hooded culprits sit tied up back to back on the floor, dazed with dizzy swirls above their heads. Hurrying toward her with deep concern etched across his face, Leonardo frantically asks if she sustained any injuries during the scuffle. Whew, exhaling softly in relief, Fiore reassures him that she's totally unhurt, but timidly asks how on earth he showed up at the exact right moment. Gently explaining the situation, Leonardo reminds her that she spoke to him recently about feeling unsafe, prompting him to secretly position Imperial guards along her daily route. Fiore freezes in place, her green eyes wide with sheer astonishment over his thoughtful foresight.
Fiore's mind wanders back, realizing that he took her casual worries so seriously from their previous conversation.
A flashback to a few days prior reveals Fiore standing nervously beside Prince Leonardo in the quiet academy corridor, timidly admitting that she she felt like someone was watching her. Looking down at her attentively, low vocal tone, Leonardo pressed her for details regarding her sudden anxiety. Looking down with a heavy heart, Fiore confessed that she had been dealing with weird harassment lately and worried a sinister plot was unfolding, apologizing for burdening him with a vague worry. Looking straight into his eyes, Fiore admitted that despite her hesitation, he was the very first person she felt compelled to confide in. Standing in the quiet glow of the hallway, Prince Leonardo pauses, taking in Fiore's timid admission. Gentle light filters through the window as Leonardo speaks softly, assuring her that there's absolutely no reason for her to apologize for seeking his help. Smiling with tender warmth, Leonardo gazes into her eyes and gently thanks her for choosing to come to him first. Talk about smooth prince behavior, man's raising her affection meter to max. Turning toward the center of the kitchen, Leonardo explains how his station guard alerted him the moment a suspicious shadow was spotted lurking near the pantry supplies. Fiore's cheeks flush a deep pink as she notices the glistening sweat on his forehead, touched to her core, realizing he sprinted across the academy grounds just to save her. Gazing at his composed posture, she softly calls out his name, completely mesmerized by his unwavering dedication. With a radiant, genuine smile, Fiore clasps her hands together, expressing her immense relief and gratitude that she trusted him with her safety. Leonardo's soft purple eyes sparkle as he softly murmurs, "Whisper, how glad he is that she's completely out of harm's way." Dropping into cute chibi forms, Leonardo sternly reminds her never to face dangerous intruders alone again, while a sweat-dropping Fiore meekly promises to be careful. The heavy wooden doors swing wide as two stern imperial guards stride into the kitchen, drawing everyone's attention. The guards hold a struggling, red-haired noble girl in tight grips, announcing that they've officially apprehended the mastermind, Chloe Delani. As the officer assures them that Chloe's accomplices are currently being rounded up, Fiore gasps in shock, completely unfamiliar with this angry student standing before her. Red eyes burning with unhinged fury, Chloe thrashes violently against the guard's grip, screaming out in utter outrage. Man, Otome villains really can't help dropping their noble masks the second they get caught, huh? Chloe shrieks at the prince, defensively demanding to know what concrete proof they have to label her as a sinister mastermind. Leonardo glances down with cold, unflinching composure, pointing out that her hired henchmen sitting bound on the floor have already spilled every single detail. Chloe turns her glare toward her captured mercenaries, grinding her teeth in venomous rage as she spits out that they're nothing but useless traitors. Fiore stares at the fiery noble, sifting through her transmigrated memories to see if the original Fiore had ever crossed paths with Chloe before. Stepping forward, ungentle with honest confusion, Fiore gently asks Chloe why she would go to such extreme, malicious lengths to ruin everything. Chloe lets out a bitter, mocking scoff, glaring back with pure venom in her eyes. Glaring through her fiery red bangs, Chloe sneers that her objective was painfully obvious. She wanted to ensure Fiore was expelled from the academy forever. A dark mental visual shows Chloe acting like a puppet master over her hooded minions, revealing her plan to sabotage the Harvest Festival's ingredient crates to prevent Fiore's reinstatement. Look at that puppet master villain art. The artist made sure we know she's unhinged. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Chloe shouts that a fallen noble who degraded herself to common house servant work has no right setting foot inside Marcel Academy. Leonardo's brow furrows in disgust as he steps up beside Fiore, shocked by the sheer toxicity radiating from the jealous student. Fiore drops her head slightly, acknowledging that the original Fiore used to look down on manual labor, but admits that her current self wouldn't condone that spoiled mindset either. Bathed in a soft, glowing aura, Fiore softly explains that working hard for the sake of others is a beautiful thing she truly learned during her time at Villian. Leonardo listens in awe, but before he can utter her name, Chloe screeches out, ordering her to stop talking nonsense. Consumed by envy, Chloe screams that she utterly refuses to accept Fiore's gentle transformation, admitting she preferred it when Fiore was an arrogant, spoiled brat. Standing firm as a protective shield, Leonardo raises his hand to cut Chloe off, declaring that further talk is a total waste of breath and ordering the guards to haul her away. As the guards drag the shouting villainess out into the dark hallway, Leonardo turns to Fiore, softly offering to walk her back to her dorm room. Fiore lowers her gaze, her green eyes shimmering with a heavy, melancholic cloud, despite the danger being over. Walking side by side down the long, quiet academy hallway, a gentle silence settles between them under the dim wall lamps. Turning his head slightly, Leonardo softly breaks the silence, telling her not to let Chloe's hateful outbursts weigh too heavily on her heart. Warmly reassuring her, he adds that her desire to change and embrace honest work is truly wonderful. Fiore keeps her eyes fixed on the floor, struggling to shake off the lingering sting of Chloe's sheer hostility. Exhaling a soft sigh, Fiore quiet murmurs that she really hoped her earnest efforts would earn the acceptance of all her fellow Academy peers. Her mind drifts, remembering how passionately she worked in the kitchens, believing that genuine dedication could clear her dark past. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, she quietly admits that changing people's hearts isn't as simple as she naively thought. Seeing her bowed head and heavy shoulders, Leonardo's purple eyes darken with deep empathy for her pain. Pausing his stride, Leonardo gently explains that no matter how kind you are, there will always be people with whom you can never find common ground. Fiore's thoughts wander further down memory lane, mellowing voice, wondering if her former friends Louise and Noelle fell into that exact same distant category. Painful memories resurface as she remembers her cold, indifferent father and half-siblings who never showed a shred of affection toward her. Looking back at the societal gatherings after her scandal, she remembers how her own family didn't even bother to show their faces or defend her honor once. Leonardo gazes down at her downcast face, sensing the profound loneliness buried beneath her cheerful smile. Halting completely in the middle of the hallway, Leonardo turns around to face her directly. Looking straight into her eyes, he reassures her that her deep desire to understand and connect with everyone is an incredibly important, beautiful trait. Smiling with radiant affection, Leonardo softly adds that such compassion is a quality fit for a queen. Hold on, is Prince Leonardo dropping a subtle marriage proposal right here in the hallway? Fiore's heart slams against her chest as her face burns bright crimson, repeating the word queen in sheer shock. A dazzling fantasy vision fills her mind, picturing herself wearing a golden crown sitting on a grand royal throne beside King Leonardo. But reality crashes back down like cold ice as she remembers that her time in this fantasy world is running out, meaning marriage is completely off the table. Talk about top-tier Otome romance agony. Whew. Suppressing her internal heartache, Fiore offers him a sweet, sorrowful smile, softly thanking Prince Leonardo for his kind words. Prince Leonardo lingers in the dimly lit academy hallway, his soft purple eyes gazing down in deep, unreadable contemplation. Walking side by side down the carpeted corridor, Fiore notices his lingering silence and softly asks if something is bothering him, but Leonardo quickly dismisses it with a gentle smile, assuring her that it's nothing at all. Leonardo brings his hand up to press against his chest as a sudden, strange fluttering sensation catches him completely off guard. He silently wonders to himself, whispered, "What was that? This uneasy feeling in my chest?" The scene transitions to the sunny main courtyard under clear blue skies, marked by a grand decorative banner reading Harvest Festival Day hanging above rows of white wooden stalls. Inside Villion's food booth, a nervous student bows her head, timidly apologizing for struggling during practice, but Fiore smiles warmly and reassures her that it's completely fine, since she and Alice can easily handle baking the dough. Raising both fists into the air with radiant determination, Fiore loudly cheers that if everyone works together and gives it their absolute best, their stall will be a massive hit. Cut to the bustling courtyard out front, where swarms of visitors walk right past Villion's crepe counter without stopping. Fiore stands behind the desk in complete frozen shock. Staring out in total disbelief as not a single soul comes over. Talk about every small business owner's worst nightmare right on opening day. Checking the live contest scoreboard, Fiore's jaw drops as she sees a painful 0 next to Villion's name. At this catastrophic rate, they won't even qualify for the festival's Basic Excellence Award. Fiore slams her hands on the wooden counter in panic, sweating profusely as she looks across the walkway where neighboring food stalls are packed with eager customers buying snacks. Nearby in the crowd, a young boy tugs on his mother's skirt, pointing up at Villion's sign and asking what that word means. Glancing over with an indifferent expression, the mother explains that it's just a crepe, but quickly warns her son that it looks too messy and inconvenient to eat while walking, so they should just keep going. Ouch! Getting rejected by potential buyers before they even smell the food. Hearing that harsh, constructive criticism from the crowd, Fiore's green eyes flare wide open as a massive light bulb goes off in her head. Inside the quiet booth, the rest of the student team slumps their shoulders in defeat, murmuring in despair about what to do, until Fiore suddenly calls out to get everyone's attention. Leaning over the counter with infectious energy, Fiore eagerly proposes that they make one complete sample crepe to display right out front. The kitchen crew turns around in sheer curiosity, repeating the word sample in confusion, while Fiore nods her head enthusiastically. Fiore explains that prospective buyers are hesitating simply because they've only read written text on a board and have no physical idea what a crepe actually looks or feels like. Her team members gasp as realization hits them like a freight train. The blonde student claps her hands in excitement, cheering that it's a brilliant marketing plan and suggesting they assemble one right away. Man, Fiore really brought modern street food promotional tactics straight into a fantasy academy. The kitchen instantly bursts into high-speed action as Fiore skillfully pours batter onto the hot pan while the male cook squeezes fluffy whipped cream over the golden surface. Staring at the beautifully completed crepe wrapped neat in paper, the female student blushes with delight, agreeing that having a visual sample makes it infinitely easier for people to imagine eating it on the move. Pointing to the stunning dessert, the blonde classmate suggests that leaving it sitting idle on the board is a waste, proposing that Lady Fiore should eat it right out front as a live taste demonstration. Outside on the cobblestone walkway, clueless festival visitors continue wandering past, completely unaware of the delicious spectacle about to unfold. Fiore's bright, ringing voice echoes across the crowded square, cheerfully shouting out to everyone to come check out a freshly made special delicacy. Stepping right up to the front edge of the counter, Fiore holds up a vibrant crepe brimming with fresh sliced strawberries and cream, sporting a dazzling, mouth-watering smile. She projects her pitch loud and clear, explaining that it's an unusual handheld treat that lets you enjoy gourmet dessert without getting your fingers dirty. The surrounding crowd halts in their tracks, sniffing the sweet aroma in complete fascination. Right under the watchful eyes of the intrigued crowd, Fiore takes a massive, delicious bite out of the warm, crispy crepe. She rests her hand against her flushed cheek in pure bliss, letting out an ecstatic sigh as she enthusiastically exclaims just how insanely delicious it tastes. A luscious close-up panel displays the mouth-watering creation, packed full of fluffy whipped cream, fresh banana slices, and juicy red strawberries. Seriously, check out the artist's lighting on those shiny strawberries. They made sure we'll all end up starving at this exact frame. Fiore passionately describes the heavenly combination of chewy baked batter and crunchy diced almonds, causing nearby onlookers to visibly swallow their saliva in intense hunger. Pointing directly to the written menu board, Fiore adds that they don't just offer sweet dessert crepes, but also savory meal options loaded with fresh meat, vegetables, and smoked salmon. With open arms and an inviting smile, Fiore warmly invites everyone in the square to come try Villian crepes for themselves. The crowd immediately bursts into excited chatter as students and visitors discuss how convenient and appetizing a portable meal crepe sounds for lunch. Within seconds, a massive wave of hungry customers rushes the counter, frantically shouting out orders for 1, 2, or more crepes at once. Fiore gasps in sheer overwhelming joy as their quiet stall turns into an absolute sensation. Fiore's emerald eyes shimmer bright with complete happiness, thoroughly thrilled by the instant success of her marketing idea. The booth transforms into a well-oiled machine as crew members take quick orders, flip thin batter on hot skillets, and pipe fresh fillings at top speed. Wiping a sweat droplet from her forehead, Fiore exhales a relieved sigh, huffs, chuckling beside her exhausted classmate whose wrists are aching from non-stop piping. Looking across the counter, Fiore notices the crazy initial rush finally slowing down into a steady, manageable flow of satisfied customers. Suddenly, a familiar, casual greeting echoes from across the booth, catching Fiore completely off guard. Fiore turns her head to see Lord Albert, Professor Charles, and even the timid Roger standing together in a line. Look at this top-tier male lead lineup arriving together like a fantasy boy band. Clutching his oversized cardigan sweater, Roger shyly asks if they can place an order, prompting a beaming Fiore to welcome them warmly and point toward the menu. Reviewing the choices, Roger blushes softly, noting that sweet crepes are the main attraction before deciding on the mixed berry crepe, while a tiny thought bubble reveals he's secretly tempted by the mushroom option too. Professor Charles steps forward next with a suave, charming smile, politely ordering the smoked salmon and cheese crepe. Albert winked with playful confidence, loudly requesting the roast chicken crepe, before reluctantly grumbling that adding just a single leaf of lettuce is acceptable for health. Roger and Charles freeze in complete shock, sweat dropping in disbelief that the pickiest, vegetable-hating noble in the entire academy actually volunteered to eat greens. Talk about character growth forced by delicious food. Fiore beams with radiant happiness, cheerfully promising to make their orders fresh on the spot and asking them to wait just a quick moment. Behind the partition, the team springs into synchronized action as the blonde classmate carefully swirls batter across the hot skillet to form delicate crepe shells. The male cook expert layers crisp lettuce, tender salmon slices, and black olives over the warm pancake, topping it off with a pinch of gourmet cheese. Next to him, the female chef drizzles rich red berry sauce over mountains of sweet cream and fresh fruit with artistic precision. The third chef carefully garnishes the savory chicken crepe, ensuring every single order is served to perfection. Fiore turns back to the front counter with a proud, ecstatic smile, holding up 3 freshly made, colorful crepes for the waiting group. Charles, Albert, and Roger take synchronized big bites out of their respective crepes, their eyes closing in complete culinary bliss. What an incredible way to turn a failing stall into the undisputed champion of the Harvest Festival. Fiore watches in suspense as her 3 distinguished patrons take their very first bites, her heart pounding against her chest as she anxiously awaits their unfiltered reaction. Professor Charles closes his eyes in pure satisfaction, awarding her booth a heart score of 51 as he chuckles softly, noting that while it's his first time trying a salmon crepe, the savory combination is absolute perfection. Next, Roger blushes furiously as a heart rating of 54 floats above his head, praising the incredible freshness of the fruit toppings and eagerly claiming it tastes just like the fresh harvest from his hometown. Albert tops the leaderboard with a massive heart score of 62, smirking playfully while admitting that even though he hates vegetables, he can completely forgive the lettuce in a wrap this delicious. Man, look at Albert pretending he's doing her a favor while devouring every last bite. Classic noble pride right there. Fiore clutches her hands against her chest, letting out an overjoyed sigh as relief washes over her, thoroughly delighted that all 3 boys genuinely enjoyed her hard work. Turning toward her digital tablet display, Fiore taps the screen with an energetic beep to inspect their updated placement on the festival scoreboard. Raising her fists in sheer determination, Fiore vows to keep pushing forward. Right as Professor Charles politely interrupts to inform her that they must take their leave now. Charles smoothly explains that standing around her counter any longer would only block the massive line of hungry customers forming behind them, prompting Roger to nod along in agreement. Waving goodbye, Albert cheerfully calls out that he'll make sure Leonard stops by to grab a bite soon too, leaving Fiore standing there completely puzzled. Fiore wipes a droplet of awkward sweat from her brow, huffs, wondering what Albert is plotting now, right as a mysterious short-haired young boy silently walks up behind her. Sensing a sudden gaze, Fiore turns around in complete surprise, her green eyes widening as she gasps upon spotting the unfamiliar boy staring directly at her. Looking at his sharp features and soft pink hair, Fiore hesitates before asking if he's actually her estranged stepbrother, Edward. Wow, talk about a sudden family reunion dropped right in the middle of a food festival. The author really loves spontaneous character drops. A brief memory recall highlights his background, revealing that he is the younger brother of Noah Lupin. Standing tall in his formal academy uniform, Edward Lupin was raised with extreme discipline under the strict guidance of the family patriarch. Because he was chosen as the sole heir to the Lupin ducal house, his father subjected him to grueling training from a very young age. Back in reality, Fiore stares at him in sheer disbelief, trying her best to process the unexpected arrival of her long-lost stepbrother. Edward lowers his gaze with a faint sigh, asking in a dry tone if she seriously managed to forget her own stepbrother's face? Fiore frantically waves her hands in panic, reassuring him with an awkward laugh that she obviously remembers him and was just caught off guard. Inwardly, Fiore breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this is literally her first time seeing him in person since the original villainess barely ever crossed paths with him. She rests her chin on her hand in deep thought, reflecting on how distant and cold the family dynamic within the Lupin household truly was in the original story. Seeing the young noble standing at the booth, surrounding students begin whispering among themselves, wondering if he is another powerful, high-ranking member of Duke Lupin's family. Turning to her student team, Fiore, in her adorable chibi form, reassures them that she'll step out to handle her relative, asking them to manage the crepe counter for just a quick moment. Fiore approaches Edward directly, asking if he made the long trip just to visit her, but he instantly shuts her down with a brutal deadpan "no." Ouch! Talk about getting hit with maximum cold emotional damage without missing a beat. Slumping her shoulders in deadpan disappointment, Fiore dryly mutters that she should have expected such a blunt answer from him. Edward calmly explains that he merely had official business in Marcel City, adding that their father simply instructed him to drop by and verify her current condition. Fiore blinks in complete astonishment, questioning if their notoriously strict father actually bothered to express genuine concern for her well-being. A dark memory flashes in her mind, recalling how Duke Lupin only cared about grooming Edward for leadership, completely neglecting Fiore and Noelle to be raised by Louise. Turning around on his heel, Edward coldly announces that since he has confirmed she is fine, he will be taking his leave immediately. Fiore gasps in shock, quickly reaching out her hand to stop him before he vanishes into the festival crowd. Halting his steps, Edward looks over his shoulder with a subtle frown, asking if there is anything else he needs. Fiora points toward her vibrant food booth with an inviting smile, pointing out how exhausted he looks and warmly suggesting he grab a bite before traveling back. Edward scoffs with arrogance, mocking tone, scoffing that there's no way he would ever lower his standards to eat street stall food right until his eyes catch a specific word on the menu board. Fiore notices his sudden pause, following his gaze as he stares intently at the written text on the wooden sign. A light bulb instantly goes off in Fiore's head as she realizes he's hyper-focused on the apple caramel crepe, which happens to be his ultimate favorite sweet treat. Leaning right into his personal space with sparkling eyes, Fiore playfully calls him out on wanting a caramel apple crepe, causing Edward to flinch in total embarrassment. Look at him trying to play the cold tsundere while his stomach betrays him. Classic anime trope strikes again. Laughing with joyful energy, giggle, Fiore promises to make him one immediately free of charge, leaving Edward stammering in frustration as she dashes into the kitchen. Edward stands completely frozen in place with a blank, stunned expression, totally bewildered by how aggressively cheerful she's acting toward him. Inside the kitchen booth, Fiore ties her white apron strings tightly around her waist as she gets ready to cook. Pouring fresh golden batter onto the hot skillet, whoosh! Fiore skillfully rotates the pan to bake a light, fluffy crepe shell. Using metallic tongs, she carefully lays warm, sparkling caramelized apple slices over the freshly cooked crepe base. A glorious presentation frame showcases the golden caramelized apple crepe wrapped neatly in brown paper, ready to be served. Fiore trots back out to the front walkway with an energetic smile, cheerfully calling out to Edward that his special treat is officially ready. Holding out the steaming dessert with both hands, Fiore offers it to him, inviting him to give it a try while it's nice and hot. Blushing softly with the flustered expression, Edward accepts the crepe into his gloved hands, stammering out a timid, quiet "thank you." Shimmering highlights sparkle around his eyes as he stares down at the mouth-watering dessert, while Fiore leans forward in excitement, asking him how it tastes. Fiore places her hand against her chest with a heartwarming, radiant smile, explaining how much she practiced at her restaurant and how truly happy she feels serving food that makes people smile. Hearing her passionate, genuine words, Edward drops his aloof posture, staring at her in stunning silence as something deep inside his perspective begins to shift. Noticing his intense, unmoving gaze, Fiore panics in chibi form, timidly touching her cheeks, asking if she accidentally smeared flour on her face. Edward looks away, softly muttering that there's nothing on her face, but admits in a gentle tone that she feels like a completely different person than before. Looking down with a melancholic expression, Edward quietly reflects on the remarkable change in his stepsister, realizing that the cold, isolated girl he once knew is truly gone. Edward reminisces about the cold past, remembering how Fiore used to project the exact same harsh, manipulative aura as Louise and Noelle. Fiore silently reflects on his words, realizing that the original villainess really was just as distant and cold as the rest of her toxic family. She understands that in Edward's mind, Louise and Noelle were the only real blood relatives he ever truly knew growing up. Overcome with sudden empathy, Fiore soft-spokenly blurts out an apology for ruining his family, catching him completely off guard. Realizing she just spoke her deepest inner thoughts out loud, Fiore breaks into a flustered chibi panic, frantically trying to cover her slip-up. Taking a breath, Fiore offers a heartfelt apology, expressing genuine remorse for how everything turned out with his blood relatives. Edward stares back at her with a blank, unreadable expression, dryly asking if that was really all she was trying to say. Turning around with a sharp clack of his formal boots, Edward promises to let their father know she's doing well before making his departure. Watching his retreating back, Fiore lets out a gentle sigh with a soft smile, genuinely glad she got to share a tender moment with him before the story's end. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clatter shatters the peaceful mood from inside the kitchen booth. Fiore spins around in alarm, gasping as she shouts out for Alice. Rushing into the back area, Fiore finds Alice kneeling on the floor, clutching her arm, while a worried teammate crouches down to help her next to a dropped skillet. Fiore's green eyes widen in total shock as she catches sight of Alice's trembling hands. Alice winces in physical agony, desperately trying to hide her red, swollen wrist while stammering out that she's totally fine. Staring down at the severe inflammation on Alice's arm, Fiore's heart sinks as she recognizes the signs of severe overexertion. Fiora crouches down right beside Alice, her tone shifting to complete seriousness as she checks on her injured teammate. Remembering how Alice locked herself in the kitchen every single night, Fiore realizes that she was secretly practicing crepe making until her body gave out. Her coworker gasps in surprise, finally understanding how Alice managed to master complex cooking skills in such a short amount of time through relentless overnight effort. Fiore firmly diagnoses it as severe tenosynovitis from wrist overuse, ordering Alice straight to the infirmary despite Alice's tearful protests. Reaching out with a warm smile, Fiore playfully squishes Alice's cheeks, instantly cutting off her panicked protest. Holding Alice's face gently, Fiore lavishes praise on her for all her incredible hard work, insisting that resting her body is her only job now. Overwhelmed by Fiore's warmth and care, Alice nods obediently as tears of joy spill over her cheeks. But back out front, the line of festival patrons continues to surge, placing intense pressure on the remaining crew. Just as Fiore wonders how they'll handle the massive rush of chef down, a sudden boot step stops right before the counter as a voice offers to help. Fiore and her teammate gasp in utter shock, looking up to see who just walked into their booth. Standing at the walkway is a young girl with braided brown hair and a confident posture, asking if they need an extra hand. Fiore recognizes her immediately. It's Sarah. Talk about classic plot timing. Right when the kitchen's about to crash, the author sends in reinforcement. Dashing out from behind the counter with rapid steps, Fiore calls out in total surprise, shocked that Sarah made it back so quickly. Sarah smiles softly with her hands clasped, explaining that thanks to Fiore and Lord Leonardo, her family situation was resolved fast enough for her to rush right back. Bowing deeply in gratitude, Sarah thanks Fiore from the bottom of her heart for changing her life. Before Sarah can even finish her bow, Fiore steps right up without missing a beat. Fiore lunges forward and wraps Sarah in a massive, tight embrace, shouting her name with pure joy. Tears of happiness glisten in Fiore's eyes as she warmly welcomes her dear friend back to the team. Fiore back tightly as all her worries melt away. Man, look at this beautiful reunion frame. It's like something straight out of a heartwarming, wholesome anime finale. Their emotional moment is suddenly interrupted by a hungry patron clearing their throat to place an order, snapping a flustered Fiore right back to reality. Sarah instantly takes charge, asking if they have a spare apron she can put on right away. Fiore blinks in confusion, confirming they have extra aprons, but wondering if Sarah even knows how to bake. Tying the apron strings tightly around her waist, Sarah gets ready to step up to the hot stovetop. Striking a confident pose with a spatula in hand, Sarah smirks, revealing that crepes happen to be a specialty dish from her own hometown. Fiore and her teammate pump their fists in sheer excitement, cheering sound, thrilled to have a genuine crepe expert join their cooking line. Stepping up to the hot stovetop, Sarah seamlessly blends into the cooking station alongside Fiore and the team. Orders fly out the counter window like clockwork as customers happily receive their fresh, warm treats. Watching the kitchen run smoother than ever, Fiore lets out a relieved breath, immensely grateful for Sarah's clutch timing. Wiping a bead of tired sweat from her brow, huffs. Fiore takes a brief moment to catch her breath during the steady rush. Glancing out into the passing festival crowd, Fiore's green eyes suddenly catch a glimpse of a familiar noble girl walking nearby. Spotting Rosanna strolling through the walkway, Fiore gasps in shock and calls out her name. Sprinting out of the booth while panting lightly, Fiore manages to catch up to Rosanna, leaving the girl completely bewildered. Offering a neatly packaged dessert with both hands, Fiore timidly invites Rosanna to accept it, leaving Rosanna flustered and confused. A mouth-watering showcase frame displays a gorgeous blueberry crepe layered with fresh whipped cream and dark berries, an absolute culinary masterpiece. Fiore looks up with a sweet, radiant smile, hoping this delicious peace offering will finally mend their past rivalry once and for all. Fiore bows her body deeply in front of Rosanna, loudly blurting out a heartfelt apology for all the trouble caused in the past. Rosanna's gaze sharpens as she looks down at her former rival, admitting that while Fiore's past actions were completely unforgivable, she still wanted to deliver a proper apology face-to-face. Bowing her head even lower, Rosanna quietly adds that regardless of what Fiore says now, she has no intention of ever granting forgiveness. Rosanna turns around to walk away with her sweet crepe, gently muttering that she will at least accept Fiore's honest feelings. Fiore's green eyes glisten with emotional tears, calling out a loud thank you as she watches her rival leave. Rosanna quietly blends back into the bustling festival crowd, holding her packaged dessert tightly in hand. Taking a slow, delicious bite out of the fluffy wrapper, Rosanna's tense expression instantly softens. Looking up into the warm afternoon sky, Rosanna lets out a gentle smile, silently admitting to herself just how incredible the dish tastes. Man, seeing two former rivals make peace over dessert is the ultimate wholesome trope. As evening begins to settle over the Academy grounds, the festival lights shine brightly above the busy crepe stall. Checking the live tally board inside the booth, Fiore's eyes sparkle as she sees their ranking officially sitting at a solid third place. Fiore clasps her hands together in deep anxiety, gasping, wondering if they can hold on to their rank as night falls, when suddenly Lord Leonardo appears right beside her. Leonardo chuckles softly in chibi form, explaining that he intended to stop by much earlier, but had to wait for the massive crowd to clear out first. Tapping his chin in thought, Leonardo asks Fiore for her personal menu recommendation, instantly catching her off guard. Fiore's eyes light up with pure inspiration, raising her finger as she tells him to wait right there. Dashing into the kitchen in chibi mode, Fiore frantically squeezes a massive mound of sweet whipped cream onto a fresh crepe plate while Leonardo watches in total awe. A bright announcement frame shines across the screen as she prepares to reveal her ultimate culinary masterpiece. Fiore proudly presents a gorgeous, gigantic crepe loaded with heart-shaped strawberries and ripe blueberries. Talk about absolute perfection on a plate? The artist really cooked with this dessert design. A golden showcase banner proclaims this is the special signature crepe guaranteed to leave anyone completely full and happy after just one serving. Leonardo holds the breathtaking treat in his hand, chuckles softly as he remarks that this custom creation is definitely his style before taking a bite. As Leonardo takes a smooth bite, Fiore watches nervously, sweating, until the affection meter above his head clicks up to 68 points as he smirks and compliments the incredible flavor. But looking down at the massive portion, chibi Leonardo admits he might not be able to finish such a huge dessert alone, making a flustered Fiore panic and bow in apology. Holding the crepe back out toward her with a tender smile, Leonardo gently invites Fiore to share the sweet dessert together. Fiore's face flushes completely pink, stammering out if he's really sure as he reassures her there's plenty of fruit for both of them. Leaning forward with a shy gesture, Fiore carefully takes a tiny bite, whispering a soft thank you for the treat. Chewing nervously in chibi form, Fiore's inner thoughts go into total overdrive as she blushes furiously, thinking this feels way too much like a real romantic date. Suddenly, Leonardo reaches his hand right toward her glowing face, softly calling out her name. With a gentle touch, Leonardo wipes away a small smudge of whipped cream from her cheek with his thumb. Hold on. Gasp! Did he really just pull off the classic K-drama romance move? Fiore covers her fiery red cheek in complete comedic paralysis, stammering out a timid, high-pitched thank you. Leonardo gazes into her eyes with a sweet, charming smile, softly muttering how truly endearing she really is. Spotting the handsomest noble eating at the stall, a group of Academy girls instantly swarm the booth, screaming and frantically placing orders for the special crepe. Leonardo chuckles as he notices the sudden rush coming, while Fiore pops her fists in high spirit, ready to handle the crowd. Fiore raises both fists with fire in her eyes, declaring it's time for their final push to finish the festival strong. As night fully sets in, the main stage host steps up to the microphone with open arms, thanking everyone for waiting. The host shouts into the crowd, officially opening the grand award ceremony to announce the top 3 best stalls of the festival. Standing in the crowded audience, Fiore and her teammates squeeze their hands tightly in prayer, listening as the host describes how extraordinarily fierce this year's contest was. Fiore's heart beats like a drum as the announcer raises his hands, dramatically calling out, "Third place!" The host announces that third place goes to Jean Legrand's team for their stall, Pretzels of Happiness. Fiore's face turns completely pale in utter shock, her eyes widening as realization strikes. Deep despair washes over her thoughts as she realizes with terror that they missed third place entirely. Frozen in the middle of the cheering crowd, Fiore stands paralyzed, her brain struggling to comprehend how they lost their ranking. A cold shadow hangs over her mind, remembering that they were securely locked in third place the last time she checked the live board. Flashback memories of the insane kitchen rush flood her mind, realizing she was so busy cooking in the final stretch that she never got a chance to check the updated leaderboard. Sweat drips down her brow as she desperately tries to rationalize the situation, hoping against hope that maybe they managed to climb up to second place instead. But the host shatters her hopes, calling out second place for Anne Bardot's team and their stall, Marcel Tavern. Fiore's spirit completely shatters into pieces as she turns to her teammates with tears welling in her eyes, softly apologizing for letting them down. Watching the second-place winner step onto the stage, Fiore bows her head in heavy grief, blaming herself for not being skilled enough. Seeing her distress, Fiore's teammate steps right up, loudly shouting that it's way too early to give up, because their line never stopped moving until the very end. Looking up with shimmering, tear-filled green eyes, Fiore stares at her loyal friends in complete awe as they cheer her on. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escapes Fiore's lips as the host on stage prepares to announce the ultimate champion of the festival. The presenter shouts at the top of his lungs, declaring first-place victory to Fiore Lupin and her legendary booth, Villian. Unbelievable! They didn't just place, they straight up won the whole entire tournament. Fiore's green eyes widen in pure disbelief as the festival announcer praises her team's incredible final push that flipped the entire standings in the final second. Floating before her eyes, the glowing game system window officially flashes a triumphant notification, mission clear. Gah! Her noble status and full reinstatement have finally been restored. Tears of pure joy burst from Fiore's eyes as her teammates wrap their arms around her in a huge group hug, screaming that they actually did it. Standing proudly on the main stage, Fiore receives the glowing golden victory trophy as the audience erupts into thunderous applause. In the crowd, the handsome young nobles, including Leonardo, clap warmly with genuine pride, thrilled to see her pull off the ultimate miracle. Man, seeing her hard work pay off after all that kitchen chaos is so satisfying. Clasping the heavy gold trophy against her chest, Fiore beams with a radiant, tearful smile, soaking in the sweetest victory of her life. Looking down at the trophy in her hands, she softly whispers to herself, still hardly able to believe that this dream is actually real. Later that evening, Fiore walks down the academy hallway alongside her friend, who carries a heavy suitcase and admits how surprised she was by the sudden victory. Fiore turns back with a blushing, embarrassed chuckle, flustered, embarrassed, stammering as she tries to hide how overwhelmed she still feels. Suddenly, a faint crying sound echoes from further down the hall as a lost little kid calls out for his mother. Fiore pauses and glances around the quiet corridor, wondering if the young child wandered away from the main festival crowd. Right on cue, a young boy comes sprinting blindly around the corner and crashes directly into Fiore's friend. The poor little guy tumbles onto the floor, trembling and weeping as he stammers out a frantic apology, while Fiore immediately kneels down to ask if he's hurt. Her friend gasps softly, checking herself over before her eyes suddenly fall onto the luggage lying beside them. Staring down at the dropped suitcase, her expression turns completely pale as she notices dark liquid leaking out from the cracks. The latch pops open, revealing a gorgeous dress now completely soaked in sticky purple juice. Oh, come on. Why does the universe always target the fancy dresses right before the big party? Fiore gasps in utter shock, her eyes wide as she looks at the ruined fabric lying on the carpet. Lifting the drenched dress by its edges, her friend sighs in dismay, realizing there's no way she can wear it like this. Fiore's soul practically leaves her body as she turns completely blue from the sheer disaster unfolding right before the after-party. Trembling with tears running down his cheeks, the little boy bows his head in terror, pleading for forgiveness and asking what he can do to fix it. Gently resting her hand on the terrified boy's head, Fiore softly reassures him that it's completely okay and not to worry at all. Looking down at him with a warm, sisterly smile, Fiore tells him that accidents happen and that no one is mad at him. Talk about a total heart of gold. She didn't even hesitate to comfort him. The little guy sniffs back his tears, looking up with big, hopeful eyes as Fiore gives him a reassuring nod. A staff member steps in to escort the boy back to his mother, while the young boy happily waves goodbye down the hall. Once they're alone, her friend bows her head in deep guilt, apologizing profusely for not holding on to the bag tighter. Fiore raises her hands defensively, quickly telling her that neither she nor the child are to blame for what happened. Letting out a soft, resigned sigh, Fiore glances to the side as she ponders her remaining wardrobe options. Thinking back to her closet, she realizes her only backup choice is the overly flashy red gown she used to wear in her past villainous days, a dress way too gaudy for her current taste. Suddenly, a deep, familiar voice calls out her name from behind, startling Fiore so much she jumps. Turning around, she finds Lord Leonardo leaning against the wall, asking what all the loud commotion in the hallway was about. Leonardo's sharp eyes drop down to the open suitcase, instantly recognizing the ruined dress inside. Fiore's sweat drops in comic embarrassment, awkwardly explaining that a little spill ruined her planned outfit. Leonardo's eyes narrow as a sudden, intense realization hits his mind. Gasping with serious concern, Leonardo steps forward, demanding to know if someone is still secretly sabotaging or harassing her behind the scenes. Fiora frantically waves her hands in panic, quickly clarifying that it was just a clumsy accident with a little kid holding juice. She lets out a sweetly bittersweet smile, admitting it's a bit of a shame she can't wear the dress they picked out together, but reassuring him she'll manage with her backup gown. Leonardo falls completely silent, gazing down at her with a thoughtful, unreadable expression. Softening his tone, he quietly asks if she can spare a brief moment to follow him into the private dressing quarters. Entering a quiet, elegantly furnished guest room, Fiore is instructed to try on something special he brought along. Moments later, Fiore steps out of the changing curtain wearing a breathtaking emerald green layered ball gown decorated with delicate white lace and ruffles. Wow! The artist went all out on this design. She looks like an absolute forest goddess. Her friend gasps in complete awe, clapping her hands together as she asks Leonardo if he personally picked out this masterpiece, which he smoothly confirms. Leonardo explains that he spotted the gown at a high-end royal tailor in the capital and bought it on the spot because he knew it would fit her perfectly. Hearing his thoughtful gesture, Fiore's heart pounds against her ribs as her entire face flushes bright red. Her friend circles around her, gushing over how stunning the dress looks and how obvious it is that Leonardo chose it specifically for her. Shyly looking away, Fiore stammers out a timid question, wondering if it really looks that good on her. Taking slow, deliberate steps toward her, Leonardo gazes softly into her eyes, murmuring that it suits her beyond perfection. Gently lifting her delicate hand, Leonardo leans down and presses a soft, romantic kiss onto the back of her fingers. Hold on. My man is pulling out the smooth Duke moves without any warning. Looking up into her stunned eyes with a captivating, tender smile, Leonardo softly whispers that she looks truly wonderful. Fiore stands completely frozen in romantic overload, her cheeks burning red like a ripe strawberry as her heart beats like a jackhammer. Squeezing her eyes shut tight, Fiore clutches her chest in total bliss, her inner thoughts screaming that her heart is about to explode right out of her ribcage. Feeling his gentle touch brushing against her hand, Fiore's eyes tremble in quiet surprise, taking a sudden breath as her heart leaps in her chest. Her face instantly flushes a deep shade of crimson, completely spellbound by the overwhelming tenderness in his gaze. Looking back and forth between Leonardo and her friend, Fiore frantically waves her hands in stammering panic, crying out that she can't possibly accept another lavish gift after everything he's already done for her. Staring into the mirror, her eyes soften with emotional awe as she reflects on how many precious gifts and endless favors Lord Leonardo has bestowed upon her. Man, talk about a dedicated male lead. This guy drops royal tier presence like it's no big deal. Gentle warmth softens Leonardo's features as a tiny blush touches his cheeks, softly whispering that she shouldn't worry about standard favors because she's given him far more meaningful joy in return. Holding her delicate fingers within his warm grasp, Leonardo tilts his head closer and murmurs that, as for their future engagement ring, they should take their time and pick it out together right after graduation. Fiore's green eyes dilate in utter shock as those heavy words echo through her mind. Thought bubbles float above her head as she softly repeats the word graduation, unable to process the incredible promise of a shared future. A brilliant, breathtaking smile illuminates Fiore's face, her eyes overflowing with happiness as she softly prays that such a wonderful dream will truly come to pass. Watching her sweet reaction, Leonardo turns his head slightly, a quiet tension creeping into his subtle expression as he falls silent. Wait a minute. Why does he look so conflicted right after dropping a marriage proposal hint? Sweat glistens along his sharp jawline as a heavy, unreadable shadow flickers across his face. Suddenly, a cheerful voice shatters the moody atmosphere as her bright red-haired classmate waves enthusiastically, shouting that they finally made it to the ball. Standing side by side at the entrance of the grand hall, Fiore and Leonardo look like royalty straight out of a fairy tale, instantly drawing the admiring eyes of everyone in the room. Her quiet blue-haired friend stammers out a relieved greeting, asking if some unexpected trouble delayed them, to which Fiore quickly chuckles, reassuring them that everything worked out fine. Striking a stylish pose, the energetic red-haired noble beams with excitement, loudly praising her emerald dress and declaring that she looks absolutely phenomenal. He casually brings up her past wardrobe, recalling how at the previous Academy ball, she wore something vastly flashier that practically blinded the entire crowd. Flashback memories reveal her past villainous persona strutting into the hall wearing a ridiculously gaudy, oversized dark red rose gown, while the surrounding nobles whispered in utter gossip. Oh man, that old outfit looked like a walking floral parade. The artist really nailed the contrast. Fiore lets out an embarrassed chuckle, flustered embarrassed, shyly explaining that today's elegant green dress was actually handpicked for her by Lord Leonardo. Smirking with a playful wink, her red-haired friend grins from ear to ear, declaring that Leonardo clearly possesses top-tier taste since the emerald hue highlights her beauty perfectly. Her gentle blue-haired classmate blushes softly, nodding in earnest agreement as he stammers out that the dress suits Lady Fiore beyond words. Bursting with genuine joy, Fiore beams with a radiant, tearful smile, expressing her heartfelt thanks to both of her supportive friends. Leonardo gazes down at her happy, glowing expression, his eyes filled with quiet devotion as he soaks in her breathtaking laughter. Extending his hand toward her with refined nobility, Leonardo smoothly notes that while catching up is lovely, the grand opening dance is about to begin. Gazing up into his eyes, Fiore eagerly places her palm in his, breathlessly agreeing as he leads her toward the center of the ballroom floor. Waving goodbye to their friends over their shoulders, they promise to catch up later tonight while their classmates cheer him on. Left behind, the red-haired guy smirks mischievously at his flustered blue-haired companion, teasing him in a cute chibi art style. Underneath the shimmering chandeliers, Leonardo twirls Fiore onto the carpet, sweeping her through the air in a breathtaking, seamless waltz. But in the middle of a sharp turn, Fiore accidentally missteps, landing her heel directly on top of Leonardo's fine leather boot. Fiore screams in total panic, her eyes wide as saucepans as she stammers out frantic apologies for crushing his foot. Tears of complete embarrassment burst from her eyes, covering her face in shame as she groans about how terrible she is at formal dancing. Pulling her securely against his chest, Leonardo chuckles softly, wrapping his arms around her waist as he whispers that she can step on his feet as much as she pleases. Hold on. This guy is officially a certified master of smooth romance. Looking down into her teary eyes with an enchanting, reassuring smile, he tells her to just relax and dance however her heart desires. Emotion overwhelms Fiore as she gazes back at him, her heart swelling with profound affection as she softly whispers his name. Shrinking into a cute, flustered chibi form, she determinedly promises to try her absolute best not to crush his toes again, making him chuckle softly in response. As the romantic waltz continues, Fiore looks up into his handsome face, entirely lost in the warmth of his embrace. Leonardo gazes back with absolute devotion, gasp, holding her close as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Floating thoughts circle her mind as she realizes the incredible gift of having someone to truly love and cherish. Spinning gracefully across the crimson ballroom floor, she reflects on how magical it feels to dance alongside the person who holds her entire heart. Looking up into his eyes with deep, sincere emotion, Fiore whispers her eternal gratitude for everything he's given her. Noticing a subtle tremor in her voice, Leonardo's eyes narrow slightly as he quietly calls out her name in concern. Fiore's expression turns softly solemn as she recalls how much she used to doubt herself and lack any real self-confidence. Flashback images flood her thoughts, remembering the long, lonely path she walked after first establishing her small bakery stall, Villian. Memories of late nights wiping tears from her cheeks over failed recipes and burnt bread highlight just how grueling her journey was. Man, seeing her past struggles makes her current success feel so well-earned. But through pure grit and perseverance, she kept pushing forward, Whisper building the confidence to stand tall on her own 2 feet. A warm vision of all her wonderful friends and dedicated stall staff laughing together reminds her that she never fought this battle alone. Looking back up at Leonardo with shimmering, emotional eyes, she tearfully admits that more than anyone else, it was his unwavering support that gave her the strength to transform her life. Hearing her heartfelt confession, Leonardo gasps softly in surprise. Time seems to freeze around them as they stand face to face on the ballroom floor, surrounded by glowing magic sparkles and total silence. Leonardo's expression darkens with heavy seriousness as he gazes into her eyes, admitting that for a while now, he's felt a subtle disconnect between them. Softly lowering his voice, he notes that despite her joyful smile, she's looked burdened by a lingering sorrow deep within her eyes lately. Looking down at her with intense, probing concern, Leonardo directly confronts her, asking if she is secretly hiding a painful secret from him. What a massive tension shift right at the end. Is her secret game system about to be exposed? Fiora stands motionless in the middle of the hall, her heart hammering against her wrist, as Leonardo's intense question hangs heavy in the air. Lowering her gaze, her eyes flicker with deep apprehension as she wrestles with how much of the truth she can actually reveal. Looking down at their feet on the plush red carpet, Fiore stammers out that in a vivid dream she once heard a terrifying prophecy. Leonardo gasps in quiet shock, his purple eyes widening as she admits the prophecy foresaw them being torn apart forever. Shifting uncomfortably under his gaze, Fiore admits that even if it sounded like a simple nightmare, the sheer fear of losing him kept her in constant dread. Tears gather at the edges of her eyelashes as she cries out that she forced herself to stay guarded just to survive the agony if they were ever separated. Sweeping her into his arms without a second thought, Leonardo pulls her in and presses a passionate kiss directly onto her lips. Cupping her flushed face in his hands, he whispers softly that from this day forward, they will never be torn apart. Fiore's green eyes dilate in complete shock as his profound promise echoes through her mind. Trembling from head to toe, tears of overwhelming relief stream down her flushed cheeks. Memories flood her thoughts, remembering every precious moment they shared strolling along the sunlit coast together. She recalls the quiet bliss of enjoying sweet snacks and warm drinks by his side under the open sky. A radiant warmth fills her chest as she realizes they truly are meant to walk toward the exact same future together. Overcome with emotion, Fiore cries out from the bottom of her heart that she wants nothing more than to stay by Lord Leonardo's side forever. Softness fills Leonardo's features as a gentle, tender smile breaks across his face. But right in the middle of their emotional moment, a sudden chime rings out in Fiore's ears. Fiore blinks back her tears in total confusion, looking around the ballroom as that strange sound echoes. Suddenly, a translucent game system notification window materializes right before her eyes. Her green eyes dilate as she stares directly into the glowing system interface floating in midair. Clasping her hands together, Fiore gasps in utter astonishment, wondering what could possibly trigger a system alert right now. Floating thought bubbles circle her head as she realizes that completing her bond with Leonardo means officially becoming a true resident of this world. Visions of all her loyal stall staff and academy friends flash across her mind, smiling brightly and celebrating her journey. Leonardo extends his open hand toward her like a prince out of a fairy tale, surrounded by shimmering floral lights. With firm resolve, Fiore presses her finger directly onto the glowing pink yes button on the system display. The system screen flashes new objective prompts. From now on, while running the restaurant, you'll also continue your studies as a student. Man, talk about an absolute grind set. This system really turned her romance game into a full-time double shift. Closing her eyes, a peaceful sigh escapes her lips. Feeling the heavy weight of her past anxieties melt away entirely. A bright prompt window floats across the red carpet, displaying the words, "In this world," confirming her permanent place in this realm. Looking back over her shoulder, her inner thoughts echo with the vow that she will remain here forever. Taking a quiet, trembling breath, Fiore snaps back in reality on the ballroom floor. Reaching out his hand toward her, Leonardo asks in quiet concern what's wrong. Fiore bursts into fresh tears of pure happiness, giggling, clutching her dress as she completely loses her composure. Leonardo panics slightly, leaning in with urgent concern, asking if she's hurt anywhere or in pain. Pulling her tight against his chest, Leonardo sweeps her into a protective hug right in the middle of the ballroom floor. Softly lowering his head beside her ear, Leonardo quietly apologizes for causing her so much emotional distress. Snuggling into his jacket, Fiore tearfully mumbles that she's just so overwhelmed with joy because they can finally stay together without fear. Leonardo gazes down at her with pure, unfiltered tenderness, his eyes sparkling with absolute affection. Softening his sharp gaze, he murmurs in realization that her worries were born out of love all along. Wrapping his arms around her shoulder, Leonardo smiles gently, expressing his deep relief at being able to put her troubled mind at ease. Fiore shrinks into an adorable, super flustered chibi form, her heart thumping loud enough to burst. Scrambling backward in a stammering panic, Fiore waves her hands frantically while apologizing for getting totally carried away, making Leonardo chuckle softly in response. Reaching out his fingers with breathtaking grace, Leonardo lightly brushes a strand of hair from her blushing face. Tilting her head up slightly, he gazes into her eyes with an intoxicating warmth that leaves her completely breathless. Cupping her burning cheeks with delicate care, softly whispers her name. Leonardo looks directly into her trembling green eyes and murmurs with deep sincerity that he wants to learn every single detail about her true self. Fiore's brain completely short-circuits from romantic overload, her inner thoughts screaming in total panic about what to do next. Slowly closing the distance between them, Leonardo leans in close until their lips are just inches apart. But out of nowhere, the camera pans to reveal all 5 of their friends standing right in the background, staring at them with massive smug grins. Serious talk? These guys have zero boundaries, literally turning a high-stakes romance scene into a front-row movie premiere. Grouped together in cute chibi style, her classmates aggressively cheer them on with enthusiastic thumbs up, shouting for him to go for the kiss. Covering her bright red face with both hands in extreme embarrassment, Fiore squeaks out that they've definitely danced enough for one evening. Holding her hand securely in his warm grip, Leonardo turns back to their cheering crew with a charming, confident smile, asking if they should all head back together. Tears shimmer in Fiore's glowing green eyes as she looks up with pure, ecstatic realization. Overcome with joy, Fiore loudly cheers yes, while holding Leonardo's hand tightly, surrounded by all their supportive friends. Cut to several weeks after the Harvest Festival, where Fiore sits peacefully at her bedroom desk under the soft glow of a desk lamp. Holding her pen thoughtfully against her lip, she reflects on how much her life has transformed since that fateful night. Having safely returned to the academy, she walks down the grand wooden hallway of the classroom building, carrying her textbooks. It's definitely no walk in the park. She spends her mornings serving hot dishes at her restaurant Villian and her afternoons hitting the books in class. Talk about balancing a full-time business and academy exams. This girl is practically working 2 full-time jobs. Exhausted from the relentless double shift, Chibi Fiore slumps over her wooden desk with dizzy spiral eyes. Thankfully, her faithful maid Sarah gently drapes a warm blanket over her shoulders to keep her comfortable. Visions of her loyal kitchen staff working side by side with bright smiles remind her why all this hard work is completely worth it. Even when schoolwork gets overwhelming, Leonardo and her classmates gather around her desk to tutor her through difficult homework problems. Closing her textbook with a satisfying snap, Fiore throws her arms into the air with a triumphant stretch, thrilled to finally finish her daily homework. But as night settles in, she glances toward her window, suddenly remembering something important. Looking out at the night sky, she notices the glowing orb of a full moon hanging high above the horizon. Gently cupping her red crystal pendant, she wonders with a heavy heart if her curse of gluttony will truly remain bound like this forever. Pulling her blanket tight around her chest, she tries to reassure herself that as long as she wears this protective stone, they can coexist peacefully. But the very next morning, Fiore snaps awake to her maid's panic screams. Rubbing her groggy eyes, Fiore blinks in utter confusion, asking Sarah why she looks so completely terrified. Gasp! Looking around her bedroom floor, the horrifying reality hits. Empty wrappers, half-eaten apples, and stray crumbs are scattered everywhere. Staring down at her grease-stained hands in absolute horror, Fiore trembles as she tries to comprehend what just took place. Sweating nervously, Sarah admits that by the time she walked in, almost all the food stored in the room had already been completely devoured. Seriously, imagine sleepwalking just to clear out an entire pantry in your sleep. Grasping her red stone pendant in sheer panic, Fiore stares at it in total disbelief. Examining the gem closely, she notes that the faint scratch from their previous battle is still clearly visible on its surface. Clutching Sarah's hands with trembling fingers whisper, Fiore frantically asks if the pendant's magic effect is somehow wearing off. Heavy crimson aura swirls around her mind as terrifying thoughts begin to consume her inner focus. Trembling in her nightgown, she realizes with dread that if the pendant isn't failing, it means the power of the curse of gluttony itself is growing stronger. Seeking immediate answers, Fiore stands before the Academy principal alongside Leonardo, explaining the terrifying nocturnal incident. Resting his gloved chin in thought, the principal solemnly admits that he's never encountered or read about a similar case in any ancient texts. Inspecting the red gem in his palm, Leonardo suggests that the physical damage on the stone likely diluted its suppressive magic. Showing her a quick diagram breakdown, he points out how the fine crack weakened the gemstone's structural barrier. Wow, check out Leonardo stepping up as a full-on magical detective. His analytical skills are top tier. Softening his tone, Leonardo promises to order a brand new pendant right away and monitor her closely until the next full moon, making Fiore blush in deep gratitude. A warm, tender flush spreads across Fiore's cheeks as she gazes up at him with immense relief. Looking at the damaged stone in his hand, Leonardo feels a quiet surge of satisfaction, knowing they caught the issue early on. Walking together through the hallway later on, Fiore asks if he has an official appointment scheduled today. She blinks her wide green eyes in innocent curiosity, waiting for his answer. Leonardo pauses briefly, his purple eyes clouding over with a subtle shadow of gravity. Standing face to face on the plush red carpet, a heavy quiet settles between them. Leaning in slightly, Leonardo reveals that his upcoming meeting with the principal actually directly involves her as well. Offering a reassuring smile, he asks her to remain patient, promising to explain everything once a clear conclusion is reached. Later that evening, Fiore stands alone in her quiet restaurant kitchen at Villiam. Resting a hand against the counter, she ponders what secret Leonardo could possibly be discussing behind closed doors. Memories of her sleep-eating incident flicker through her thoughts, filling her with a subtle apprehension about what the future holds. But shaking off her dark mood, Fiore slams a fresh slab of raw pork onto the cutting board. Rolling up her sleeves with a cheeky, determined grin, she declares that a hot, delicious meal is the ultimate cure for anxiety. Carefully laying out the tender meat, she coats both sides evenly with fine flour. Next, she presses the floured pork firmly into a bed of fresh breadcrumbs to ensure a thick, crunchy coating. Using metal tongs, she gently lowers the breaded cutlet into a pan of golden hot oil. Chibi Fiore leans over the bubbling pot with laser focus, watching the crust transform into a perfect golden brown crisp. Honestly, this cooking animation looks so mouthwatering, I'm practically craving fried cutlets right now. A glowing title banner shines brightly over the gorgeous crispy tonkatsu cutlet served with fresh veggies. Holding up the steaming plate with a bright blush, Fiore smiles happily, proud of how easy it was to whip together. Presenting the hot tonkatsu on a wooden tray with cute chibi pride, Fiore prepares to dig in and recharge her spirits. As Fiore ponders her culinary knowledge, she realizes that the traditional recipes floating around her mind originate from a distant land full of rich harvests like soybeans, bamboo shoots, and fresh rice. Her eyes widen slightly as she remembers that this entire Japanese aesthetic was actually part of a hidden setting outside the game's normal story mode. Just as she admires her freshly fried dish, a sudden voice echoes through the kitchen as someone catches a whiff of the delicious aroma. Turning around with a radiant grin, her classmate George strolls in, his green eyes sparkling as he asks what mouth-watering dish she's creating. Glowing with cute chibi enthusiasm, Fiore proudly shows off the golden plate, thrilled to share her latest cooking experiment. Presenting that crispy cutlet alongside shredded cabbage and fresh lemon slices, she happily invites George to take the very first taste. Chuckling at the unusual name, George inspects the hot tonkatsu, asking if he's supposed to dig in just as it is. Fiore's soul instantly leaves her body in comical horror, realizing she made a massive culinary blunder. Slumping onto the floor in complete despair, Fiore groans that she totally forgot to prepare the essential dipping sauce, while George sweat drops at her extreme overreaction. Man, laughing out the sauce really sent her into a full-blown existential crisis. A dramatic font banner flashes across the screen, declaring that tonkatsu without sauce is practically an absolute crime in the culinary world. Dramatic imaginary waves of savory sauce swirl through her head as she dramatically prays for forgiveness over her missing masterpiece. She realizes making the sauce from scratch now would take until dawn, leaving Chibi George hovering in the background asking if he can just eat it plain. Suddenly, glowing light bulb snaps above Fiore's head as a clever alternative strikes her. Taking her advice, George picks up a thick piece with his fork and takes a crunchy bite. His face lights up in pure delight as his heart rating rockets up to 67, praising how amazingly light and crunchy the breadcrumbs are. Curious to test it herself, Fiore lifts a piece to her own mouth and takes a hearty bite. Her eyes melt with utter bliss as the tender, savory flavor bursts across her tongue. Swallowing the warm piece, she reflects on how she always assumed sauce was mandatory for a good cutlet. But without any overwhelming glaze, the natural, juicy sweetness of the meat shines through completely. Watching her chew with total contentment, George hums in deep satisfaction across the table. Cheerful sparkles fill the room as George excitedly admits he had no idea fried pork could ever taste this ridiculously delicious. Talk about an instant hit. This guy looks ready to buy out her whole stock. Pondering her next menu update, Fiore considers offering simple seasoned salt alongside sauce, knowing local customers might find salt much easier to digest. Soon after, a wooden signboard pops right outside Villian Restaurant, officially announcing tonkatsu as their brand new featured special. Meanwhile, inside the quiet dimness of the principal's office, Leonardo sits solemnly across from the academy head. Resting his hands together, Leonardo lowers his head, formally requesting that a certain student be transferred to another school if possible. The principal sighs deeply, acknowledging the request, but explaining that the opposing side, the influential house of Marquis Geraldini, is involved. Red roses and thorny chains fill the backdrop as the principal points out how heavily funded the academy is by the Marquis, making an outright rejection nearly impossible. Money really talks in fantasy noble society. Corrupt politics ruining lives as usual. Leonardo's hand tightens into a rigid fist against his knee as a heavy quiet fills the room. Promising to delay the final verdict for 3 nights, the principal asks him to hold on until then, to which Leonardo solemnly agrees. Shadows veil Leonardo's intense purple gaze as deep frustration burns beneath his calm exterior. Glancing down at the official student files on the desk, he realizes that protecting Fiore from this political mess will be far harder than he anticipated. The next morning, inside the brightly lit academy classroom, students gather together, chatting after their daily lectures. Sitting at his desk, her blue-haired classmate Roger lets out a soft sigh while gathering his books. Noticing something unusual beside him, Roger turns his golden eye toward Fiore's seat. There sits Fiore, furiously writing notes into her journal without taking a single breath. Leaning over gently, Roger calls her name, gently pointing out that class has been dismissed for a while now. Without pausing her pencil for even a second, Fiore explains that she needs to catch up on all the coursework she missed during her leave. Roger offers a sympathetic nod, agreeing that staying on top of studies is definitely important. But resting his chin on his hands, he softly reminds her that pushing herself past her limits will only burn her out in the long run. Fiore offers a gentle, sweet smile, warmly thanking Roger for looking out for her. Soft memories of her sleep-eating panic and her conversation about the curse swirl through her mind, reminding her of the underlying dread lingering in her chest. Floating chibi icons show Fiore explaining that staying constantly busy is the only way she can keep those terrifying anxieties from consuming her thoughts. Roger listens with gentle concern, soft-heartedly asking her not to overwork herself regardless of the stress. Later that evening, a huge line of hungry customers forms right outside Villian, eagerly waiting to get a taste of the viral dish. Bursting through the kitchen doors with steaming plates in hand, Fiore happily announces 2 fresh orders ready for serving. Swamped with orders, she hurries past her line cooks, frantically asking if they have enough shredded cabbage prepared. Pointing to a massive mountain of freshly chopped cabbage on the cutting board, the head chef assures her they're fully stocked. Wow, look at that insane cabbage pile, we giggle. That chef sliced up a whole farm in record time. Relieved, Fiore turns toward the front counters, offering to take over table service in the dining hall. But out of nowhere, a loud, sharp yell commands her to stop right in her tracks. Fiore gasps in surprise as Alice, her fiery blonde kitchen assistant, lunges forward with arms wide open to block her path, looking completely determined to stop her. With an anxious shout, Alice blushes bright red while warning her master that she's severely overworking herself. Flashback icons floating in the air reveal Fiore's relentless daily grind, starting with intense morning prep inside the restaurant kitchen. Next up, she tackles demanding classes at the academy during the day before pulling back-to-back night shifts, cooking and serving dishes till late hours. Seriously? That schedule looks like a fast track to complete physical burnout. Joining in the intervention, her fellow staff member nods aggressively, insisting that grinding herself down to the bone like this will destroy her health. Chibi Fiore sweat drops profusely, trying to wave her hands defensively, while her caring staff practically beg her to get some proper rest. With an utterly exhausted blank stare, Fiore stands speechless as the reality of her ridiculous work ethic finally sinks in. Talk about employee love. When your own staff throws a full union intervention to force you to take a nap, you know you've gone off the deep end. Later that evening, unable to fall asleep with so many heavy thoughts swirling in her mind, Fiore strolls along the dimly lit academy pathways. Remembering Leonardo's vague warning about her future, her brow furrows with quiet concern. Suddenly, a shadowy silhouette standing motionless underneath a tall courtyard tree catches her eye. Stepping closer, she observes the long-haired young man, clad in a crisp white shirt, assuming he must be an incoming transfer student since his face is totally unfamiliar. Catching a glimpse of his fiery crimson eyes and distinct aura, she wonders if he hails from the distant Eastern Territories. Noticing her presence, the young man slowly turns around with a hands-in-pocket slouch, offering a smooth, nonchalant greeting. Turning toward him with a curious gaze, Fiore steps closer to clear the awkward quiet between them. Wow, look at those piercing red eyes. The artist definitely went all out, making this newcomer look mysteriously handsome. Offering a warm, gentle smile, she politely introduces herself as Fiore Lupin. Hearing her name, his crimson eyes instantly widen in pure shock and disgust. Clenching his jaw tightly, a bitter scowl washes over his face as he mutters under his breath in deep irritation. Fiore blinks in total bewilderment, completely blindsided by a sudden hostile reaction. Covering his face with a heavy groan, the mysterious youth mutters that meeting her is literally the absolute worst outcome. Without offering a single explanation, he abruptly turns on his heel and storms off into the night, leaving Fiore desperately calling out after him. Surrounded by floating question marks and chibi confusion, Fiore scratches her head, wondering why he called her the worst. Honestly, talk about making the most dramatic first impression ever. He practically ran away like she had the plague. Her eyes widen as a sudden, uncomfortable realization slowly dawns upon her. An imaginary vision of the former villainous Fiore cackling evilly flashes across her thoughts, making her wonder if her past self committed some horrific misdeed against him. Slumping her shoulders with a soft sigh, she resolves to offer a sincere apology the next time their paths cross. But as she stares into the quiet night, a lingering trace of worry settles back in. Recalling the intense grudge burning behind his glare, she doubts a simple apology will be enough to erase his deep-seated hatred. "So this is where you were, Fiore?" A deep, familiar voice suddenly echoes through the shadows, startling her. Turning around, she finds Leonardo standing close by, holding a lit lantern in his hand, as he admits he got worried when he found her room empty. Fiore offers a soft apology, explaining that she merely needed some fresh night air to clear her head, before asking if something urgent happened. Looking down with an unusually heavy expression, Leonardo reminds her of the important matter he promised to address once the time was right. As his solemn voice trails off, Fiore's heart skips a nervous beat, sensing the severe gravity of his upcoming revelation. Clenching his hand tightly into a rigid fist, Leonardo reveals that the powerful sorcerer who cast the sleep-eating curse upon her is officially enrolling into this very academy. Fiore stands frozen in absolute shock, her eyes wide with sheer terror as the full weight of the threat dawns upon her. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Her worst nightmare is literally moving into her front yard.